Hey, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper of Viperland, and even though I've literally started on the screen every single stream, this is the first time I'm noticing that this is the Nozomi system. Literally started on the screen every time because I have to mute it while we do the pre-roll. Just noticing it. It's been there the whole time. But also, welcome. We have IWTH. I don't know how to pronounce that one, so I'm just going to say it. IWTH Ramen 7th. If you have a way you'd like it pronounced or a different form you want me to say, like feel free. Arc, welcome everybody to Viperland in the chat. I just don't know how to immediately pronounce that. I'll probably butcher it if I try. We were that one. Okay. Oh boy, yeah. So a bit happened last week. A smidgen, and we're just gonna kick right back into it once I bring my mic up, because I do this every single goddamn week. As Nanami staggered and seemed about to topple over, I hastily caught her. She'd gone unconscious. Her face was as white as a sheet. Her breathing, too, sounded painful. Like some dumb stuff. I mean, yeah, merch is important, and, like, they'll announce another character at a later date, I'm sure. It's strange that they didn't choose that timing for it, but whatever. I just got to play Jacko for the first time last night, so they can slow down a little bit. I'm okay. We have to bring her to a hospital quickly. At this rate, she'll be in danger. I'm pretty sure no hospital right now is going to have room, said the plump woman who had introduced herself as Momose, looking over into Nanami's face and speaking gravely. Next, she turned her eyes on Shogun. Same goes for the boy sleeping over there. Yeah, everybody's just having a bad time. I entrusted Nanami to Momose. Stop. Almost missed the song. Take care of the two of them. I'm going this way. What are you going to do? Going to do the best I can. There's someone I have to look for. Noah 2's location. I tried asking Nanami, but she told me she wasn't sure where she'd been held captive. Yeah, I can imagine that might have been a blur for her. The only thing I could do was search for the person called Hatano, after all. Is it necessary? For defeating Gladiol. Gladiol, huh? If you were to rephrase it as Noah 2, yeah, that's right. If we assume that what you're trying to destroy is what I'm trying to destroy, then yes. Do I know this? No. Okay. Ayase's expression went tight. She took a step closer to me, dragging one of her legs slightly. It seemed as though she really were wounded. Yeah, some bad stuff's happened. People are injured. I'll go with you. You don't need to. Even after I told her so, Ayase shook her head in refusal. Yeah, true. All 7 must gather. Well, yeah, but we're sending people away already. Ayase and Yua, I'd like you to look for someone called Hatano. When I voiced Yua's name, I saw the very girl in question, who had been shrinking back behind Momose-san, jump a little, her shoulders trembling. Because he knows where Noah 2 is. Even if we're not acting in tandem, I know everything that all of you observe. Yeah, that's such a weird thing. So for now, let's split up and look for him. Even if we're not together, I see what you see. Don't forget it. Don't do anything weird. For the moment, I thought it was the best possible strategy. We had to hurry. I like how nobody questions it either. It's just like, yeah, okay, everything's gone crazy. Why not? There's no guaranteeing our safety if another earthquake took place. Understood. As I said, though she lowered her eyes regrettably. Can't say I quite get it. Norase Genichi is the one who's been controlling everything from behind the scenes. Yeah. Ooh. Except the one person who can see that is oddly okay with it. Very oddly okay with it. So that's how it is. Then leave your sister and the others to me. Momose-san thrust out her chest and nodded as though to encourage me. However, don't go overboard. And I have a single request to make of you. Ban-chan, if you see a stupidly grinning, suspicious-looking middle-aged detective, would you tell him to contact me? Ooh, bad news about that. Yeah. Was she talking about Yasuji Ban? I knew that he died, shot to death by his partner, because I'd unconsciously witnessed the moment when it happened. Was I about to convey that to Momose-san? Or I was about to convey that to Momose-san, but... Good grief, I wonder where he's loitering around at a time like this. Yeah, that's true. She's like the only other person here that's equally as just bonkers. Well, maybe. Unexpectedly enough, he's helping out the wounded. He's, I got nothing. I got nothing. Since Momose-san said such things, I found myself unable to tell her. Anyway, thanks in advance. Yeah. I nodded without meaning to. I had a promise that was 100% impossible to fulfill. But I couldn't think of how else to answer her. Nishijo-kun. Yua, head lowered, spoke in a voice as weak as a fly's rasping. I'd noticed that she'd been peeping timidly at me for a while now, looking as if she were about to say something. I'm sorry I suspected you. I mean, to be fair, we suspected him too. I did, at least. Yeah, in this situation, he's not the one to tell her. Like, there's too much bad stuff going on right now. A, don't add on to the bad stuff. And B, more pressing matters. And do you really want to hear it from Nishijo Takumi? No. The things I said must have hurt you. The lenses of her glasses considerably soiled with dust. Behind them, her eyes were surely wet with tears. I don't think you'll forgive me even if I apologize, but please let me apologize anyway. I'm sorry. I mean, she had info that made sense for sure. Like, all her evidence was sound. Yeah. Well, yeah, as a random idea of like, huh, wouldn't it be funny if we could just pin this all on Grimm? She bowed deeply to me. I turned my back on her without saying anything. The Sierra Town figures in my base. Yes? If you'd like to, will you take them for me? Ah. It had been a shock when she deceived me, but now I understood her circumstances. Which was why, if I said something like, I forgive you, I'd start to see myself, conversely, as being presumptuous. I thought Yua was my enemy all along. Yes, you absolutely did. I didn't possess the right to have her lower her head to me or to forgive her. Is it really okay? I want you to have them. Yes. Yes. Let's go to buy figures again together. I think you are misreading this situation. At last it returned to Yua, a gentle smile, like the one she'd worn when we met for the first time. I nodded at her words. I exchanged wordless looks with Ayase and Momose-san as well. I stared at the image of Nanami and Shogun into my eyes one last time. I like how he just keeps putting quotes around it. I began walking alone through the mountain of rubble. And I guess we're going to see someone else's point of view. The Shinshen station at the Iko-Kashira line was one stop away from Shibuya, a station it would take hardly 1 minute to arrive at via train. The station itself was completely underground, being located in a tunnel. Oh, underground and all this? And the only outside light that reached it was a faint amount coming in through the outdoor exit area at the end of the platform. Now, due to the earthquake, all the light fixtures had gone off, and it was terribly dim, much more so than usual. The lights are out. It's dark. Like, it was odd that there were different types of scene transitions, but it's also nutty. Aoi Sena stepped onto the platform, supporting Orihira Kozue. There had been no need for her to buy a ticket. She didn't spot any station workers anywhere, and the ticket machines were out of service too. When she looked at the tracks, the rails were visibly warped. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, IWTHMF. Much appreciated. Hope you're enjoying all the good times we got here. I say good times, but like, nothing good's happening in this story. That's how it goes, sometimes, you know. Naturally, the trains had been at a standstill since yesterday. Yeah, I'd imagine they would be. Good times. It's hanging and banging. Yes. Kozue's left foot was completely broken glass had sliced into her during the earthquake. Again, immediate good times. Sena had wrapped a towel around it in hopes of stopping the blood, but the depth of the wound surpassed even her expectations, and first aid treatment wouldn't be enough by itself. Gigalomaniacs couldn't use their power to heal their own wounds. Just cause, I guess. I was about to be like, why not? But cause. That's the reason. Pain compelled them to be reminded of the... Literally there. Pain compelled them to be reminded of the reality of their injuries. Literally spelt it out in front of me, but I was looking over here at the camera. They couldn't create a local shared recognition of the effect of "I'm not wounded." They couldn't make it be as if nothing had happened. Their human instincts wouldn't permit it. Checks all. Can't walk anymore. No matter how Kozue whined, looking as if she were about to cry, Senna remained silent. All she had done was focus intensely and wholeheartedly on walking towards the Shinsen station. Upon reaching the depopulated platform, Senna abruptly released the hand she had been using to support Kozue. Kozue, who could only stand up on one leg, immediately crumpled in place. Wow, rude. Kozue looked up in a perplexity, but Senna didn't give her a second glance. Glaring at a certain fixed point, she ground her teeth together. I finally found you. At the end of her line of sight, a lone human figure was sitting down at the back of the dim platform. Ah, it's Senna-chan's papa! A fine, upstanding human gentleman who clearly is a ethical scientist who has never done anything wrong at all. Yeah, honestly, anything she does to him is justified. A homeless man clad in filthy clothing. He held a poster with "People's hearts are perishing" written on it. Yeah, somehow never gets hit by the quakes. Maybe he just knows safe, quake-free places, I don't know. Or lucky. Senna slowly walked towards him. Who is that message aimed at? Whose message is that? No, that doesn't work. Her voice was frigid. My last will and testament to those capable of converting evil to good. The homeless man, Hatano, kept his head lowered and didn't look at his daughter's face as he spoke evenly, voicing her name. I don't want to hear you call my name with such intimacy. I thought about it constantly over the past half year. How I would kill you. Thank you. Why do you thank me? Out of self-interest. Because to me, being killed by you is perhaps the best way to atone, so I thought to myself. There's no need for further discussion. Senna real-booted her D-sword. The method she had selected to kill her father was cutting him down with a D-sword. Took you a half year to settle on use this giant sharp weapon I have and can summon at any point in time? 0 out of 10 for creativity, but 10 out of 10 for practicality. You always have the weapon ready. Its simplicity, in other words, came closest to the truth. There was no meaning in how she killed him. There was no meaning in killing him. Not even I'm sorry. Hatano had yet to raise his face. Why do you apologize? Because I'm forcing you to dishonor yourself by murdering your father. As long as I can kill you, I'll take on any amount of disgrace or slander. You killed my mom and my little sister, in quite possibly the worst ways. I don't know. I'd argue that's worse than the New Gen murders, but they're all really bad. They're all really bad. But I'd argue that was worse. Those are the facts. All of these are terrible, yes. And even worse, they met with such a dreadful end. Senna's voice, which had until then maintained its cool-headedness, all emotions repressed, wavered a tiny bit. Didn't want you to see it. Yeah, well, no, forget what I just said. You watched it go on for a little while. Why did you do it? Also, it really does seem like the nurse was all just a little bit crazy, a little bit cult, a little bit Noah, all kind of wrapped together. He was of sound mind. He was of sound mind and could have stopped things at any point. And led to the creation of the thing causing all of this. So, yeah. There's no meaning in explaining the process. It won't satisfy you, and it won't alter the outcome. Senna pointed the tip of her D-sword at Hatano's head. Is this how you're going to run away again? I was the one at fault. That's the whole of it. I am disappointed in you. You still expected something of me? What? Everything in the world is an electrical device, people included. You said it yourself, Senna. Senna's shoulders trembled. For close to 3 years since Hatano started the mana scheme, the two of them had rarely met. Senna was shaken by how, despite this, he had managed to see through her so easily. Yeah, she did. Discomforted. She attempted to blow away her reason by transforming her internal uncertainty to rage. Senna, don't be misled. If you are an electrical device, your emotion of resenting me is made up of no more than electrical signals. Hatano was pressing at her, so Senna told herself. Calm down. Your words won't work on me. Don't act on your emotions too much, otherwise you'll develop contradictions. You mustn't take in those words. It's a psychological attack. Suspend your judgment. We're done talking. Senna was about to brandish her D-sword. Slightly beforehand, Hatano abruptly stood up. Ooh, hey Mitz, 52 mother flippin' months. Here too. I can't save you from the ghosties though. 52 JoJo months. Hot damn, Mitz. I hope you're having some amount of fun between all the scares over there. We're about to murder this man. No. Enact vengeance upon this man. So you know. But if you came here to get away from, like, blood and depression, come to the wrong place tonight. But I hope you're having a good trip. Kozue, who had been on pins and needles as she watched their exchange, was torn over whether to stop their quarrel. But the pain in her foot made her give up. Yeah, there's not much you can do with a broken ankle like that. Well, it's not broken per se, but it's out of commission. It's glass, but that sounds awful, so... She wasn't sad, but something wept, sobbing in the depths of her chest. Hatano took a large stride towards Senna. Slow to react, Senna switched to a receiving attack, but as she braced her legs, one of her feet caught in some gravel. Her position crumbled. Unsteadiness entered her movements. Senna's sharp aura was snuffed out. She was frightened. She had maintained herself by hating her father, but when it came to confronting him, she became afraid to face him. She herself didn't understand why. At least, it was certain that what her father had said right beforehand lay at the root of it. Hatano came rushing at her with astonishing force. No! As she fell backwards, she swept her massive D-sword up from below. A sword that disregarded both gravity and centrifugal force. Yeah. Its blade began by gouging out the tiles in the platform, then slashed her father's shoulder, cleanly, like a hot knife slicing through butter. Her father's hand sent her flying. Fresh blood danced from his wound. Her father's relieved eyes. Senna bit her lip. In that moment, something pierced her father's chest at high speed. That's not a D-sword. Most murder. Yeah, she definitely has. Yeah. Having flown from behind him, it grazed Senna's cheek and vanished. Blood splurted not only from his shoulder, but also from his chest. The scarlet liquid overflowing from his wounds caught Senna on the cheek. A bullet! Shoved away, collapsed on her back, Senna instantly raised her face and looked for the person who had fired a gun. Oops! Dagnammit, I missed! That man stood on the boundary between the Shinshen Station tunnel and the tunnel continuing towards the Shibuya station. In the crossway, that was the sole place from which one could see a wide piece of the sky. There was a revolver in his hand. But, well, don't you think I've got some pretty sweet skills, considering the distance and all? Senna's father toppled over beside her. His upper body was already bloodstained. Yeah, I can imagine it would be. It can't be. He protected me. Senna stared disbelievingly at the pool of blood spreading across the tiles. Words are chaos. Her father mumbled, his breathing feeble. You're too honest, Senna. When I see you like that, it fills me with sadness and adoration. The bullet had been aimed at Senna, and Hatano had taken it instead. She was supposed to have been trying to kill her father, but her father had saved her life. What's through with me? Senna gripped her D-sword harder. Doesn't irk me much either way. I meant to have both members of the Hitano father and daughter combo die for me anyway, see? An odd sound resounded through the platform. Senna instantly came to the revelation that it was coming from a Noah 2 terminal. How long had this sound been ongoing? She couldn't forgive him. She could never forgive that gun-bearing man, he whose existence had interfered and kept her and her father from settling things. How dare you get in the way? When she stood up and looked ahead of her, baby's wails rung out through the dim platform. Senna sensed something out of place in her hands. For some reason, in place of a sword, she was embracing a rotting, desiccated infant. She reflexively flung it away from her, but she soon realized it was the little sister she had only seen once before. Her sister whose name she didn't know, who had been devoured by her mother. The baby before her eyes had gaping bite wounds on it. White bones with pink shreds of flesh clinging to them peeked out from the gaps in its dried out skin. Again, happy times here. Became lost again. She couldn't take her eyes off it. She couldn't forgive herself for throwing her little sister away, for finding her disgusting. It had been the same back then, when she was compelled to watch her mother's last moments. The image of her mother dying in the grip of insanity. Her sister's miserable corpse, embraced by their mother, gnawed upon by their mother. When she was forced to watch it, more so than sorrow or dread, what she had felt was disgust. I mean, that's not a... That's a reasonable reaction. It remained inside her as guilt. Yeah, the brain scene and the, pregnant man scene. Yeah. It remained inside her as guilt. She had averted her eyes from that emotion by hating her father. Even though in a corner of her head she understood that this was a psychological attack brought on by a delusion, it awoke emotions sealed deep inside her heart, leaving her as incapable of movement as if she had been bound hand and foot. Welp. And the same thing applied to Kozue. As Kozue sat in the place where she'd sunk down, a vast mirror appeared before her eyes, and she questioned her reflection, which likewise had a blood-soiled foot. Who are you? Terror paralyzed her. Enormous teardrops spilled out of her eyes. Wounds she had wanted to forget, a past she hadn't wanted to remember. Decayed tears leaked forth in her heart as well. She began longing to escape. Not wanting to look at the mirror, she wished she could turn her face away. Despite that, her body stayed unmoving, in opposition to her will. And on the other side of the mirror, she wasn't crying. Who are you? Gupses. Who are you? 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 Who am I? 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 She was falling into a gestalt collapse. That's a different game. This predates that game, though. In the same ways in the past, when she lost her ability to speak. In the same ways in the past, when her heart shattered. How dare you? Honestly? First of all. Second of all, give me 1 second, I got you.
Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I?
Google Translate, you sound a little more robotic than normal today.
Who am I? 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 Who am I?
She ceased to perceive herself, questioning her from the depths of the mirror as herself.
Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I?
You can hear the mental torment in Google's voice. She was uncertain of her own voice.
Who am I? Who am I?
She was uncertain of her own hairstyle.
am I?
She
Who
was
am I?
uncertain of the
Who
shape
am
of her
I?
own
Who am
nose.
I? Who am I?
She was
Who am
uncertain of the
I?
color of
Who
her
am I?
eyes.
Who am I?
She was
Who am
uncertain
I?
of the
Who
fullness
am
of her
I?
lips.
Who am I? Who am I?
She was
Who am
uncertain
I?
of her own
Who am
shape.
I? Who am I?
She was
Who am
uncertain
I?
of her own
Who am I?
face.
Who am I? Who
Who
am I?
am
Who am
I?
I? Who am I?
君は
You are Kozupi.
コズピーだよ。
Her image had been on the verge of splitting infinitely within the mirror. At the voice that suddenly came flying towards her, it stopped multiplying. I'm Kozupi. I'm Kozupi. Well, there you go. Her identity was re-establishing itself. Kozue came back to herself. The colossal mirror towering before her broke into tiny pieces. Kozue looked for the source of the voice that had saved her. In the passage leading towards the turnstile, she recognized his form there. Oh hey, it's Takumi, who has apparently done one correct thing. How can Taku save people? Yeah. Oh, she did, you're right. In her real voice, which she was supposed to have lost, Kozue cried out that name. To be fair, the one person Takumi can actually help is the one person as totally insane as he is, so it kind of works. Kozupi cried out, not just in her heart, in reality. Come to think of it, this is the first time I'd ever heard her speak out loud. It was thanks to Kozupi that I'd managed to come running here. While near the police box atop Dongan Hill, I distinctly heard her inner screams for help in my head. And once I ran off, relying on her voice. There was Senna, going white as she was forced to witness the delusion I couldn't see. Kozupi and Hatano-san, blood-drenched and fallen. I finally found him, but it was too late. Man, here's a stroke of luck. A man stood near the crossing with a revolver in his hand. Yeah, I really hope we find out why he's doing this. Grim was just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. The guy leading all this clearly just wants to rule the world. And has many subordinates, which I guess this guy could be one of them. But, like, why? Good person, no matter how bad you are. True, yeah, I would legitimately consider this a different character. It's still Takumi, but I would absolutely consider it a different person at this rate. Maybe he thought he was some kind of gunman, going by how he twirled his gun around and around in his fingers. Oh, we got a revolver ocelot over here. Okay. Though he was in a suit, he also wore a rucksack, and from within it reverberated a nasty mechanical noise. Suo Mamoru, a detective in the investigative department at police headquarters. I had met this man before, and I knew what this man had done. This is Taku 2.0, yeah. Yeah, everything else is memories of good and better people. Originally, I just come to get rid of them eyesores Hatano's. Nishijo-kun, thank you so much for jumping into the fire of your own accord for me. They told me to grab you if I spotted you. Oh yeah, he seems to just be working for those guys then. Who told you? It's a secret. A flippant smile. That way of smiling brought his late partner, Detective Bond, to mind. But there was a decisive difference between them. One would actually try and go and help people. The other seems to be liking shooting people. Detective Bond's smile had been a performance, meant to set the other person off guard or else irritate them. When it came to Suwa, on the other hand, this sly smile itself was his true nature. Hey, you know where Norase is? Look here, Nishijo-kun. Suwa shook his head exaggeratedly and let out a sigh. I'd like you to be a teensy bit more careful about how you talk. I'm your elder, you know? Bon, you're the one who killed him. So what? Killing someone, even though you're a detective. I'd rather not hear it from you, man. I mean, you know. I clenched my D-sword tightly. I have no obligation to use honorifics with a prick like you. You think it's okay to talk down at me like that? Yes. I'll kill you, cherry boy. I could tell clearly, even from this distance. The smile had disappeared from Sua's face. No, there's a smile there. And, without moving a step out of place, he made an unexpected gesture, as if he were shaking out his free hand. Takumi-san, watch out! Huh? An impact, pain, an abrupt sensation. When, startled, I looked at my shoulder, a familiar cross was protruding from it. No, not a cross. This was a stake. One of the cross-shaped stakes that had been used in the staking incident. It had come too fast for me to see it. The dimness of the premises also contributed to how I had completely failed to notice it flying at me. So I had thrown it, all this distance without the slightest inaccuracy. I tentatively touched the stake. It felt cold and smooth. Was this a delusion? Or the real thing? The pain grew steadily stronger and stronger. I couldn't flex my hands. I couldn't hold on to my D-sword. I'll recreate it for you. Sua spoke in a voice tense with repressed fury. Staking incident. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're going over somewhere else now. Bye. At some point, Sua had come to grip a cross-shaped stake in his hand. Forcibly suppressing his explosive anger, he unleashed that stake at Nishijo Takumi. Maybe? It utterly ignored the laws of physics and air resistance. As though at a will of its own, it shot in a straight line to stab through Takumi's arm. So far, 15 stakes had hit their marks. Not a single miss. Takumi's shoulders, upper arms, wrists, palms, waist, thighs, knees, shins, cheese, blood lapped idly out of his deeply pierced wounds. Not that it's all that interesting, playing a game of darts where you never miss. The next stake was already in Sua's hand. He repeated the same motion, flinging it. Feels like I've become an omnipotent god. What an amazingly strange feeling, I thought. He probably isn't listening anyway, Sua thought. Every shard of pain engraved on me gave me a genuine feeling of life. Sua hurled another stake at Takumi, whose head was hanging, who had no way to resist what was happening. Also, hey Risky, how's it going? And Topaz, how you both doing? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Everyone is scared now. I mean, a good evil laugh should have that effect. That should be how it goes. I'm just a regular human being, but I got my hands on a power equivalent to what you guys have. Everything was the work of the Noah 2 terminal inside the rucksack that bastard wore on his back. As long as he had that with him, he could enjoy the benefits of Noah 2's power even without being near it. He would become an artificial gigalomaniac. Sua was being completely possessed by power. Sua was completely entranced by power. Welcome to madness, also true, yes. A religious fanatic who would do anything, no matter how filthy, for the sake of the teachings he followed and for their founder. Yeah, this is all going to come down to a heckin' cult. Member of the Vanguard who would do anything, no matter how filthy, for the sake of the teachings he followed and for their founder. Its power is a gift from God, because it allows him to fight for the divine light, for what he believes in. Sua hurled yet another stake. It penetrated all the way to the back of my neck. Pain so intense it felt like my whole body would tear apart. Maddening pain. Brutality seethed in Sua's heart as brutality seethed in Sua's heart as he wondered how long he could withstand it. It's like torture, bit by bit. I advanced towards death. As though torturing him, Sua would make him advance towards death bit by bit. Though incapable of resistance, I tensed my legs to keep from falling over. Incapable of resistance, yet still not falling over. I went on taking stakes in every part of my body. He went on receiving stakes in every part of his body. My chest, stomach, the tips of my toes, all throughout my body. Takumi's chest, his stomach, the tips of his toes, all throughout his body. Thick, sharp stakes kept pounding into me without mercy. Phrasing. Sua kept making thick, sharp stakes pound into him without mercy. Phrasing. Like an insect pinned up as a specimen. What fresh hell are we in now? Yes. Welcome, Todd. Yes, we are. And you ain't no rhinoceros beetle or butterfly. A brat like you is more like the dung beetle type. I hate to side with the bad guy, but he's not wrong. He ain't wrong. I had already reached the point at which it was impossible for me to stand. Takumi had already reached the point at which it would be impossible for him to stand. Willpower alone is what kept me from collapsing. Still couldn't help but find it strange that he hadn't collapsed yet. But I'll hit my limit soon. But he would have to hit his limit soon. I couldn't see clearly, as if there was a mosaic filter laid over my vision. His eyes were empty, and in all likelihood, he wasn't seeing anything anymore. If you got any last words, go on and say 'em, but keep it to 20 letters or less. Suez said it to me gloatingly, holding the next stake in his hand. Suez said it to Takumi gloatingly, holding the next stake in his hand. To be fair, that's about the last words I'd want to hear from Takumi. That sounds on brand. With the next one, he'll kill me. Suo will kill him with the next one. Earlier, you called me a cherry boy. Sure. Did I hurt your feelings? I glared at Suo, relying on his far-off voice to find him. Takumi glared at Suo with lightless eyes. This is the last one. As for the salvation of the divine light, I'm sure as hell not giving it to you. I sensed the stake Suo had flung as it sliced through the air. Suo flung the stake in his grasp. Did you know? It was the stake of certain death, a cross to bring me to the promised gospel. The one who would die with the single blow was... Because the top one is from Takumi's point of view, the bottom one is from Suo's point of view. Also, yeah, Taku can see everyone's consciousnesses now, and every time we've ever cut away to a character through a particular cutaway, he's canonically seen. The virgins have incredible imaginations. The dull sound. The stake plunged deep into his forehead. Agony erupted throughout Suo's body, gushing up from within him. All of the agony devouring my whole body went away, almost like it had been an illusion. Suo let out a voiceless scream, moaning. I let out a deep breath and licked my parched lips. Yeah. A lot of stuff happened last week, Potions. A lot of stuff. In fact, to the point where I don't consider this still Taku. It is. He's a different character. Like, he literally has, like, memories of another person and has seen everything everyone has done that we've seen on camera. So, also he's got his D-sword. Also, he can just mess with reality. Yeah. It's not a different character, but it kind of is. So his entire body was impaled with cross-shaped stakes. In my hand was a single cross-shaped stake. When he looked up, there was a cross stuck in his forehead. When I looked up at the sky, there were leaden clouds. The miracle of the resurrection is a story and a delusion. What did you do? Delusion synchronization. Assimilation with delusions. Oh, I missed the other one. An invitation of the heart. Like two sets of ripples canceling each other out, like two wavelengths resonating. Drop the training weights and incinerate reality, entwining with one another, melting together. The fate you created would be warped, warping the fates created by others, and switched out, switching them in. No one could do that, Suo thought disbelievingly. No one could do that, said Suo's expression. If you're God's vanguard, then crumble to dust like the Messiah. Takumi tossed the stake away. I tossed the stake away. Colors were rapidly vanishing from Suo's vision. Suo's eyes were rapidly losing their light. I don't need salvation. You kinda do. Suo no longer gave any answers. Standing, he breathed his last. I returned to the station area. Kozupi had on a blank, dazed face. Yeah, now that we've gotten to the point where both the good guys and the bad guys have legitimate, canonical, reality-bending powers, who even knows? Just anything. It's just like, yep, that happened. That's happening. That's going to happen. Cool, sure, okay, yeah, yep, cool, okay, they swapped, that's fine. They can both just pretend reality, like, sure, okay. Any other game would be like, you got some explaining to do. This game, it's like, lead me, we're going. There are no rules. That's it. Kozupi had on a blank, dazed face. It seemed like she'd been shocked by watching the whole thing from beginning to end. Her foot was bloodstained and painful to look at. Kozupi, you okay? Still slumped down, she bobbed her head in a nod, but it appeared as if she couldn't stand up on her own. She looked up at me with sparkling eyes. Takumi-san, just now, what happened? Kozupi, you're talking normally. Ah, you're right. Putting a finger to her lips, she tilted her head in wonder, but she soon appeared to tire of thinking about it. Do virgins have amazing imaginations? That's definitely the takeaway point from this, yes. Yep, they're pretty awesome. Takumi. Okay. Senna had said that ignorance was a sin, but I don't agree with her. It's precisely because you don't know about it that you could supplement your ignorance with delusions. And he leans into it. Your delusions can swell up, get as big and overblown as you want them to. You can have the sorts of delusions that would be impossible to have if you knew. I get what he's trying to say, but I don't like what he's... I get the concept of, like... It's the same concept that a horror movie is always less scary when you find out what the bad thing is. Your imagination is always, always, always more powerful than the reality. Always. As soon as you find out what the creature is, how it works, how it functions, it is always less scary because now it's a known thing. But when it's just your brain, like, what is this? What's going on? How is this working? It will always be scarier. Same concept, but Takumi version. Delusions are a virgin's number one. I think he's confusing the virgins of the world with Takumi. Speaking of which, what about Senna? I looked around for her in the poorly lit platform. That's how you know it's still Taku in there. You're right. Senna stood at the edge of the platform, her head lowered. At her feet was Hatano-san. Hatano Issei, lying in a puddle of blood. He no longer showed any signs of moving, and even I could tell his life had ended. Signs discovering the human lords result in getting into melty blood. You've come to one conclusion. Oh. Yeah, the ends are batshit. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yes. I hadn't made it in time, even though I thought he might know Noa 2's location. Noa 2 is close, besides Shibuya Station. Senna murmured, gazing down at Hatano-san, at her real father's remains, as if she'd seen through what I was thinking. On the verge of his death, this man conveyed it to me, my heart. From the south exit in Shibuya Station, a now closed-down planetarium on the roof of a building. Noa 2 is in there. Never trust a planetarium. I've never actually been to a planetarium, I don't know. But thanks. I waffled over whether or not to say anything to Senna. Always opt to not, because you're Takumi and whatever you say will be wrong. She had borne a grudge against her father. She had longed to kill him. Despite the fact that her heart's desire had been granted, her back looked terribly lonely. You plan on atoning by protecting me? Senna's words were aimed at her father's unresponsive corpse. See, the lines of death and reality are associated. You can cut anything, including thoughts and ideas. You can destroy your idea. What is this from? Tsukihime? I don't know what that is, but yeah, that sounds bananas. What does that even mean? King Crimson erases time? What does that mean? How can you erase time? Yes. You can do some wild stuff. Absolutely, yeah. To acknowledge your own sins, and then, as if you were showing it off to me, it's like you committed suicide. I can't forgive you. I won't forgive you. Senna-chan, your heart is crying. The truth is, you didn't want to kill your daddy. Oh, okay. I should have put two and two together there, but that makes sense, yeah. Kozupi's whisper hit the nail on the head. That was when Senna stopped showing us her resolute attitude. Shoulders shaking, she dropped heavily to her knees. Why don't you try to make up for what you did wrong by living? Why are you leaving me alone? Why? Senna. Ishijo, please, don't say anything. You're useless. Just go. Senna lifted her face. Her tear-soaked expression was not the severe-looking face she usually wore. Oh, well, we were gonna do that. Break Noah, too. It was the frail look of a lone girl, heartbroken over the loss of her father, her family, for what it's worth, though I definitely don't know any specifics, just a vaguity, that's the word. Apparently, the robotics set of games is slightly more lighthearted than the Stein's Chaos set. I don't know anything more than just is generally slightly lighter in tone. That's literally it, but hey, that's the one we got next. So yeah. Planetarium is the central plot in my mind. Oh, so yeah, then just don't trust planetariums then. It was the frail look of a lone girl heartbroken over the loss of her father, her family. And yeah, I don't know if it'll be quite a palette cleanser, because I don't know to what degree. I just know not as dark, literally. If we need a palette cleanser, I'll probably swap over to like either Great Ace Attorney or Night in the Woods. Night in the Woods would probably be a good palette cleanser too, honestly. Considering that you tried to kill me, I've got no duty to hear out your wishes. Yeah, that's something I'm holding in the wings, and if we need it. I also plan on wrapping all of this up with the dating sim version of Steins Gate, which should also be a great palette cleanser. The literal, no sadness, we just made it a dating sim, let's have people have happy and rom-com shenanigans. No idea, destroyers there. Turning my back on Senna and Kozupi, I began walking down the tunnel to Shibuya Station. Two wide, gaping holes. What spread out in their depths was a deep darkness. If I passed through there, it'd be the most direct route to Shibuya Station. For my own goal, and no other reason. I'll break Noah too, without fail! Oh yeah, I forgot that they added that. Most of my experience was with the first game, but I dabbled in the second, just a smidge. I had a feeling that Senna said something, but I was no longer listening. I'm too important, I can't listen to them. At night, if you can do anything, yeah, clearly. Hana Kozuo, a member of the lower house of the Diet, and Kuramochi Yudai, the founder of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light, looked at the huge, uncannily growling machine before them, Noah 2, and nodded in satisfaction. I wonder how things would turn out when you declared you would kill 5,000 people. It took back-breaking effort on my part to iron things out for you, especially making certain that the Committee of 300 didn't pick up on it. I'm most grateful for your cooperation. Norase bowed his head slightly. But now that this has been completed, it makes 5,000 people seem like a piddling number. We can already witness it taking effect. The people out there are beginning to turn into cattle. With this, the day when the world falls into our hands will at last become a reality. Hana and Kuramochi exchanged looks with each other and smiled disquietingly. Norase watched them without lifting an eyebrow. Then aside, Norase, what fascinating tastes you have. What may you be speaking of? With a vulgar, insinuating grin, Inohara jerked his jaw at the object to art standing besides Noah 2. He's overflowing with such artistry. I'd very much like you to prepare one for me as well. I do, you're correct, yep. If it's ingredients you want, feel free to select the cream of the crop from among my organization's believers. I did play through the entire first game forever ago, but past that I didn't really play much of them. I did like maybe the first case or two in 2, but that's about it. If it's ingredients you want, feel free to select the cream of the crop from among my organization's believers. Ooh, how lavish of you, Kuramochi. It's bait. Bait? To make Noah 2 reach even greater heights of perfection. Well, let's leave it at that. More importantly, I'd like to see a demonstration of just how much Noah 2 is capable of accomplishing in concrete terms. Really? Seeing what's already happened wasn't enough? You need a... Good idea. So show us. Be quick about it. Such an expressionless as no mask. Still as expressionless as a no mask, Norase gave a little shrug of his shoulders. Then, how about this? By the time Norase finished his sentence, the demonstration had already started. Inohara Inohana and Kuramochi both came to the sudden realization that they had guns in their hands. That miraculous occurrence had become reality without any alterations or gestures on the part of either Norisei or Noah 2. Whoa, it's exactly the same as the real thing. Almost like some kind of sleight of hand. You can't lump it in together with party tricks, I'm afraid. Those guns exist in reality. As they scrutinized their guns, Inohana and Kuramochi nodded in satisfaction again. Truly magnificent. Indeed, truly a power transcending God. I suppose I'll keep this gun for the sake of commemoration. Such lightweights you are. The other two failed to hear Norisei's faint murmur. Let us move right into considering our plans from here on out. First comes the element of the Committee of 300, or elimination of the Committee of 300. Norisei, you've worked hard. We'll contact you again later with respect to our next step. Does this look like a man who's going to step down from his position right now to let two not even drawn men take his position? Really? Really? Yeah, okay. Count Darth Spider the Third, yes, yeah. Well, I don't think they do. It's the in-game copyright-free recognizable character that wears a mask. That's it. That's all it had to be. They were just a fan, you know. In excellent moods, the two of them ready themselves to leave the planetarium on light-stepping feet. However, there won't be any need for that. What? What do you mean? There, for the first time, Norisei's expression transformed. He narrowed his eyes, raised his chin minutely, and fixed his gaze upon the two of them from his full height. His demeanor practically made it seem as if he were looking down on them. No, in actuality, he was looking down on them. Inherit your plans, not, however, for lowbrow goals like the ones you have in mind, for the sake of something far more sublime. Norisei's tone continued to be courteous through and through, yet when they realized the meaning of what he was saying, both Inohana and Kuramochi naturally became infuriated. You bastard, you're going to betray us? You perhaps think you've become a god? I mean, he has this machine. It's closed. The Committee of 300 won't stay quiet about this. Are not the two of you waving flags of rebellion against the Committee of 300, even while numbering yourselves among its members? Norisei's eyes fixed on other two. The emotion in there was contempt. His cold gaze, as if he were contemplating something dirty, signified the fact that he had merely been using Inohana and Kuramochi all this time, contemplating something naughty. Everything you've done has been according to my plans, all according to Keiko, including how you're going to die here. Don't fuck with me. Such nonsense. Kuramochi and Inohana simultaneously pointed the barrels of their guns at Norisei, as if he wouldn't have considered that to be their first thing they do. They put their fingers on the trigger. It isn't nonsense. Oh no, a betrayal. Shocking. The two guns fired at the same time. The sound they made thundered around inside the dome. It was foreknowledge. Rather than Norisei, the ones who fell were Inohana and Kuramochi. For some reason, immediately before pulling the trigger, they had shifted their aim away from Norisei and shot at each other. Instant death. The pair of them, laying there as comrades with holes open in each other's foreheads, had already stopped breathing and changed to mere lumps of flesh. Noah too is in my hands. You Philistines seem not to have understood that. The demonstration that Norisei showed the two of them hadn't ended with producing the guns. It made them mistake each other for him and force them to kill each other. To be fair, he didn't force them, but trickery was involved. Everything up until then had been part of the demonstration. With the power of Noah too, he'd accomplished it all too casually. Norisei turned towards the work of art. There could be found the form of the pinned-up Sakihata Remy. Remy had entreated Norisei to release Nanami, and in exchange for agreeing to this, he had taken her hostage instead. You can't just not have a hostage. Perhaps because of the psychological attacks she'd received from Nanami, most of the vigor had gone out of Remy, and now staked in place, she hung her head powerlessly. But her shoulders shuddered faintly when Norisei approached. Without dirtying your own hands, you do only cowardly things. You're the Philistine. was really hoping it was her slapping him, but she's kind of pinned to a wall. Or no, probably to the sword. I don't know what she's pinned to be fair. Nanami was pinned to her D-sword, so I don't really know what he's... Norase backhanded Remy across the cheek. Then he grabbed her by the chin, forcing her to face him. Though her expression was dead-looking, her scarcely opened eyes alone pierced Norase with a blazing light, even now. Why don't you seek Nishijo Takumi's help? Nishijo Takumi couldn't help anyone. Hard stop. He whispered by Remy's ear. Don't get him involved in this. Of which him are you speaking? Both of them. As far as I'm concerned, either one would be more than enough by himself. The one who conceived of IR2 in his perfect copy. Both of them possess monstrous power. I still don't really get IR2, but I guess it's just science MacGuffin. Literally just, we hadn't thought about those. Like, it's equals MC squared. It's just... They haven't fully explained it, but it's fine. It just let them start to make this. It's just, it was the basis scientific formula. I don't get it, but it's fine. Math that made magic possible, yeah. But like, how did he think it up? And it's just a collection of letters. It's IR2, like, but it's clearly the meaning behind it. Just like E equals MC squared, it's a collection of letters and numbers. Like, I get that. But it has a meaning to it. Included, this has a meaning to it that they were just like, don't worry, it lets us do this stuff. If I obtain one of their code samples, Noah 2 will draw even closer to perfection, achieving a power that surpasses the gods. There was, yeah, but they tend to just focus on that bit, I guess. But you're right, there was more to it. Remy lowered her eyes in apparent pain. Norase roughly removed the hand gripping her jaw, then looked up at Noah 2. A smile playing about the corners of his mouth. Now, call out to him. I don't care which one. I'll welcome him. In fact, Norase was greatly anticipating it. How Nishijo Takumi would come here, after overcoming the trials Norase had readied for him. I mean, I clearly want this guy to go down, but at the same time, it wouldn't be overly tragic if Takumi shows up there and just dies. I wouldn't be like, oh man, I'm really going to miss that guy. I progressed down the dark tunnel, relying on the red light of my D-sword. My pace naturally started to hasten. It was my first time doing anything like walking alone along subway tracks. Even though I thought there was no way they'd come, I kept inadvertently checking in front and back of me to see if a train were running my way. Yeah, honestly, cool, I'd be down for that. By train, it took about a minute to get between Shibuya Station and the station in Shinshen. In terms of distance, it was surely less than a kilometer. Luckily, it seemed like the Inokashira Line's tunnel hadn't experienced many cave-ins at this rate. I'd probably be able to make it to Shibuya Station. Except, I was bothered by the warning Kozubi had given me as we parted. She had said the following. Thanks for the clarity, Kozu. Lots of mishy, squishy, sloppy, slushy consciousness are lying in wait out there. Kozubi can't help you, but be careful, Takumi-chan. Mishy, squishy, sloppy, slushy consciousnesses, huh? At least it seemed pretty certain that they weren't something favorable to me. I came close to cowering. I felt really lonely and helpless, continuing all on my own down this pitch-black tunnel. When somebody told me there was something dreadful lurking beyond here, of course it made me hesitate to go on. My heart whispered to me, telling me I should turn back right away and head to Shibuya Station above ground. Also, give me a second to just have some of my tea. Needs me some tea and honey right now. But I couldn't afford to lose so much time, so I chased away my fear by picturing Remy's smile in the back of my head. I thrust my D-sword forward and illuminated what lay down the tunnel. Its red light aggravated my senses of eeriness and insecurity. A sudden feeling of displacement. I felt like something peculiar had crossed my eye, and I sent my gaze darting around restlessly, wondering what it could be. About 10 meters ahead on the tracks, there I found a tiny protrusive shadow, the likes of which I hadn't seen before. It strained my eyes. It wasn't a protrusion. About 20 centimeters tall, it was a Siratan figure. What? Why had someone left a figure in a spot like this? It was all too out of place. In the dim subway interior atop the tracks between stations, it's time for the final boss, Siratan. A place the general public definitely couldn't enter, smack in the middle of the tracks. The figure laid there. It was my current favorite, the post-awakening version. On top of that, the area around her chest had been crushed. Could it possibly be my figure, which I dropped in the middle of the tumult at the Scramble Crossing yesterday? Why was it in a place like this? Plus, she was standing upright, and her bewitching smile looked straight at me. Sarah, why are you... So that's how it looks to you, Taki. I heard her voice, Sierra's voice, which I always fantasized about in my head. Well, I'm okay either way. In less than a second, the amount of time it took me to blink, Siratan, who should have been a figure, began converting her form to life-size scale. And just like a human being, she wriggled her smooth and sexy body. Her full breast shook and her hair rippled. I get it, she's not plastic anymore. But to be fair, that's just how her outfit's been. That's her post-awakening version. That's his favorite outfit, guys. Clearly. Was this a delusion of mine? Hey, Taki, let's play. I heard her voice from behind me. When I turned around with a gasp, another life-size Siratan was there. Ah, see, that's her other outfit. Leave Rimichi be. Not just behind me. To my left and to my right. The Siratan steadily multiplied. They came streaming up out of the darkness. Yeah, she's got her sword. I felt a faint chill as I regarded that spectacle. Was it a sword? At last, the number of Siratans increased to almost 3 digits. Oh no. He deserves this, let's be honest. Oh, it's a club, okay. Want to do sexy things with me? Says almost 100 different life-size Siratans. Those 100 Siratans surrounded me and spoke simultaneously. Of course you do, you dummy. One of the Siratans in front of me lunged at me, smiling. Her slender arms lowered an enormous metal club. Yep, definitely a club. I definitely forgot the look of it. It had a real impact. I felt it passing down my D-sword, which I'd used to stop it. Such a heavy blow that my hands went numb as if they were convulsing. They ached. At that, I finally knew. Reality. This wasn't an illusion. They were real booted existences. To die by her hands. Yeah, this was basically fated. I'd say it would have been better for him to die by his sister's hands, but then that would ruin her as a character, because she wouldn't do that. But, like, from a viewer's point of view, it would be like, yeah, good, but, like, she's the only decent human being in this game. Everyone here was my enemy. If you won't play with me, I'll send you flying. You're my wife, open the way for me. Nuh-uh. Then I would have to break my way through. I re-clenched my sword tightly. The fiery symbols on the hilt of my D-sword blazoned. The sword gave off an increasing amount of red light. His hands, not hands. Hand, not hands. Ah, you're right. I slashed at one of my brides. I felt no weight in my sword. Smoothly, it traced the orbit I desired. I cut her down from shoulder to hip. I felt absolutely none of the resistance I would have expected from flesh and bones being severed. There was almost no need to put any strength into it. Sierra's glamorous body split in two diagonally. She collapsed, spraying blood. Even her innards had been reproduced realistically. They glistened pink. I shifted my eyes away. I'm sorry, Sierra. I've killed my favorite character with my own hands. As an otaku, there could be nothing tougher than this. Thank you, Taku, for taking a scene that could almost have been gruesome and making it laughably stupid with one line. Even so, I couldn't let myself get held up here.
強い強い
So strong, so strong.
さすがタッキー
There's my
そん
Taki.
なタッキー
I
が好
love you when you're like this, Taki.
もっと気持ちよくして
Make me feel even hotter.
遊ぼうよ
Let's play.
めちゃくちゃにしてあげる
I'll mess you up real bad.
楽しい
So fun. The individual Seratans began talking on their own, all as they pleased. Their voices became a deluge and threatened to swallow me. I had to stop thinking of them as Sierra, I told myself. In order to continue forward, I took a swing at the Sierras blocking my path. But away. A red streak bolting at full speed, tearing apart the darkness from side to side. 4 lined-up Seratons turned to dead bodies at the same time. Taki, another one of them grabbed for me from behind. She wrapped her arms around my neck like a rear naked choke. Her large, soft breast pushed against my back. Once again. Once again. Let me go! I impaled my D-sword through the face of another Seraton, who was trying to cling to my leg. It made her attractive face melt down, a hole opening up in it. Joy. I couldn't breathe. She was choking me. It seemed like I would asphyxiate. Yeah, there's the question clearly now of, are they just making him see things that aren't there, or are they disguising things that are there as other things? We know both can happen. The scene we just saw of those 2 guys, they just obtained guns. You can absolutely just materialize things, but you can also just disguise things. No cheating on me! Her metal bat approached me from the front. I switched myself around where I stood, presenting her with my back. As Seratan shuddered, her arms weakened around me.
リミッチのことなんて忘れ
Forget about Rimichi. I shed the Seratan on my back. Pivoting, I swung my D-sword. The legs of 3 charging Seratons. I rent apart their thighs. I refuse to believe that he's in any way competent with a blade. Because he's not even one of those, well, he was studying girls, I was studying the blade. No, he was studying MMOs, selling real money transactions, and figures. Like, he's just swinging this around wildly. All 3 toppled forward at once. I stepped over the backs. Though the plus side of it doesn't seem to have any like weight or gravity affecting it would make it a lot simpler to use than an actual sword.
強い男
I love strong men. I lowered my sword towards the Sierra, swinging her bat around further back. Her metal bat caught my D-sword. I cut down through her from the crown of her head, the bat included. To be more precise, my D-sword didn't cut. Rather than saying that it sliced things, it would be more accurate to say that it forced everything along its arc to vaporize. No matter how hard, no matter how soft, no matter how cold, no matter how hot. In a matter of moments, this sword made everything it touched boil up and burn off. I felt the hairs on my body stand on end. The spectacle of anime characters all with the same face, calling my name simultaneously, attacking me. I raised my voice to fire myself up. That's what you gotta do. I lanced the Seratan who was right in front of me through the chest. That Seratan seized the D-sword. At almost precisely the same time, her hands evaporated. It's hot. It's so hot. So it's a lightsaber? I guess his thematically was kind of born from fire. Like, his definitely had a fire theme, so I guess it just does that. I don't know if they all do that, but at least his seems to. I went speechless. Terror came crawling up from the depths of my body. Chills shot through my spine. I turned rigid. This wasn't Sierra. Sierra wouldn't turn on me.
タッキーのボケ
I know this isn't Sierra. Sierra would be faithful. Like, it's a made-up fictional character. Taki, you dummy. Boot to the head. Sword can't stop a boot to the head, it's true. The sound of several of my ribs shattering. The dull noise of the bones on my right arm creaking as well. Oh, that's even worse because we know they can't heal themselves. It resounded from inside my own body. An impact. I went flying. Slammed into the wall. Hit my head straight on. My vision twisted dizzily.
腕組みしよう
Let's fold our arms and think real hard. Her metal bat lowered at top speed. It beat me, crushed me. Everything below the elbow of my left arm turned to mincemeat. She gored right through me and into the wall's concrete. Yeah, maybe? My arm! Aki, you can't run away. Another metal bat swept towards my leg. My limp right hand. If I moved it even a little bit, agony would reverberate up to my brain. I ignored it and swung my T-sword. Cleanly severing the metal bat pressing in on me, pain made a hollowing sound leak from my mouth. I dove within reach of Sierra in front of me. I pressed my T-sword to her torso. I swung it all the way through. Sierra Tan's blood showered my hands. Though she was an anime character, her blood was warm and everything. Yeah, they are. My numbing heart, pain alone reigned over me. I wanted to block it all off, but I couldn't, not as long as this pain were here. Gouts of blood overflowed from my crushed left hand. It was hard for my right hand to hold my D-sword too. Pain strong enough to make me faint rang out from inside my bones. Before I knew it, I'd gone sweaty all over. I mean, he's back to his natural state. Drops of it entered my eyes, making them sting. It doesn't look like he's whittled down any of them. My fogging vision, the Sierras closing in on me. Like a deep reverberation, their delighted, laughing voices made my eardrums shiver. With these wounds, I might not be able to live for more than another few hours. That thought occurred to me suddenly, but I didn't especially mind. I was a delusionary existence anyway. That kind of existence that would probably disappear on the morrow. I didn't care how much I got hurt. As long as I could rescue Remy, as long as I could destroy Noah too. All I needed to offer up were parts of this body of mine. I'd give them as much as they wanted. So, open the way.
一緒にいよう
Let's stay together! The metal bat attacked me yet again. I thought I would avoid it, but pain and exhaustion slowed my reactions. Took it right in the temple. Oh, so he's dead. There came the sensation of its enormous stud sinking into my skull. The world shook. I blacked out. It had already been dark enough, but I lost the ability to see anything whatsoever. I tripped and fell. As I fell, I used my right hand, resonant with pain, to make sure my D-sword was still there. I clenched my crushed left hand in an effort to push myself back up. My exposed bones hit the earth. Oh, that's a sentence that I don't like reading. A crash like an electric shock ran through me. I momentarily passed out, but soon revived. My sight returned. My body was rising. The bottoms of my feet got a hold of the ground. Using the centrifugal force of having been knocked with such momentum, I charged into the midst of the Sierras, swinging my right hand. My bones creaked. Fresh blood spurted from the Sierras. The stench of blood reached my nose. My own blood or Sierra's? I no longer knew. They mingled together. I knew I was covered in blood. My fogging vision went red. Joy, I went on slashing. I had no idea how many of them I'd cut down. When would it end? I had the hallucination that Sierra would keep multiplying infinitely, and she might. Sierra clung to my right hand. I swung that Sierra around along with my D-sword. But she wouldn't get off me. Instead, she bent my arm backward. My joint popped out. I couldn't flex it anymore. I dropped my D-sword. Nausea surged up. I broke out coughing. A taste of blood spread through my mouth. My broken ribs may have damaged my insides. Every kind of pain out there ate into my body. It's going out of my mind. I prayed. I couldn't keep myself from praying. I wanted to be released. I knew it had to be impossible. And so this prayer was akin to a little charm for luck.
汗拭いてあげ
Shall I wipe your sweat for you? Also, hey Mike, how's it going? Welcome to Viper Land in the chat. It is very fitting though, I agree. Sarah peeked into my face, smiling wildly. I kicked her in the jaw with all my might. Just that one's gone. I forced my right arm to tense up. It was losing all sensation. I had the hallucination that my nerves were burning apart. My entire body went hot. At this point, the pain in my bones went rippling through my whole body. Instead of being confined to my arm, it's though my entire body was breaking. I heard a voice like a beast growling. I wondered whose voice it was, and it turned out to be emerging from my own mouth. I moved the fingers above my right hand a tiny bit. Bad decision. I picked up my D-sword, a delusion. Image of being bound by a cord. For an instant, it became reality. A cord affixed my hand to the sword. I had to go to where Remy was, beyond this darkness. Taki, why won't you stay with me? You're trying to kill me. I spat out the blood stopped up in my mouth. Around me were piles of Sierra corpses lying prone. I don't even know. Probably poorly. Other Sierras rushed towards me, kicking them. The Sierras, kicking the bodies. Ripples went through the pools of blood on the ground. I slowly shook my head. But Sierra, I grit my teeth. Aren't you from an anime? A split second after, all the Sierras instantaneously turned two-dimensional. Those standing became life-size cardboard cutouts. The corpses lying down became body pillow covers. They had returned to their original dwelling, the second dimension. They were no longer moving. Dust has got to go back to dust. Sure, I'll join you later. I lowered my head for just a little bit, as though holding a moment of silence for them and their wreckage. You seem to forget, Sierra-tan. You're just an anime. Yes, Taku trying to be cool is not. It's just not. In a corner of my head, I thought to myself that body pillow covers with Sierra looking all bloody and gore on them definitely wouldn't sell too well. That's his thought. Even now, I was on the verge of passing out, but I bit my lip hard and withstood it. And I resumed walking down the dark tunnel. An old single-tower building at the south end of Shibuya Station. Almost all the other buildings had collapsed partially or fully, yet it alone remained unscarred. On its roof was the dome of a planetarium that had closed down several years previously. My breath weak, I climbed the empty stairs to the top floor, went through the deathly silent lobby to enter the planetarium interior, and caught my breath at the giant device that flew into my sight. Noah 2 rose in state. What? A chill in the air stole away my body heat, and then there was the object of art that had been made to stand beside Noah 2. Another gentle reminder, this is a fan translation, so stuff happens.
Remy.
Ah, Remy. Probably. No part of this is going to be good. I can already tell that. No. All things considered, Nanami had it way worse. Remy, who had been fastened to it, slowly raised her head when she noticed my voice. I expected way worse. Our eyes met. Her eyes went wide. Why? Why? I came to save you. The light in her eyes flickered. Idiot. Idiot. You're an idiot. See? Even Remy knows. She shook her head sadly, becoming so covered in wounds. Overdoing it so much. Even though I told you to wait. Why? I've never listened to a woman in my life, says Taku. Because I love you. Because I love you, Remy. I guess. But I didn't put it into words. I couldn't say something along the lines of, I love you, so I've come to rescue you. Like this, drenched in blood, my arm crushed to a pulp. I looked nothing like a prince on a white horse. Spoilers, you never did. And she'd definitely find it to be nasty and creepy. It is so weird, the discrepancy between the way they describe Takumi and the way they draw Takumi. Because him actually, the few times we see him in-game, it's like, oh, just looks like a generic anime character. But the way they describe him is definitely different. It pretty much make me the equivalent of a stalker. If I conveyed my feelings to her one-sidedly, it would only bother her. From here on out, she would go on living. From here on out, I would soon die. If someone on the verge of death went off and decided to tell you their feelings, it would just leave you with a bad aftertaste. Which is why I didn't speak of how I felt. I wanted to give this back to you. My weak right hand, the hand still holding my D-sword, desperately using those fingers, I pulled a handkerchief out from near my heart. A soft vermilion. I couldn't tell if that were its original color, or if my blood had soaked into it. It didn't give off a floral scent anymore either, something Remy had given me. One of the irreplaceable memories I'd received from her. I'm going to rescue you from here, and break Noah too, and give back this handkerchief. It was all I could do. If I saw those things through to completion, I could vanish without regrets. Besides, it didn't seem like I'd be able to accomplish anything else. For a while now, I've been having the hallucination that all my senses had gone numb. Maybe the excess of pain had made my brain start blocking off those sensations, which were being transmitted through, however many of my nerve endings. I couldn't move my body well. Blood kept dripping from my arm. My eyes were going cloudy. It was incredibly cold. If I weren't careful, I'd probably pass out. Taku, just cut her free from there, and she could do the rest.
君は実に勇敢ですね。
You truly are a hero. Definitely not. A tall man. Wow, he keeps that clap going on awkwardly long. He's still going. Norase Kenichi emerged from Noah 2's shadow. Expressionless, he faced me and clapped with a feigned innocence. I like that one, like, he trips over himself for one of them.
しかし
However, you have one fatal flaw. No, he has infinite fatal
行
flaws.
動原理
To
が
wit,
感情
you're
に
acting
根
on
ざ
your
している
emotions.
という
That is how
ことです
barbarians behave. I didn't really understand what this man was saying. I was frantically working to take in and deal with my pain. I didn't have the spare room to comprehend other people's words, Remy accepted. Taku, run away. I comprehended her words. I chose to ignore her.
小を犠牲に
Making
して
small
大の
sacrifices for
利
the
益
sake of the
は
greater
それ
good.
を悪だと思い
You
ます
consider that evil?
私はそうは
I
思いま
certainly
せん
don't. Well, when the small sacrifices are thousands upon thousands of people, and the greater good is you, yeah, I can imagine how you wouldn't
こ
mind
のまま
that.
では人類はいずれ
At this
滅び
rate, humanity will eventually destroy itself. So instead of letting that happen, I'll destroy it.
人の欲
By
望によ
means
っ
of
て
human
あま
avarice.
りにも醜い
Such ugly
あまりに
hearts.
利己的な
Such a
欲望を
deluge of
こず
self-interested greed. Yes, I'm sure he knows nothing of that.
人の社会はすでに
Human society is already beginning to fail and decay.
誰もが己の
Everyone thinks
ことしか考え
only of themselves, and as a result, they kill and steal from one
奪い合
another.
っています
Says the guy who's like, I will gladly sacrifice whatever smaller thing possible for my greater good.
君もギガロマニア
You
ック
too
と
have
して
awakened
覚
as a
醒したのなら
gigalomaniac. You
見た
must have
はず
seen
で
it.
すよ
The essence of the human heart.
私は
Yeah,
幼い
pot
頃に
meat
覚醒
kettle.
したため
I woke at a very young age, so I've witnessed it for decades.
300人委員会は
In the name of
人類の
preventing
滅亡を阻止するためという
humanity's
大義名分の
self-destruction,
もと
a most
世界
noble
人間
goal.
牧場計画を
I am
推し進めて
noble.
きました
Don't ignore anything that I've done along the way. I am trying to protect humanity, and that's a noble goal, so I'm noble. The Committee of 300 has been moving forward with the Worldwide Human Domestication Project. Oh,
けれどそれは
however,
所
that
詮
too is ultimately nothing more than a way for them to stroke their
私
egos.
が目指すのは
I
そん
aim
な
for
もの
something
ではあり
different.
ません
Total planetary control.
悟ったのですよ
Based off this guy all along, I came to a
この
revelation.
腐った世界
In
を
order to
再生
regenerate
する
this
ために
rotting world, rather than
社
changing
会の
societal
システム
systems,
世界中
one must
全
change
て
the
の
hearts
人
of
間の
every 必 single
心を変え
human
る
being in
必
the
要が
world.
そのための
Hence, Project Noah.
ノア2があれば
With
世
Noah
界中
2,
全
it's
ての人
possible to
間から
cleanse
負の
all
放送を
human
消し
beings
去
in the
り
world of
清
their
廉な
negative
心へと
delusions,
漂白でき
leaving
ます
them purified and with more upright hearts.
争いは消え
War will
世界に
vanish, and we
永
can
遠の
grant
平
the
和を
world
与える
eternal
時に
peace.
も
And as for you,
誰かに
no one will
蔑
hold you
ま
in
れるこ
contempt
とも
anymore.
なくなるでしょう
His lengthy speech came to an end at last. I desperately braced my legs to keep them from collapsing. I managed to get a little rest. It had saved me.
あんたの
Maybe what you're saying is the
言っ
right
てる
thing.
こと
I wasn't really
もしかした
listening.
ら
Could you say it again? Not that I've been listening
正しい
closely.
かもしれ
If you were
な
to
い
take the future of humanity into consideration, his way was surely correct. A truly righteous point of view. Of course, Topaz. Of course. Well, I guess that's just why you leave the machine on forever. Dorsey was the president of a large enterprise and a man motivated by justice. He devoted thought to the entire human race. I was a monster and a virgin and a creepy otaku, a selfish and blatantly egotistical guy trying only to save the girl I loved. No, it does make this guy seem better, actually. Yeah. When you compare him directly to Takumi, he seems less evil. Under normal circumstances, I totally play the villain. Yeah. Justice would defeat the monster and come out victorious.
でも
But
僕は
I can't let myself lose to
なぜ
you.
否定するのです
Why do you deny what I've said? Purely for my own self-satisfaction.
残念です
What a shame. His gaze fixed on me. Norise seized Rumi's shirt front and dragged her down from the object of art. And in front of that sculpture, he extended his right hand to the side. Ah. I mean, he did say he was a giggly maniac, so kind of implied, but at the same instant, the work of art, which should have been standing vertically, appeared to have instilled itself in Norise's hand. Yeah, Ark, kinda. It wasn't a piece of artwork or anything of the sort, and it certainly wasn't a cross made for crucifixions. D-sword, all too massive to be called a sword, cruel and cold, tool for sowing terror, a contaminated gospel, intricate chaos, sacrilege for violation, unadulterated wickedness. Just like the door to hell, it would steal the hearts of those who saw it, tempting them into a cycle of endless suffering. Its shape blended everything negative in the world into one whole, embodying all of it. I gulped down a single breath. Even so, I had made up my mind. I adjusted my grip on my D-sword, bound to my hand by a cord. I took a step towards Noah too. Namely, I began closing the distance between me and Norise. When it came to the range of our weapons, his was overwhelmingly superior. When it came to the physical capabilities of our current state of our bodies, his was overwhelmingly superior. But you know, it's fine. I'm not particularly skilled at such savage activities as slashing at people with a sword. However, I need to obtain your code sample. For that, I must render you powerless. I mean, to be fair, he's really close to powerless right now. The tall Norise swung his even taller D-sword one-handed. It was a blow brimming with the sort of heft that seemed capable of pulverizing anything imaginable. My arms wouldn't respond right away. Pain shot through them when all I did was tense them. Even then, I forced myself to raise my arm. I'm pretty sure even if Takumi was completely uninjured right now, he'd still lose this one. Yeah. Stopped his D-sword. If I had a normal sword, there was no doubt that it had been split clean in two. Not to mention that my D-sword was terribly thin, it contrasted too sharply with Norise's. My D-sword didn't break, and I somehow managed to hold off Norise's first attack. My hand went numb. Since my left hand was all but gone, I had trouble keeping my balance. My posture crumbled. It seemed as if he were about to send me hurtling back. I withstood it. I met Norise's second attack. He parried far too fast for me. Don't be led astray by how his sword looks, I warned myself. A power struggle between an excessively slender and delicate sword and an excessively gigantic and ferocious sword. Somehow, I succeeded in going up against him, but that was very much just for now. Toothpick. For the fourth time, our swords clashed. Norise's hands began to move differently from before. It appeared as though he had clenched down on the grip of his sword. His D-sword undulated, releasing an eerie sound. It hummed as its structure recombined. The tip of its blade opened like a pair of scissors, thrusting up towards my chest. That transformation, I realized it would be fatal to me. Resonance. I lowered my sword straight in front of me, but it was too late. Well, the two-pronged point of his sword pierced my chest. A brutal smile played about Norise's mouth. His grip loosened. The colossal scissors closed. My chest, together with my ribs, together with my lungs. The scissors gnawed into them. I retreated a step in desperation. Norise swept his arm further towards the side. Fresh blood danced before my eyes. Pain lanced through my whole body. Although my senses were supposed to have gone numb, it was enough to render me speechless. I clenched my teeth and endured it. Yeah, isn't it just ramen? My chest, roiled up, had turned to shredded meat. If I hadn't backed up, he'd have gotten to my heart. Huge amounts of blood came spraying out. I started to topple. I caught myself. I couldn't die. Like I'd let myself die after coming this far. I ignored Naruse. I frantically advanced towards Noah 2 and the fallen Remy. Lying there, Remy raised her head a little, but without moving anything else, and looked up at me. She was probably weakened, wasn't she? Her body must be insisting on limpness. Weariness, or else my injuries, made my vision fuzzy. Yeah, all of the above. I didn't know what kind of face Remy was looking at me with. I couldn't bring myself to meet her gaze. I didn't want her to see me like this, blood-stained and beaten. Like, don't get me wrong. Good, destroy this. This is a bad thing. Do you really think nobody took notes? Do you think nobody kept like oh, this is how we made this thing? Like, my tiny little pride. It made me picky about that kind of thing, even though I was going to die anyway. I continued walking towards Noah 2. Well, maybe they didn't. Maybe it really is just all this one guy. Maybe if you destroy this and him. Not to say nobody could rebuild it, but they'd have to, like, start fresh, I guess? I don't know. In real science, there's always notes. But in mad science trying to take over the world, maybe they don't keep as good notes. I don't know. I was already within reach of my D-sword. Strangely, Naruse didn't come chasing me from behind. Then, all of a sudden, an airy melody started playing through the dome interior. Let me pass. Noah 2 towering before me. The sound resonated from it grew shriller. As it resided there solemnly, I sensed something unknown begin to move inside of it. Oh no. For a second, I quailed, but I gradually lowered my center of gravity, readying myself. I faced Noah 2's tube-ridden, almost organic-looking surface, and mowed it down with my D-sword. Suddenly I noticed that at some point, Noah 2 had disappeared from my field of sight. For some reason, I was standing with my back facing it. I'd definitely been attempting to destroy it. I'd have no intention of spinning around, but I was facing backwards. Naruse, rather than Noah 2, appeared in the center of my vague sight, standing in front of me. Turning around, I wielded my D-sword one more time, but though I'd meant to turn around, I hadn't. I had willed myself to turn around. I had made the motion turning around, but the final result was that I hadn't. I grew befuddled. You might call it Noah 2's self-defense mechanism. Naruse's quiet voice echoed through the dome, mingling with the melody of Let Me Pass. It interferes with the hearts of those who approach it, bending their will. No one can draw close to Noah 2, other than myself, that is. As he finished speaking, Naruse closed in on me with elegant strides. He leisurely raised the enormous D-sword in his hand. I bit my molars together. I didn't have enough blood left. I couldn't think clearly. Despite that, I took all but my senseless right hand. My right hand that was basically crippled by pain. I raised it in desperation and prepared myself for his next blow. My D-sword, which had somehow been welded to my hand with a cord alone, with an incredible impact and went flying. It tumbled across the floor, moving away from me. I watched it go in astonishment. When I turned my line of sight back to the front, there was Naruse sneering. The music shifted, as though it was giving me some kind of warning. As though to urge me towards something. Let me now deny your existence. Naruse had already positioned himself for his next attack. He was about to unleash it on me. All too overwhelmingly, all too destructively, all too viciously. His D-sword. In opposition, I was unarmed. Without anything to help myself stave off his blow, I became petrified. No! Remy threw herself between me and Naruse. Something soft feeling covered my face. Please don't kill Taku. Remy's chest. Remy was embracing me as though to wrap herself around me, shielding me from Naruse. No, it's okay. You can let Taku die. It's okay. Naruse let out a small breath and lowered his sword. Remy had saved me again, even though I'd come to rescue her. God, how pathetic. In my mortification, I reached for Remy's blouse. I reached the gap between its buttons. I slipped my right hand inside it. Who? lingerie she wore was warm and just a little rough to the touch. The pain of the wound gored in my chest, and the pain of my separated left hand, and the pain of my dislocated right shoulder. The anguish of being unable to breathe properly through damaged lungs. Her warmth seemed like it would heal all my suffering. Remy's lingerie, Remy's bare skin. What are you? This is the man you just tried to save. This is the man you just risked your life to try to save. Do you regret it yet? Do ya? I tore open her button-up blouse. I ripped apart the clothing concealing her body. Oh my. Exposing her bra. Stop! I grabbed them through the fabric, her ample breast. I pressed my bloody right hand to her bra, to her naked skin, as though rubbing the red blood up against her. He's just lost it. He's just lost it. I felt her suppleness. So soft. Remy squirmed in an attempt to escape. Yes, I hung on to her. I wouldn't let her run away. Taku, come on. I buried my face. Smooth skin that seemed to fit right against me to suck me in. I went further. It might not be Taku at this rate. Legitimately might not be, but I still don't like it. Don't want this. No kidding. I sprang away from Remy with a gasp. I was stunned, realizing what I'd been trying to do. Even after I moved away from her, Remy hid her chest with her hands and wept heartbrokenly. Yeah. Despite her protecting me, why had I done such a thing? It's a very good question, you awful character, you. What the hell was I doing at a time like this? Why was I making Remy cry? The truth is, you want to fuck Sakihata Remy, don't you? My own voice reverberated inside me. My breath caught an alarm. Why was I alarmed? Because he'd hit the nail on the head? Because he'd seen through me? Who had? My voice. The voice in my heart. My true self. If you don't make her your property now, Shogun's going to steal her from you. That wrinkly little asshole is going to be doing Remy, you know? You don't want to be cuckolded, do you? This is the true inner Takumi that we've known all along. Well, it's also possible that he's already done her. My true nature whispered to me. I mean, I'm assuming it's Noah too. Like, I'm assuming, but still fits with Taku. My true nature whispered to me, "Stop it, please, don't say that kind of thing. It isn't what I've been thinking." Is it really not, Taku? I wanted to cover my ears, but I couldn't do it without my left hand. Remy, crying, unable to fix her disheveled clothes, seeing that face of hers pained me so much, felt like my heart would be crushed. Don't say lovely sounding things like you're fine with having one-sided feelings. Go on, do it. Norase is nice enough to give you some time for getting it done with. Well, I'm going to die soon anyway. Who cares if she holds a grudge? Let's do what we want before we die. They'll say, it couldn't be helped, and let it slide if I do something a tad horrible here. A tad horrible. Given how it's poor little me with my pitiable background. It's having a delusion, a bad habit of mine. So it'd be real bad if I didn't work on not listening to him. I wouldn't be able to avoid getting swept away by the flow. My weak heart was guiding me in the wrong direction, in an easier direction. I couldn't let myself get swept away now. Besides, Remy sympathized with me. At that point, in fact, we're practically obligated to. Wow. Wow. Do it. Get rid of your virginity before you die. I yelled, as though to break through my inner weakness, as though to hurl it all away. Thankfully, it made the voice in my heart go away. Before me, Remy had stopped crying as well. She lowered the hands covering her face. She gave me a cold, brief glance. You're such a bore. That single sentence filled the inside of my head with a tar-black emotion. And I launched myself at her. With mind-blowing momentum, a colossal stake burst up through the concrete floor. Its sharp point impaled me in the crotch. The fate Taku was always fated to have. I couldn't swallow what was happening. My legs hovered in the air. I couldn't run away, even if I wanted to. That's a CG, yeah. The stake steadily ate its way into my body. Ghastly pain, but not enough to kill me. Really? So we know his chest is almost exposed to the heart. He's got multiple broken ribs and has been walking around on it. His legs are messed up. His left hand is just crushed to unusable garbage. His right arm is either dislocated at the elbow or the shoulder. I don't really remember what they said. It might have been shoulder. And now this. And it's not enough to kill him? The stake continued extending, hoisting me up about a meter above the ground. If I stirred, pain would shoot through my crotch. I became incapable of movement. I wanted help. I sent pleading eyes down at Remy below me, but she walked over to Norise without taking a glance at me, and crouched down there with a thumb, as though worn out. Yeah, his right arm specifically, the one that holds the sword, which is why he can't really hold it well, and it's basically just duct taped to his hand. Both Norise and Remy watched me up here, me and my shame. They simply watched me expressionless. They didn't attempt to help me. Did you know? In the past, impalement was used worldwide as a form of punishment by torture. Made famous by this guy named Vlad. He liked impaling people. The unique feature of this style of torture is the fact that it can take up to 3 days for you to die. Your own body weight gradually makes you sink deeper and deeper down the stake. The key point is to avoid making the end of the stake overly sharp. This helps prevent injuries to your internal organs, thereby increasing the period of time before you die. At the very end, your execution concludes once the end of the stake breaks through your mouth or shoulder. I'll keep watch over you for the next 3 days, until you die. She appears to be thinking along the same lines. Remy gave a little nod. Then again, the wounds on your chest and arm may mean you'll die of blood loss first. Yeah, probably. This was a delusion, I told myself. A delusionary attack. In reality, I wasn't being impaled on anything. I was just standing still in front of Noah, too. Yeah, but like, once you've got Gigalomaniacs and Noah involved, the difference between a delusion and reality is 0. There's no difference. And as long as the delusion can have a real effect on your body, it doesn't matter. Yeah, all of Steins Gate seems a lot more chill now. In reality, oh yeah, I read that. I was merely seeing an illusion, so I believed. I had to believe it. 3 days, 72 hours, 4,320 minutes, 259,200 seconds. If I could tolerate that much, this delusion would come to an end. It would have to end. It'd be so much easier if I could at least fall asleep or pass out, I thought to myself. But I couldn't. The pain wouldn't let me. That was precisely what made it torture. What he said. I'd go crazy if this continued. Even though a second ago I'd thought about enduring it, now, in a shift, I lapsed into despair. When I considered the vast quantity of time left before I died, every emotion other than despair went rushing out of me. Just kill me. I wondered how much time had passed. There was no clock, so I didn't know what time it was. I wanted to see a clock, but if I did, the slowness of the hand's progression would probably break my spirit. I clenched my teeth together. Sweat trickled down all over me like a waterfall. It made my throat go parched. Once in a while, I moistened it by swallowing coughed-up blood. Inside my body, I felt the stake gradually push aside my viscera, burying itself deeper. I definitely felt it. It was a countdown towards death. You gotta stick around to find out. Yeah, With this, I would finally surge up to my shredded chest. It would go further, skewering itself up my neck, and it'd break through my mouth. It's going out of my mind with pain and fear. At intervals of about 5 minutes apart, I kept fainting and getting woken up by the pain. What I learned from it was that when I fainted, my body relaxed. In other words, the stake began eating into me faster. Naturally, the pain also increased beyond the point of comparison, and that pain would then rouse me. And my trapped body would writhe in agony. I'd faint again to escape it. It was the worst of all vicious cycles, and it kept repeating. Torture bad, yo. Gonna take that hot stance. Even when I opened my eyes, everything was a constant blur. For some reason, it felt like the pain had softened a little too. My sight was dim. I thought maybe it was night, but there was no windows in this dome, so that had nothing to do with it. I figured it was most likely because I'd lost too much blood. It was only a little bit, but blood went on trickling from my chest to my left arm. If more of this blood would drip out, maybe I'd be able to die peacefully of blood loss before I died from being impaled. Whew. When that occurred to me, I made an effort to swing around my left arm, crushed from the elbow down. But it wouldn't move. The nerves in it had surely died long ago. Yeah. Ah, ah. Boo boo, boo boo, ba da ba. Ba 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 ba. I think he's, is this really a delusion? When would it end? Was it really going to end? Oops. You know what? We actually haven't saved this whole night, but didn't mean to right click. Just overwrite save data, yes. What had made me believe it was a delusion in the first place? How did I know it was a delusion? Because stakes don't generally sprout from the ground into your groin mysteriously. That might be the reason. What if it were reality? After enduring it, I'd only die. There'd be no meaning in enduring it. But I was going to endure it anyway. That's stupid. Moronic. I was an idiot. Die. Not die. Die. I ought to die right away. If I'd had enough of this, I'd have enough of this pain. I'd had enough of this suffering. Bite your tongue off. Do it, and things will become easier if you right off the bat. Let me go already. This is the delusion, isn't it? Die, 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 die. It hurts. Die, 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 die. It hurts. Die, die. Good times. The amount of blood hemorrhaging from my chest increased. I was losing the ability to breathe. No matter how much I tried to suck in oxygen, my throat just made this dumbass sound, kind of like a faint whistling. When I looked down, I could see the stake peeking through the wound in my chest. I violently vomited blood. My mouth flapped open like a goldfish all the while as I sought oxygen. I was relieved at the prospect of dying soon. It's about time. Norse's voice, his presence right in front of my nose. I couldn't see him. My eyes didn't reflect anything anymore. Because I'd been impaled for such a long time, exposed to continual agony, I'd utterly forgotten that he and Remy even existed. I wondered if Remy were still nearby, not that it mattered. I was preoccupied with inhaling. For some time now, I'd been spending all the strength of my body and every one of my nerves on that labor. Before you safely reach death, I'll dispose of her. I didn't quite get what he was saying. I couldn't afford to think about it. You're going to kill me? Yes, that's what it's come down to. I don't think so. I think this is definitely a mental attack more than a physical one, but I don't know. Nothing... When both sides of this fight can manipulate reality, who knows? Who knows? Go on, say your last words. Sorry, Taku. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Oh, I heard Remy's dying wail, the sound of someone falling, even. He'd shot Remy to death, I thought. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, my gut says it's fake, but like, who knows? Didn't stir my emotions. I had other things to deal with. I went back to the work of breathing, and in the process I astounded myself. What meaning was there in this kind of thing? For what purpose was I frantically breathing? Wasn't this all far too much? Something hot trailed down my cheeks. I might have been crying, but I had no way to know for sure. With only a little bit left out of the 3 days I was supposed to withstand, I'd lost my reason for struggling and enduring and coming this far. Sorry, Remy. I'm the one who should apologize. I wasn't able to protect you. There was no longer any meaning in being alive. I released the tension in my body. The speed at which I sank lower, propelled by my weight, increased. The sensation of a foreign object in my throat. It was utterly impossible to breathe. Something was pushing up through me. I came back to myself. The feeling of something foreign inside me had vanished. I wasn't impaled on anything. The only bloody parts of me were my chest and left arm. Still bloody, but how much of it had been a delusion? My brain's processing speed couldn't keep up with things. I couldn't grasp my situation. Before me was Norase, with his raised D-sword. Have you come back to us? The 3 days you experienced occupied only a second in reality. Oh, he's straight up just, yeah. Okay.
やっぱり
It was a delusion after all.
もうそ
When I muttered to myself in relief, Norris's D-sword flashed like a gale of wind. My upper body and lower body slid apart. My field of sight tilted. From the waist down, I was standing on the ground. And yet, from the waist up, I had fallen. I had been cloven in two at the torso. The cross-section where he'd cut me was all too clean. Huh. I stared blankly at the lower half of my body. The reality I didn't want to acknowledge. Was this a delusion too? Excuse me. It'd be nice if it were. Please be a delusion. Which also means that him doing the things to Remy was absolutely a delusion too. This does bring up the question of why. He has the overwhelming advantage right now. Overwhelming. He has his weapon. Your opponent is barely hanging on to consciousness. Why not just cut him down? Like, why mess with him? Remy was calling me, in a grief-stricken voice, calling me. That's true, he did say that. Yeah. Ah. In this condition, you'll last for a few minutes before dying. I say this as a former doctor, so it's quite certain. In the meantime, shall I harvest your code sample? I crawled. Using only my right hand, I pulled myself forward in the direction of Remy's voice. I wanted to touch Remy. Dad, I had to save Remy. Oh yeah, he did mention those though, so like it makes sense. My right hand, forward and forward, I stretched it. But I didn't know where Remy was. I didn't reach her. Didn't reach anywhere. Obstinate. Crunch. The sensation of bones grinding. Norris's leather sole had stepped on the back of my outstretched right hand. Just what one would expect from an abomination, I suppose.
そのノロセの足が蜃気楼のように揺れた。
Norris's foot wavered like a mirage, said Takumi.
床のタイルの
The
模
floor
様が
tiles began to look
ぼんやりとし
fuzzy.
て天地
Was
が
he
回転
narrating things now? Has he stolen narrator powers? Up and down
床と
revolved.
天井が
The floor and the
逆
ceiling
になって僕は
reversed. I was crawling on the ceiling on all fours.
両断された腰
Blood
から
spilled from my severed
ものすごい
waist with
勢いで血
incredible
が吹き
force.
全開にした
Like a
蛇口のよう
faucet
に
turned up all the way.
血が
My blood was leaving my body. My innards poured out too, traveling through the opening of the wound in my arm. My consciousness rushed into the distance, but it didn't completely cut off. A pool of blood was forming. I lay in that scarlet sea. Ba-dum, ba-dum.
My
beating heart tumbled out before my eyes, creating ripples in the puddle of blood. As I vaguely watched those ripples, my shape crumbled. I had zero answers for you, Ramen. Couldn't maintain my shape as a human being. Oh, you turned into LCL, okay. The border between me and the world vanished. My flesh melted. My bones twisted like gum. My eyeballs became squarish. My lungs flipped inside out and spilled through my mouth. My nerves stretched out for several hundred kilometers. The wrinkles in my brain smoothed out neatly, one by one. I knew it the whole time. He thought he was all smart, but he's smooth brain all the way down. My body went mushy. I was dissolving into the air. My right hand lengthened as if it were a piece of string. It left the planetarium, and like spun sugar candy, it wandered the sky over Shibuya, twirling around Cornelius Tower, moving around it, over and over, over and over, over and over. Separated from me, my legs swelled up, like water balloons. Full bursting, my skin stretched, making a creaky sound. I was turning into liquid, both my muscles and bones. They melted away and got stopped up in my calves. A tiny head sprouted up from my hips. It looked at me with boggly white eyes. Then my head got crushed. I wasn't really sure which head. It got crushed and it turned gloopy. It slipped between the molecules in the concrete floor, falling to the earth. Whoosh. hit the ground. My brain made a drippy puddle. Wiggle, wiggle, mumble, mumble, slurp, slurp, slop, slop, shiver, shiver, bounce, bounce, muddy, muddy, grind, grind, splatter, splatter. I divided in two. 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 4, 2 became 8, 4 became 4, steadily increasing, steadily decreasing. There are lots of me, not anywhere. What am I? I'm what? What is I? I? What? Am what I? Would I? I would? I? Ooh,
君は妄想なんかじゃ
you
ない
aren't a delusion. Whoa.
見てごらん
Take a look. Nishijo Nanami prays. In the hospital where she has been accommodated together with her older brother, she curls up in a corner of a waiting room overflowing with the injured, holding her true brother's wrinkled hand. Withstanding the pain in her right hand, she closes her eyes and prays. The one who actually matters, yes, for the safety of her other brother. Kusunoki Yua prays. By the wreckage of a fallen building inside a container house lying toppled over, all but buried in the rubble, holding one of his Bishoujo figures, withstanding the pain she had felt in her chest when she saw how hideously the figure had metamorphosed, thanks to the earthquake and the ensuing fire. She closed her eyes and prays for the safety of the boy who forgave her. Ishimoto Ayase prays at Sumai Academy, now a place of shelter. From the roof of the school building, she gazes up at the sky, holding a paperback book with legends written in it, withstanding the pain of the malice displayed by the myriad intermediate number of delusions covering the now fallen Shibuya. She closes her eyes and prays for the safety of the boy who listened to her song, to what she had to say. Orihara Kozue prays. The dim platform at Shinshen Station, holding Aoisena's trembling hand, withstanding the pain of her wounded foot. She closes her eyes and prays for the safety of her classmate, the boy with whom she had spoken heart to heart. Aoisena prays, sitting next to her father who lies there, holding her father's cold hand, withstanding the pain of her regret over her inability to be honest even at the very end. You really watch this show? Maybe. She closes her eyes and prays for the safety of the boy who tried to grant her wish, clumsily, but who had tried to grant it all the same. Sakihata Rimi prays, lying on the chilly floor, tightly clenching her own hand, which she had extended towards him, withstanding the strangling pain in her chest she had felt when she saw him covered in wounds. She closes her eyes and prays for the safety of the boy who she had meant to protect, who had come to save her. I couldn't do anything. You took action. As a result, everyone saw you. The local shared recognition known as you has long since reached completion. From now on, no, already, you yourself are... You are? Who? You are me. Yes or no? This is a save. I'm assuming yes. My gut says yes. But no could work too. The point here is he's done enough stuff that he is a person. He exists in the world. He may be a garbage person, but he is a real person. The same way they can make a gun real by just having several people go, "There's a gun in your hand. It's real." He has gone out into the world, and while he's done bad things, he's still done things. People recognize him as existing as a human being. He met enough people to exist, even if his existence is kind of poopy. So we're gonna go with yes. I'm assuming that's what they meant by that yes, but MU. Yes. No. No. Yes? We are Nishijo Takumi, but we are not Nishijo Takumi. I want to say no.
僕なんて
I don't exist. That's a clear no. Like, no hesitation about that.
君なんて
You don't exist.
僕は僕じゃ
I'm not me. Oh, come on, game. What do you answer that way? I'm leaving it to chat. I don't know this one. You pick one. No? Alright.
あなたは
You are my bro. Yes. No hesitation.
あなたは
You are Nishijo-kun. Also, yes. That is a factual statement.
君は
You are Takumi. Also, yes.
あなたは
You are Takumi-san. Also, yes. I like how sparingly they use these choice things. There was one in the beginning, one towards that middle to try to get to the D sword or not, and now here. It's definitely something they could have overused, and I don't think they did. You are Nishijo. I may not like Nishijo Takumi, but he is Nishijo Takumi. You are Taku. I feel like there's only 2 of those 5 to 6 people who really should have have any nested interest in him. Kozue, clearly they get along because they're both kindred spirits. And Remy, obviously. You're Taku, yes.
僕は僕
I am me.
僕は
I am a delusory
存在
existence.
僕は存在
Exist.
僕は
I am Nishijo
日常
Takumi. Or gone, yeah.
僕は
I am
その声が聞こ
the
えた
instant I heard that
瞬間に
voice.
意識が
I forgot that she did the opening for this too. My consciousness secured me as
ぐちゃ
myself.
ぐちゃにかき回さ
The
れて
sloppy, stirred up world gathered together at once. Apparently, she doesn't do it for the robotic series, but she does do it for Steins Gate Zero and Robotics and for Chaos Child.
根本は
The chaos collected, forming my D-Sword. I returned to the shape I held as me. The world returned to the shape it held as the world. I am myself.
僕だ
My sight turned clear. My body had healed. My upper and lower halves were connected. I stood on my own feet. The pain had utterly disappeared. My heart was calm and still. You did well to overcome the delusions, and trust the last of my power to you. I recognized Remy's form in the corner of my eye. She was unhurt. She was looking at me. She was crying. Don't cry. I tensed the hand with which I held my D-Sword's hilt. Tested the sensation of it. My arms moved properly. I'd completely come back to life. This is truly fascinating. You monstrosity. I fixed my eyes on Norase. I know I'm a monster, but this is... In order to rescue Remy, in order to destroy Noah too.
望んだ妄想が
Delusion I wished for. Norase's reaction was swift. He had yet to take Nishijo Takumi's code sample. Norase had meant to drive him into a corner via delusionary psychological attacks, but instead he himself had been made to trip up. That's why he did it. He didn't actually want to kill the man. We don't know 100% what taking a code sample is involved with, but it is definitely not pleasant, not quick, and not something he would do willingly. So he was trying to break him psychologically. That's why he did it instead of just killing him, and I forgot that plot bit. Cool. But instead, he himself had been made to trip up. He couldn't afford to forgive that. Yeah, We don't know 100% what it entails, but we know that it made Remy recreate her own personality countless times, so it's not a good thing. Naruse closed the gap between himself and Takumi. He slashed upward with his D-sword, moving it diagonally. He sliced Takumi across the chest with his D-sword, which severed all manner of things. The target's hardness made no difference. Cutting down a mere human being was as simple as cutting through jelly. I swear I've heard that line before. At Naruse's swift blow, Takumi's body divided. His head on his right arm, his right shoulder, slid apart, with a slithering noise. Yeah, all his intestines spilled down onto the floor, but no blood emerged. Takumi's lower body was on the verge of collapse. He started bracing his legs. He braced his legs. The next instant, waves beat across the severed surface of the wound. It squirmed. Bubbling noise, and he regenerated, unhurt, unaffected. His body, which had been cut down merely a second ago, had already brought into being a new neck, a new right hand and shoulder. His old head and intestines remained where they had slipped and fallen. I blocked off my sense of pain. Takumi took a step closer to Naruse. Naruse clicked his tongue. He turned his D-sword around. You cast aside your fleshy shape. Therefore you can take any earthly form. It's thanks to the delusion you showed me. Being unable to maintain his shape as a human being, Takumi had co-opted that delusion and made it his own. This wasn't regeneration, it was replenishment. That's for his lost body parts, out of the dust infinitely multiplying from within him. Takumi once again produced flesh and bones. He replenished himself. His form wasn't set, like an amoeba, like a slime. It could freely change itself. That was the reason Takumi had called himself a monster. Among all the other reasons he could legitimately call himself a monster. Takumi's feet took another step towards Naruse. Naruse's irritation increased. Clenched the grip of his D-sword, he lunged at his approaching Takumi, catching Takumi's head in what resembled a giant pair of scissors. If you lose your brain, you can't have delusions, can you? Takumi's head mashed inwards. A cracked watermelon. Blood and brain fluid exploded. He lost everything above the neck. Even then, Takumi's body continued forward. Regeneration, replenishment, happened in a second. When his heel, which had been stepping forward, touched the floor, it was as though nothing had happened. As though he had been wholly replaced. His head was there without a single scratch on it. Naruse awoke to the fact that he couldn't defeat him. Physical attacks with his D-sword would have no effect. Takumi had co-opted the delusionary attacks that denied his very reason for existence. The current Nishijo Takumi was all too abnormal as a human, all too warped as an existence, all too appropriate as a monster. Even so, Naruse couldn't bring himself to withdraw. He thought it would be best to utilize Noah too, pummeling Takumi with an infinite number of antiparticles. Every kind of existence would transform to negative matter when confronted by antiparticles, thereby arriving at self-collapse. If it were impossible to destroy him with outside attacks, then one simply had to make him crumble from within. True enough. Takumi had read Naruse's thoughts? The light shining from Takumi's D-sword changed from red to black. Black flames enveloped his sword, growling, lengthening. The image they invoked was precisely that of a black serpent. Of course, and it shall appear, wandering the dome interior as if it felt cramped, as though licking the roof and the floor, as though scraping away at them. It ate and ate. The evil-hearted black serpent, the same as us yet different. It swallows all manner of destruction and can smite the body of the evil king. Yeah, he really does. The serpent's body had formed from antiparticles. It forced everything it touched to undergo self-collapse. Such an avarice stream of destruction. I don't really care much for tentacle games. No matter what happens, he always brings it back to Taku. At his core, he will always be Taku. Do we love him for it? No. But does it get some laughs? Sometimes. Sometimes. Standing there, Takumi, when he's not actually sexually assaulting real people in the game, it can get some laughs, yeah. Takumi held his D-sword. Its point was fixed on Norisei's direction. The black snake, which had been coiled up, lashed its body out like a whip. Its jaws snapped at Norisei. To think you could do this much! Norisei had never before witnessed such a phenomenon coming from a D-sword. He couldn't determine whether this was a hidden power belonging to Gigomaniacs or part of Takumi's delusion. Black fangs invaded Norisei's body. He began to collapse, so sluggishly, like a frog gradually dissolving inside a snake's belly. He was being swallowed by darkness. He felt no pain. Normally, this would have led to his death in an instant, but that wasn't what Takumi wished for. Realizing this, Norisei twisted his lips self-despairingly. Norisei had no dread of death. It would be fair to say that the ideals he aimed for had been achieved together with the completion of Noah 2. Even if you kill me, no one can approach Noah 2. It's a perpetual motion machine. It will continue to monitor humanity for all eternity. A man-made god, one that will intervene for the sake of human happiness rather than simply sitting there watching. Norisei was, so to speak, God's creator. As long as Noah 2 remained in existence, humanity would be indestructible. The eternal utopia Norisei had desired would become a reality. However, you can approach it, can't you? What? The snake that held Norisei undulated its body, raising him higher. Then you're the key. Norisei was dumbfounded, but that soon shifted to an expression of anguish. The serpent swings his body with almost no resistance. Takumi took a glance at Remy. Their eyes met. What did Remy feel as she looked at him? It would have been a simple matter to read her heart, but Takumi didn't do it. Seems like I've been able to save you. He soon averted his eyes. His gaze moved to the still buzzing Noah 2, the deity's inapproachable throne, a cradle for the display of happy dreams. Sorry. He apologized to no one in particular. I might be an enemy of the human race. You're definitely an enemy of most of the people you bump into on a day-to-day basis, especially women. Especially women. The endless utopia this device would bring about. A future without war. Takumi was going to nip it in the bud with his own two hands. Well, if by his own two hands you mean grasping this fool by his legs and swinging him at it forcefully, then I guess he couldn't provide the answer as to whether this was right or wrong, but it happens a lot in legends. Even gods slack off when they get tangled up with women. So I, too, will sacrifice the happiness of all humanity for the sake of the girl I love. Holding his D-sword, Takumi drew his arms far back, almost in the shape of a bow. Break through. Just to launch this fool at it. He thrust it, like a javelin. The dark serpent rushed ahead in a furious straight line. As its tip bit into Norisei, its bait, it went into Noah 2. A massive spear of antiparticles capable of annihilating anything. It had no will of its own, therefore nothing about it could be warped. A greed-ridden destructive impulse, with Norisei as its key, faced a barrier made of delusions. It immediately battered it away. Well, problem solved. A lot of dead people. A lot of messed up infrastructure. But hey, we defeated a mechanical god. Since when did it start raining? A violent explosion had taken place. Oh, this is going back from the beginning, isn't it? Yeah. The blast from it had sent me flying away as easily as some old rag. Before I knew it, I was here. Those eyes are always watching me. The stare pierces through the rain clouds coated in pitch black. It pours down on me like the rain. Don't look at me. My body won't stop trembling, but it's more the cold rubble I'm sitting on than the chill of the rain. It's horribly cold. An anonymous gaze from the heavens pierces me. As if to escape it, I raise my head ever so slightly, surveying my surroundings. Things look fine. Therein lies a shattered city. Therein lies despair. Therein lies death. Therein lies nothingness. No one is here. No one is moving. No one is alive. All I can hear is the sound of the rain continuing to fall. If everything remains this way, both alive and dead, will it all be gently enveloped and washed away? It'd be nice if everything that happened was all a delusion, but it seems that's not the case. My body won't move. I can barely move my neck and eyes. I no longer use such monstrous power as I did before. I'm trembling, but that's no more than a physiological phenomenon. The action is involuntary. I don't want to shiver like this. If I can't move it freely, then it isn't my body. It's as if I was never born with my own free will. No one knows where it is the soul is kept. Despite that, how can anyone say for sure that my soul is inside my body? But, if that's the case, then where am I? Am I here? Am I nowhere? Suddenly, a sound that isn't the rain of death resounds throughout this broken world where everything remains at a standstill. The source comes floating out of the midst of nothingness. Who are you? The reason your skin appears so pale, is it because you're frozen from the coldness of the rain, or because you're already dead? But she isn't trembling. Those eyes, almost hidden by her bangs. Don't look at me. They seem terribly sad. They seem infused with madness. They seem to reflect nothing. It has been, right? If I don't feel like this game took that long to go through, but like going back to the opening cinematic of it, it's like, this is what, episode 8, 9, somewhere in that range? So it's been a few months. Uh-oh. Would my world be reduced to what her eyes reflect? Would her world be reduced to what my eyes reflect? I forgot that it auto goes if I don't click. I am what's reflected in her eyes. She is what's reflected in mine. When I think about it that way, the world instantly becomes much smaller.
ね
Hey. Yeah. The beautiful noise that abruptly reaches my ears. She hangs her head and spreads her arms apart. It's like she's trying to take off and fly away, taking aim above the clouds. Or it's as if she were to catch all the rain.
あなたを見つめる
I'm watching you.
妄想
A delusion. With the way she hangs her head, there's no way I can tell the expression on her face. What kind of face are you making beyond that thin film of rain?
殺してあげる
I'll kill you. An angel? Those feathers of light that dance wildly, are they giving me a blessing? Or maybe... Oh yeah, I forgot she normally has them back. Ah, I see, I understand. She'll use that to kill me. She slowly kneels down where I lay. Even now, her head remains lowered. She softly reaches to embrace my head. Relieved that she isn't looking at me, I simply surrender my body to her.
殺さなくちゃ
I have to kill you.
いけないの
A whisper near my ear. A beautiful noise.
ごめん
I'm sorry. So sorry.
ごめんね
Yeah, he literally turned off his ability to feel pain. There's nothing to apologize for. If I don't disappear, the other me, the real me, will die. So I'm fine with this. I'm glad you're going to erase me. It's a happy ending for a monster. I no longer have any regrets. A warm, soft, tender, and sweet sensation. Much like anesthesia. And mysteriously, my trembling gradually calms down. Her faint breaths tickle my cheek, a very sweet scent. And then I feel a pressure on my chest. The great sword she carries is tearing through the skin of my chest, boring into my flesh, threading between my bones, and steadily sinking its way into my body. Yet, numbed by the anesthesia of her kiss, I no longer feel any pain. If you'll kill me so gently like this, I'll suddenly fall into anguish, and tears will flow from my eyes. To keep her from noticing, I look past her head up at the dark gray sky that continues to pour rain on us. Alright. Gotta say, I'm a sucker for when a game starts at the end with no context and then like goes back. A game, TV show, whatever. Another great example is absolutely Baccano. The first episode of Baccano is the conclusion of the main events, and the other episodes bounce around between in time to show what leads up to that conclusion. The first episode's straight up the conclusion of things for the most part. Just with no context. I'm assuming there's no like true end to this. That felt like the end. Maybe there is, and I know you looked up, but that feels like the end. We got the titles music to play, we looped back to the beginning, unless there's an end where he doesn't die, I guess? I mean, unless there's a post-credit scene, we've now seen the game, so like, go ahead. The only things I could think to change in this game, if there was a true ending, is either the red and greens or some of those doors in that last bit. I feel like we got those right. Every other time we didn't get them right, they stopped the game. The game overed us. Either way, we're letting the credits roll, so. That was a trip. I definitely still feel like I like Steins Gate more, and maybe it's just because it had multiple characters that I liked. But I won't dispute that this was a powerful experience. Cannot dispute that. But choices matter. Ah, okay. I also think the game. Nope. Okay. Normal and true is based off the 15 choices at the end. I'd have to say we must have gotten the true end there. Oh, we messed up a few. Okay. So, no, we got normal. Really? Huh. Okay. So, what we need now is just a quick guide on click these things. Oh, cool. There you go. I was about to search it myself, but that works. Right, so we'll just do what we did with Steins Gate and skip through a bunch of, fast forward a bunch of stuff, exactly. So we can go straight to Chapter 6. Any choice before then doesn't matter. You can choose nothing. I kind of figured that, but I never really... let's load something Chapter 6. Apparently no choice before Chapter 6 matters for ending stuff. Oh, it doesn't say what chapter these were in. Dang it. Oh well. Oh. Go the most recent save. Really? I can't go previous. I can only do next. Oh, chapter 6 is to avoid the bad end. Okay, so we avoided the bad end. Let me just fast forward a bit here then. Oh, got it. Okay. Chapter 10. Gotcha. There it is. Okay. Alright. Let's go back to that file then. Yoink. Got the bed in first. We saw that anyway. Oh boy. Okay. You are me. Yes. Man, it unhighlights things whenever I click off it. I am you. We'll just go in order. We got yes. Yes. I'm so glad they make spoiler-free versions of these too. No. So far we had done that, right?
君なんて
You don't exist.
僕は僕
I'm not me. Okay, gotcha.
あなたはお兄
You are my bro. Yes, obviously. I'm glad I went with my gut the first time.
あなたは西条くん
Yes.
君はタク
Yes. Actually, just yeses all the way down from here. The rest is just yes.
お前は西条
So we were shockingly close. I expected it to straight end it if things went wrong. Because that's what it did last time.
僕
Oh, cool.
僕は妄想の存在僕は存在する僕は西条匠
Yeah, should we do the B route?
僕は
Apparently there. Should we do it? It says required for the full experience in the guide, so like, yes. Okay, so yeah, we will do
そ
it.
の声が聞こえた瞬
Isn't I heard that voice? Hold on, what's the button that'll let us skip some that we haven't heard yet? Like we've heard some of this, right? Da, 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 da. Just gonna let this get copyright flagged. Don't actually know what the controls are. Is it left control?
僕を固定した
I'm worried about left control. F? I can try F. Nope. Oh, it's a toggle. I can just tap it and it goes. Presumably until it hits something different. If it just skips it, I'm going to be mad. So I just tapped control. Now my hands are off keyboard. We'll see in a second, I guess. But it makes sense that like that would go the same way. Like they played the music, they did the stuff, like and should continue from where the normal end ended. Okay. Well, I hit the button, let's see.
殺せない
I can't kill you. Hold on, let me make it so I can actually see my bars. There we go, cool. Yep, you were right. Removing her lips from mine, Remy spoke
やっ
painfully.
ぱり
Can't kill you after all, Taku.
タクを
The reason I didn't feel any pain was because her sword hadn't been real booted. My body wasn't injured anywhere. But if you don't erase
本
me,
物の
the real me will... He would die. I was the one who should die. Unless we needed to prolong his life, even if only by a little. Even though we know that's the wrong answer. A, he's already said, basically, pass the torch. And B, even if we die here and give all the life force back to him, he's got a day. A week tops. I don't remember the exact duration they said, but like, it ain't much. That ought to have been Rumi's goal as well.
消して。
Erase me.
消すんだ。
You have to erase me. I can't. Rumi gave a small shake of her head. She watched me with wavering
好きな
eyes.
の
I love
あな
you.
たの
I love your weakness. Oh boy, yeah, if she loves weakness, she has hit the mother lode. She has hit the jackpot. If she's attracted to weakness, hot damn, she couldn't do any better. Or worse, depending on who you ask, but you know.
弱いくせに
Even though you're weak, even though you're a
弱いくせ
coward,
にボロボロになって
you went to tatters coming to save the likes of
その
me.
強さ
I love that strength of
あなた
yours.
と同じ時
I
間
want to share more time with you. I don't want to lose
あなた
you.
に
I want you to live. You'll look at me.
僕は
I'm a monster.
私だって
So am I.
同じだよ
Is it okay for me to
君
live?
がそれを選んだなら
If you choose to
生
do
きてい
so,
て
there's nothing wrong with
いい
living.
んだ。
I heard a voice from the sky. Then I knew. Because our hearts were directly connected, I sensed it. The fact that his life had disappeared now, in this very instant.
匠が
Takumi has died, hasn't he? Takumi was quick to pick up on the emotion that had emerged in my expression. After some brief hesitation, I nodded a tiny bit. Don't cry. I don't want you to cry. Feeling returned to my body. Warmth returned to me. I was still clumsy. I was still trembling. But I reached towards my heart with my hand, which was now capable of moving, and took out the familiar handkerchief. The tears running down your cheeks, those drops so lovely and so clear. I wiped them softly with the memory you gave me.
僕も
I love you too. Rumi held onto my hand for dear life, as though to ascertain that we were here. Our warmth was contagious. Our separate temperatures melted together. The two of us looked up at the sky. As expected, it was covered in rain clouds. But
光は
light is made up of waves in an electromagnetic field. Human sight detects its oscillation as color. Taku, those words. Words only he and
そ
Rimi
の
knew.
言葉
No, I'm pretty sure other people have said those words, but whatever. The words with which he had given Rimi hope. But I knew them too, because I'd seen all his memories. He and I shared the same soul, the same heart. Our memories belonged to the both of us. I had inherited the memories of his 17 years of life until now. Wow, so he's got memories of 17 years of good life held back by sickness, and 17 years of Nichijou Takumi in a box. To be fair, it was only like 3 years. What was it? And he had vicariously experienced the memories of my year and a half, that's what it was, of life until
自
now.
分のデッドスポットに
If we apply the color we desire to our own dead spots, so his memories brought you up, and you brought him down. We can take back the color of our sky. We knew that color, because in an imagined world containing only the sea and the sky, we had looked up at it and burned it into our memories. The rain abruptly stopped. The clouds vanished instantaneously. The hiccups kept coming. It was clearing up. It was coming back. Seeming as though it would draw us in endlessly, covering this world so gently. A blue sky. Oh, a full screen blue sky. Well, full screen-ish. A non-letterbox. Okay. Well, that plays out over there. The ending will be attainable after starting a new game and relies solely on choosing the right delusion triggers. You need to view at least 11 of the delusions listed below to enter the B ending. There's a skip function within the B end that stops at delusion triggers, which should work, so this should not take too long. Following is a list of delusions you can activate to reach the B ending. Remember, you need to view at least 11 of these. Doing at least 11 of these delusions will lead you to the B route. You will know that you're in it when a certain scene with Senna, Hitano, and Norase at the underground train station begins. Okay. So we know what we need to do, and at what point we know for sure things are different. Cool. Alright, we'll let the credits play, we'll do that. We definitely have time for this tonight. We may not have time to, what's probably going to happen is this will take just long enough that we don't have time to start robotics notes, but we'll have time to finish this, and that's the important thing. I don't want to start robotics notes with less than an hour. I want to give the start of a game enough time to go, and I don't think we're going to have an hour for it. So we may have to end a bit early tonight, just because we will have wrapped up what we were doing. We'll see. I also don't know how long the ending is going to take. Getting to the ending might be easy, and the ending might take a while. We might have to go overtime. I don't know. But yeah, I wouldn't feel right starting the game for like 20 minutes. Let's say, nah. I'm excited to start it. As great as this has been, I definitely like Steins Gate more, but I'm biased. This is still a very interesting game that I am glad I played, but boy did it have dark moments. Boy was it gruesome. Boy was Takumi just not an enjoyable character at all. But yeah, just even going through this, it's like, what? I know the exact decision that made them go, let's make this an anime. The Steins Gate anime made a lot of money. That was the decision. Otherwise, it's like, why would you look at this and be like, yeah, let's have something where like yes, at the start of Steins Gate, Okabe is kind of cringy, super chuny. But you still, once the stuff hits the fan, you still kind of start rooting for him, and like, you want him to do well, and seeing him in the anime gives you a character you can kind of be like, oh, that's a character, he's a cool guy, look at him do cool things, he's goofy. Takumi is not meant to be cool, he's not meant to be goofy. He's not meant to be any of those. From reading experience, the favorite character perspective. That's fair too. That's just my perspective, but I've gone through Steins Gate multiple times. I've seen the anime twice, I've played the game twice. I've gone through it multiple times, so like, I have more experience with that. It's part of the same reason I think I still like Persona 4 more than Persona 5, just because I've gone through it so many more times. Though, now I'm at there's the Sierra Ta. Steins Gate wants you to like the characters, for the most part. It's one or two characters that are like, no, not those. But yeah, I agree. I would not in any way call this a bad game, and I wouldn't say I disliked it. Just that Persona 4 is very good. I agree. I like Persona 4 a lot. 5 is fantastic too, though. Like, 5 is a hell of a game, especially 5 Royale. It adds that little extra flair to it all. Yeah, this was the first of this series. That's truly crazy. Okay, so we are going to start. We're going to fast forward a ton of stuff until we get to these triggers, and we're going to get this ending tonight. Come hell or high water, even if we got to go later, whatever, we're getting this ending tonight. I forgot 4 had an anime. I didn't watch the anime. I know 5's anime was bad. I know 4 got 2 animes. They did one for Golden. I forgot how loud this one sequence was. Loud as hell. Probably because it's a cinematic, and they didn't really let you adjust that.
殺してあげる
Oh, cool. Just do that. Skip this one for now, too. We already heard it just a few minutes back. Did I screw up and just make this the loudest hacking thing in the world? I can change that if I did. Okay. So we're just going to let this go until we hit delusions. Oh, this doesn't matter. Sure. We're just going to answer these with whatever. I don't care. Sure. We thought about this the first time. We're just going. Sure. Just going to answer yes. I don't care. That was just an introduction to how that system works, I assume. Yeah, the Steins Gate message is really good. The message it leads off on, mind you, we haven't seen this B ending. Maybe different. While in class talking to Misumi, no decision.
そしたら犯人とばったり会っちゃったんで、次はタクがターゲットにされる。
僕は引きこもり
Offended by how Misumi-kun had put it, I started a protest. It shouldn't. Oh yeah, it won't let me skip this because we haven't seen it. When I began to question what I would do if my saying that made him dislike me, I don't remember the context of this, but we're going through it anyway. In the end, I only swallowed my words. I bit my lip and turned my face away from Misumi-kun. My line of sight wandered aimlessly, and I gazed vaguely at the words written on the blackboard. At first, I had no interest in what it had said. All I recognized was the fact that words had been drawn there. And as I gazed at it, an odd discomfort rose up inside me. It already sprung up from my chair.
ちょっとどいて
Move out of the way. What's
お
wrong?
い、どうしたんだよ。
Pushing Misumi-kun out of the way, I went up to the blackboard, seeing the letters written there. I fell into the illusion that, for an instant, my heart seized up as though someone had squeezed it. Whose eyes are those eyes? I swear we saw this boot. Those are the words I often murmured in my heart when I sensed Ga's gaze. I never let them out of my mouth. I had no one to speak them to. It had never been said. Oh, this is new. Before, the first time he hears it outside of his own head is in a... I don't remember the name of the one, but the body that was drained of blood and turned green, it was written behind it. Yeah, this is way earlier. Never even said it to Misumi-kun. There was no way anyone in this class would know that I often use those words. Why? Who? To what end? Maybe the ending is going to find out whose eyes are those eyes. I whipped around and looked around the classroom. The only one paying attention to my behavior was Misumi-kun. All others were eagerly jabbering to their friends or reading manga that they were forbidden to bring here in the first place, or plastering flat against their desks and sleeping. Who was it? Who wrote this? When did they write it? Had it already been written there back when I first entered the classroom? I couldn't remember. Normally I'm not at all conscious of what's written on the blackboard. What's wrong? But like, this is such a good way of hiding something, because like, you hear that sound, you see things to click on, you're like, yeah, I'm going to click one of those things. What's that? Let's click it. The mouse changes. I would definitely say the overwhelming majority of people playing this for the first time with no guide or anything clicked one of those. It's just gotta be the case. Walking up to me, Misumi-kun grabbed me by the shoulder and shook me. You listening? I didn't even know this was an option. Oi, Taku! Whoever had written it surely had nothing to do with me. Obviously, it was just a coincidence. Commonly used words like these. It's just a stupid, pointless piece of graffiti. That had to be the case. I tried to make myself think that way, but no matter what, I was still uneasy. Ultimately, things would end without my knowing who'd written it. If I could, I'd want to go around the class and ask everyone, but I lacked the courage. Homeroom started while I was still preoccupied with that, and the graffiti got swiftly erased when our teacher said, okay, who did it? Who drew on the board? This should bring us back to what we had seen. Somehow had an eerie feeling. Nope. But let it scare me, that would be the same as acknowledging the fact that it was the same kind of message related to me. Which was impossible. It was a mere coincidence. Telling myself that over and over again, I followed my plans and headed to a net cafe on the way back from school. This should be the scene. Okay, cool. Delusion trigger 3. Not 2, but 3.
間違いない。
Mystery girl.
コーラしかないじゃん。ミルクティーとか用意
So it doesn't matter what we pick here at all, apparently. I'll just go no delusions the whole way, I guess.
知らんがな。
しょうがないな。じゃあコーラもらうね。
Gross, going for an indirect kiss. Girls shouldn't be so crude. Jesus, this is why the third dimension is a piece of shit. I better throw away the rest of that coke once Nanami had left. Wow, the no delusion route just seems better. Hey, hold up, you... That was great! It's true, there's nothing better than having something to drink after you exercise. I ran all the way here from school. You drank it all? And in one breath? Never mind that I brought that coke with my own money. You don't... You get your money by doing RMT trading on an MMO. Good. Best anywhere Nanami has a better time? I hope. Just because she's my little sister, she thinks she can do whatever she wants. Oh yes, she does. Crud. Nanami paled as she looked at the empty bottle. Apparently she saw how rude she'd been to her brother, so she'd finally picked up on... Oh no, I'm gonna gain weight again. Ah? You're to blame, you know. For some reason, Nanami decided to take it out on me. She's incomprehensible. Because you love Coke, even I ended up turning into a huge Coke fan.
人のせいにするなよ。
I can actually see my camera with that up. Yeah, there you go. Don't make it my fault.
Tasty.
Come on, don't we always have Coke in the fridge at home? That said, what I'm drinking tonight is caramel vanilla tea? What flavor is it? Yeah, vanilla caramel.
お母さんがお兄のこと甘やかすからだ。
I'm such a softie when it comes to you.
知ってる？
Did you know Coke has a huge amount of calories? You should try not to drink it so much of it either. Stick to milk tea from here on out. Doesn't milk tea have about the same number of calories as Coke? No. But it definitely has more than, like, water tea. Plus, I don't plan on letting you control my diet, damn it. Way to say that after finishing off my Coke all on your own. Was that the kind of thing you came here to tell me? Go home already. She confirmed that I was still alive, so she had no reason to stay here. Why did you have to come into my room each and every time?
お兄、冷たい。
Milk tea is tea kinda brewed in milk. So instead of like tea with milk added. It's milk tea. It is a common thing. It is apparently slightly more difficult to make than regular tea because you've really got to temperature control it, and it is a popular thing. I have always done my tea in water though. I add honey to it. I actually don't even usually add milk to my tea, though I probably should, at least when I have the chai tea. Apparently it's really good with that. Bro, you're so cold to me. I don't know the specifics of how to make it, but I just... things I've picked up from media, which to be fair, could have been lying to me. It looked like my words had hit her where it hurt. Glaring at me, she pouted. It would be a hassle to deal with her, so I looked away. I was so worried about you, and I went out of my way to see how you were doing. Ain't there times where you spend the entire day shut up in here without talking to anyone? You never even have a chance to talk to any girls, do you? Shut up, stop jeering at me. I'm not into 3D girls, so there's no need for me to talk with them. In fact, now that I think about it, aren't I the only girl you ever talked to? I remember this bit. Okay, cool. So we had crossed that threshold. So yeah, you were looking at you from across the street. This is the one. We gotta stay neutral here. Any of the neutral ones I could just assume we didn't see because we didn't do neutral for any of them. Without warning, Girl A's mouth moved. She was trying to say something. That's usually where it cut, I think. But the noise coming from around us was too loud, and there was no way I could hear her. Mesmerized, I focused my eyes on the movements of her lips. Whose eyes are those eyes? I'm sensing a theme. This is another one that's actually important. All the hairs on my body stood on end, or at least for the ending, stood on end with a shudder. That was impossible. Just my imagination. Because it wasn't as if I could read lips or anything. I'd simply read them wrong. Shaking my head, oh yeah, like, now when we're speedrunning it, it's not subtle. But like, if we were playing the game, even if we had gotten some of these through the actual gameplay, I don't know if I'd pick up on it necessarily, like, because we would have had something from the sister there, like, these have spread out over way more time. If it was like literally every single one, oh, I'm sure we did. Shaking my head, I fought to turn my eyes away from her. Whatever the result, the only certain factor was that Girl A had said something. And then it was just crazy talk, exactly. Regardless of what she'd said. Excuse me again, dang it. Doing that to me when I've never met before was way too eerie. I mustn't get involved with her. Bad news. It would be better to run. I should run away while I still have the chance. Run! So here was probably where we got... Nope. Yeah, cool. So chapter 2, Delusion 8. We got a ways to go. Just gonna go neutral unless I have to do other things. But I guess that means we actually get new stuffs? Because we haven't gone neutral. Trying to separate me from my wives. Why, that's the very height of atrocity. No matter what anybody said, no matter how much money they offered me, I'd never want to part with that Siertan. If you want her, buy her yourself. While I internally cursed at her, Yua fell grandly on her ass without any warning. She rubbed her butt, looking a bit as if she were about to cry. I'm sorry, I think I stepped on one of your CDs. The case might be broken. I'm truly sorry, I'll clean up properly, so... Yeah, there's not much there, because she has to find the thing. Yeah, chapter 2, during the Phantasm performance while watching Fess, is our next important one. Everything else up to then doesn't matter. Oh man, look at that text go. I'm glad it's a toggle. Just save me my pointer finger from having to hold down left control. Just let it go. Wait a second. Just now, something at the edge of my sight. Yeah, Girl Froggy. Didn't get it. Deja vu, can remember why. I just think it would be able to remember something so important. Something that seems so important. Where had I seen them? If I examine the Girl Froggies more carefully, I might be able to remember. Although I don't know what I would do after remembering. Simply wanting to escape from the discomfort of not knowing, I stretch out my hand, all but unconsciously, towards the 3 Girl Froggies lined up like they were buddies. Don't. You would suddenly slap me on the hand. Eh? 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 While I stood there dazed, Yua averted her eyes from me and was beginning to jerkily raise from the bench. When her hand hit her own bag, the bag from which the 3 Girl Froggies dangled, and as though I were watching a slow-motion movie, the bag fell slowly from the bench to the ground. Because the fasteners weren't closed, notebooks and textbooks came tumbling out from inside. Ah, goodness, what on earth am I doing? Okay. Chapter 2. That was where we finished our first stream of that too, right? Like, that took us into chapter 1. We went about a chapter stream, give or take. Maybe not exact, but close. Oh man, it's nice to see him alive for a little bit. He was the one to examine me. Oh, this one takes a while to not have a delusion. After a 3-hour wait, they finally called my name. Actually, we should... It was a different room from 4 years earlier, but when I entered, a familiar face was there to greet me. Okay. The doctor was the very picture of a sincere older man. His face was aged, but he wore a soft expression, and more than anything, these qualities came out in his demeanor and the way he spoke. We've seen how badly I am able to screw things up, so I'm just gonna save. Just gonna be like, yeah, we know we've done chapter 1 right, so... He hadn't changed a bit since the last time we'd met 4 years ago. I found myself all but ready to believe that he was unaging, although I had never been aware of exactly how old he was. The desire to cling to him grew stronger and stronger. He looks unaging to him because he's only existed for a year and a half, and the memories before that are from Shogun, who's in this hospital, who's seen him recently. That's why he looks the same age. I could rely on him. He would save me. I was happy that I'd been able to reunite with him, at least until I heard the first words he said to me. What brings you here today? His voice was indeed soft, filled with kindness that would set anyone at ease, but there wasn't the sense of an intimacy I felt in the time when I commuted to this hospital in the past, as though he were only coming in contact with me as part of his job. That was why I told him my name without hesitating. I'm Nishijo. How polite of you. I am Takashina. Nice to meet you. He bowed his head to me with a smile. I couldn't say anything. Okay. Yeah, I'm just tapping left control. This one doesn't matter either. Figuring it was useless to close my eyes anyway. No matter what I did, the Goro photo from Shogun and the cruelty murdered body. Sierra in her older form. You hate going outside, so it's amazing that you came to the hospital. I've thought this for a while now, but Taki, you're a really strong boy. Sierra was quite lively in my fantasies. She's definitely going to be, like, this ending is definitely going to be her eyes are watching him, right? Somehow. Cute voice of hers, how strong you are, you're not a sleepwalker. Must not let 3D girls trick you, spend all the time together, see how adorable. Please wake up, it's time. Sierra, one hand placed lightly on my chest, was shaking me to wake me up. I dreamed this day would come. My life of wedding bliss with Sierra. Every morning she would come to wake me up, wearing a naked apron. Then she'd give me a good morning kiss. Nishijo-san? I slowly opened my eyes. Oh hey, it's a monster. Someone's looking down at me. Our eyes met. She was Hazuki-san, the nurse. Flustered, I looked around. I was still on top of the hospital bed. What, so I've been dreaming that Sierra was talking to me? Yes. Good morning. In the end, you slept solidly through all 3 hours. 3 hours already, despite the fact that I felt like I had hardly been 5 minutes. That's how sleeping works. Glanced over at Hazuki-san as I blearily rolled my eyes, and for some reason she was covering her mouth as if she couldn't keep herself from smiling.
Seira-san って彼女さん?
I don't know if that was in the game or because I hit the button. Is Sarah-san your girlfriend? What? You kept talking in your sleep. My face became pale. I had made an enormous mistake, letting a regular person hear me talk in my sleep. And of all things, I'd let Sierra-tan's name slip out. I wanted to crawl into a hole and die. But you didn't show any signs of somnambulism. Hazuki-san told me she opened the curtain. Well, we can't state definitively that you aren't a somnambulist, as it's also possible that your symptoms simply happen not to appear today. Cool, there we go. Still waiting for Delusion 8. Oh. This doesn't matter, does it? I'm just gonna... for the hell of it. It doesn't say this matters, so I'm just answering this. Yeah, given the rate we're going, I don't think we're finishing early tonight, which is fine. At this rate, we are on this path, I am finishing this. One way or another, we are wrapping this up tonight. Oh, click the image, you fool. You damn fool. You click the image, I'll drink tea. Man, the whole game just goes by quick. Okay, so this one matters. It wants us to go positive. So whenever we get the positive option, we go with that. There it is. Wasn't merely a matter of her looking in my general direction. Is this the one we did before or no? No, in a second. As I remained unable to tear my eyes away from her, she descended from the stage into the midst of the spectators. No, we haven't seen this. The other Phantasm members resumed playing, but Fess didn't sing. Swaying as she wandered through the audience, she languorously stripped off her top, exposing her sexy shoulders. Her quiet fans became agitated with excitement again. All of them raised their fists and started jumping wildly. They made the floor shake as if an earthquake were taking place. Yet no one attempted to touch Fess, as though they were displaying their awe of a sacred being. Who could resist shoulders, though? Under ordinary circumstances, if a star as compellingly charismatic as her went down among her fans, you'd expect them to mob her. Just because you would do that, Taku, doesn't mean other normal human beings would. As part of an unspoken agreement, a single rule, and of their own accord, the Phantasm fanboys forbade themselves to make contact with her body. Even so, they felt her existence come very near to them. They tasted the scent of her sweat. They touched the same air as her. Those things granted her believers the highest possible joy. Perhaps she put on this kind of performance every time, or so I thought, but I doubted my eyes when I caught sight of Fess's next move. She had casually started undoing the belt at her waist. When she tossed it away, her fanboys reached out all at once, each fighting to make it theirs. Casting a sidelong glance at them, Fess unfastened her miniskirt. Apparently your lewd senses missed one. It fell to her ankles with a rustle. Her suggestive black underwear came into view. Fess seemed completely unbothered by the fact that her cultist was seeing her in a state of indecency. Her cultist, all of a sudden. Had she gotten high on the ambiance, or was it another type of performance, or else pure exhibitionism? I don't know, but everything about her was such a turn-on that my eyes became glued to her. Fess looked at me again. She smiled enticingly. Hey, she's coming this way! Her gaze unmoving, Fess looked only at me. She approached gradually as though she had fixed her aim on me. And having come right up to me, her sweet sigh grazed my face, and in much the same way as a lover would, she embraced me. Her skin was damp with sweat. Her scent and her warmth were so alluring I almost had vertigo. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, pressed tightly against my body. It was said that singing could be exhausting, but right now her panting passed from her skin to mine, being transmitted to me directly. Her arms clenched tighter around my back. Her nails ate into the nape of my neck. Her thighs became entangled with my legs. I trembled all over as if electricity had run through me. I could neither push her away nor return her embrace. All I could do was stand stock still, eyes wide. The fans cheered again. This time it sounded as if they were close to screaming. The other members of Phantasm began playing more violently. Shouts of Fess's name reverberated back and forth in the small club. Voices crying, "Do it! Do it!" began to appear in the mix more and more often. What do they mean when they said to do it? I was completely at a loss. Fess, still holding me, said nothing. Seeking help, I looked for Misumi-kun, and was startled to find him sharing a deep kiss with a female spectator I'd never seen before. Yeah, that's on brand, to be fair. No, Misumi-kun wasn't the only one. The other cultists, male and female alike, were throwing away their clothes and embracing each other nude and kissing. Some had already begun to take things to their natural conclusion. Pandemonium, debauchery, sultry voices and cheering, the lewd sound of flesh rubbing up against flesh. Borne up by Phantasm's music, those were what took over the venue. Black Mass. I understood at last. This was an obscene banquet held by the demon called Fess. Swearing loyalty to her and the devil, her believers became lost in their orgy. And today I was the demon's living sacrifice. Fess had chosen me as her partner. This is what it meant to go to one of Phantasm's shows. I too was getting swallowed up by the atmosphere. I felt my head start to go foggy. Anticipation for and dread toward what would happen from here on out. The sense of superiority and the rapture that came from having been chosen by Fess. It felt like I was about to go crazy. It's just casually, you know. Fess laughed again close to my ear. I heard her clearly despite the fact that we were being swapped up in the midst of so many overflowing sounds. She had a sexy voice. Merely hearing it, I thought I might faint. But Fess tempted me further towards the abyss of pleasure. She softly bit down on my earlobe, blew her breath into my ear, and whispered,
その目
"Whose eyes are those eyes?" Yeah, it had to end with that, besides the theme that was going on. Yeah. Best is so arrow. Absorbed my fantasies. I said that was his own fantasy, and he dreamed that up. The show I'd gone to today turned out to be nicely stimulating as far as sweetie girls went. Fest was pretty hot. But it had been way too packed with people for me to want to go back. In the end, I'd quickly gotten sick from being in the crowd, and I'd gone flying out of the club. Today's fantasy was top-notch. Who knew? Maybe Fest and Phantasm really did do that sort of thing. You could have known if you stayed around for the show. Also, of course they don't. That's not what happens at music shows. Maybe not. No. It just hadn't been in the mood for it today. That's what it was. To be fair, even if that was something they always did, just having Takumi in the audience would definitely ruin the mood. Okay then, time to get back to ESO or whatever. So we actually should be getting another one soon. While playing ESO, we gotta go positive. So we should get another one. Yep.
ナイトハルトお前は
So I was watching you. Have you noticed? Oh, we had done that one. Alright, cool. That was the right answer, but we'd already done that one. So that should be the last one for chapter 2. Burger time, yep. She swung her sword for real. I was going to save here just for the sake of things, because, again, this is just, we know this is a good file so far. We've done the 2 we had to do, 2 in this chapter. Nope, don't want to close the game. This one doesn't matter. We'll just go. I'm committed to, like, no delusions when we don't need to, just for the hell of it. Girl B, after she called her Girl B. Could she be a phantom killer, else the new gen criminal, friend of the demon girl? Save me! Don't kill me! Before I knew it, I was trembling. I felt like I'd shit myself in fear. I'd shit myself in fear any second now. Not past tense, potential tense. What are you thinking about? I'm only asking if you can see it. Now, what's she talking about? Was she gonna kill me if I couldn't see it? I couldn't answer without knowing what I was supposed to be seeing. Calm down a little. I'll ask one more time. Can you see this D-sword? Eh? D-sword? It was the first time I'd heard that word. It must mean the sword she was carrying, but for the time being, I nodded. Okay, cool. Continuing on. So yeah, this one doesn't matter either. Though I definitely remember the one we got last time for this. Naturally, I averted my eyes. As a result, I only met Fess's gaze for a second. Don't tell her what you're thinking about her last time. Hurry up, find sword. Fess suddenly spoke. I couldn't sense much spirit in her flat tone. I wasn't sure whether words had been aimed at me or Michijoku. I wonder who they could be aimed at. A sword. Finding a sword will save you. Fess said one-sidedly, then lowered her eyes the same way she had before and walked away. And she slipped past my side and entered Class D. Both Misumi-kun and I watched her go in consternation. Hey, Taku. Misumi-kun was clearly sulking. Despite his greatest efforts, Fess wouldn't give him the time of day. It must have been pretty tough for him to see her ignore his existence itself. Although I was used to that sort of treatment. It's the first time my pride's been ripped to shreds like that. I'm gonna lose faith in myself, goddammit. She's full of herself just because she's a little famous. I won't go after an antisocial chick like her a second time. What a drag. Anyway, what's the stuff about finding a sword? I don't get it. Sword? Has she been referring to something like the mic stand-esque thing? I forgot about that. Now that she mentioned it, 2 days ago, a completely different person had interrogated me about a sword. Almost like these things are related. The girl called Senna had been amazingly scary. Alright, going ahead. Mic stand. Oh, pain in the ass, this one doesn't matter. Or does it? I'm not sure. I don't know if we're in chapter 3 yet or not. I wasn't paying attention for that. But it's specifically at the base, looking at your PC right before Rimi's first appearance. So I'm going to go positive with this anyway. If it's not the right one, then fine. If it is the right one, then also fine. There's no downside. Okay. So either way, it's one we've seen. So I think that was the right one. I guess we are in chapter 3 then. On top of the school, after meeting Rimi in class, negative.
見つけて早く
Find a sword. If you find a sword, you will be saved. Oh, this is new. I roughly recall those words. A sword. Oh. Okay. And then it wasn't.
見つけて
Alright, find your sword. You find your sword, you'll be saved. Office's words. Oh, hey. Top of the school, Remy in class. We want to go negative. Red. Looks like we've seen this one. Now I might as well listen to it. Oh, maybe not. This is Kusunuki Yua. I'm sorry, calling you all of a sudden. Except there was something I wanted to talk to you about, no matter what. I managed to buy the new Sierra-Tan figure. What all to you, Nishijo-kun? Thank you very much. It's so very cute, but a little edgy, isn't it? I was really embarrassed when I bought it. I know, did you see this week's Barachu? That was an amazing plot twist. I was excited the whole time I watched it. You multiple personality freak. Killed someone. Murderer. You're the real criminal. Pay for your sins. Because I won't let you escape. Whose eyes are those eyes? Okay. Yep, that sounds like the right one. Alright, that's the last one in Chapter 3. Chapter 4 next. At the Internet Cafe with Yua. It's our next one. And it's a neutral one, so we know it's one we haven't seen. It's no more than my own delusion, but it terrified me. It was entirely possible that Yua had actually looked up my cell phone number somewhere and called me. I wanted to avoid listening to the voice message, but because I'd simulated the worst possible outcomes through my delusions, I should be able to put up with anything as long as it only involves listening. Shaking off my melancholy, I made the message playback, scooping out my surroundings again and again to verify that the demon girl wasn't there. I put the phone in my ear. This is the voicemail service center. You have one new message. And the stuff we knew. Okay. The Internet Cafe with you is the next important one. Let's make another... This one doesn't matter, but this is another save because we definitely did the two we had to there. This is going definitely smoother than the Science Gate one, especially because Control actually works the way I want it to this time, as opposed to the Science Gate one which just skipped everything. This one doesn't matter. My wallet counted my change. Excuse me. No one came out. Picked up the box lunch again, made a little noise as I put it back down. No one came out. Couldn't call excuse me even if no one was here. It'd be asking too much of me. No one came out. I literally can't speak up if there's no one here. Thought maybe I'd see what happened if I went outside without paying, but in the end I decided it was out of the question to expose myself to the risk of getting arrested. No one came out. Cashier must be in the middle of taking out the garbage. No one came out. Girl's doing an inventory check in the storage room at the back. No one came out. At last I began frightened and returned the box lunch to its original shelf before leaving. Okay. That would be the end of this chapter, right? No. Oh, that was, yeah, Chapter 4 D-Sword. Cool. So yeah, on track. Oh, I was like, I don't remember this bit.
最近渋谷超怖いマジでいいんだけど
Some of the cinematics just play at a louder volume. They just do. Sierra-Tan playing a huge role, and there had been a sexy kissing scene. The Sakuga quality was way up. Is he talking about... Yeah. Oh, talking about the episode yesterday. If you wake up, I'll give you a good morning kiss, so what am I saying? Stupid, stupid, just forget it. Plus, with her saying such moe things to me, I couldn't avoid getting up. If it's come to this, I'll hit you awake with my samurai condenser. Alright. Oh, this one doesn't matter, yeah. A half-hearted greeting. Normally didn't greet anyone in the first place. If I suddenly started saying hello here, it would be unusual. What about raising the subject of the transfer student? He did. Oh, boy, did he. But I normally don't chat with Remy in the first place. If I suddenly started chatting with her here, it would be conversely unnatural. What about thanking her for the day before yesterday? Now, before that, I should apologize for being mean to her after she went out of her way to help me? Or I could ask her why she had been there at that time. Or I could ask her if she'd hugged me because she's into me. Or else I could ask her about why she'd been at the staking crime scene. No, none of them were the kind of topic you could easily start a conversation with. Just say hi. What am I supposed to do? The silence put more and more pressure on me. I thought to myself that it'd be better to talk, that it'd be awkward to let the silence continue like this, but I couldn't get any words out. I can't stand the third dimension after all. I couldn't take how my breath became this stifled when all I was trying to do was talk. I want to rush home and comfort myself with Sierra-Tan. Say, Taku. Remy finally let out her voice. I jerked a little in surprise, trembling. I still couldn't raise my hand.
その
The day before yesterday.
一昨日は
Okay, after you
あの
left?
後大丈夫
She
だ
had lowered her voice. Sensing something like her breath catching faintly near my ear, I lifted my eyes in startlement and found that Remy had brought her face close to mine so as to whisper to me. Remy's body was close to mine. Her soft, warm body that had embraced me in the middle of the street. Only the sensation of her came back to me, and the inside of my head went pure white. I was pretty worried about whether you'd gotten home safely. I nodded desperately over and over.
そっか
I see, good to know. You mustn't do something that dangerous ever again. Saying only that to me, Remy began to leave. I suddenly wanted to ask her. Remy had said something that dangerous. How had that situation looked through her eyes, like you stood in the middle of the street and just collapsed? Considering that she didn't make any reference to them, I had to think she didn't know anything about everyone having temporarily vanished from Shibuya or about the wheelchair-riding Shogun. And there's the point. Best character still just gets no respect. Alright. I unthinkingly stopped in place. Her tone made it clear that this was an order. On top of that, she spoke almost as if the streetcar belonged to her. Of course, I had no intention of going inside. I didn't know who she really was, and she frightened me, and it was a struggle for me to talk one-on-one with the 3D girl. I didn't want to get involved with her. I'm telling you to enter. Senna's attitude brooked no room for disagreement. She didn't stir, but I had no idea what she'd do if I incited the smallest indication of being about to run away. Maybe she was actually quite the delinquent. Everybody's a delinquent to him. She seemed like she wouldn't have any problem using violence against a guy. She freaked me out. But if I showed her even a little hint of docility, she'd keep pushing the envelope. In the past, I'd gotten in squabbles with delinquents countless times. In such situations, the best thing to do is to run away. Excuse me, whether you try to fight back against them or go along with them, they'll end up doing horrible things to eventually. And if that's going to be the case no matter what, the best strategy is to flee. I'd have to find some kind of gap. Suddenly, something from behind sent me flying. Caught off guard, I failed to brace my legs, and I fell pathetically into the compartment. Dazed, I turned back towards the entrance to see who the hell had pushed me. Close outside the streetcar were numerous people who appeared to be waiting for their appointments and such, but I couldn't pinpoint anyone among them who seemed likely to be the culprit. Maybe they'd already gotten away. Why did they have to shove me down? Who would do something so awful? I must have hit my knee when I tumbled over. It hurt a bit. Careful not to meet Senna's gaze, I swayed to my feet. Oh, okay, there's that one. Ah, yeah, saw that info. Aha. Okay. Delusion 17 at the Internet Cafe with you, go neutral. What to do? What should I do? I struggled desperately to think of a way to escape this situation, but it was no good. I couldn't maintain a calm train of thought. Struck by the perfect ambush, my mind had gone blank. I went to your place yesterday, but you weren't there. I waited until nightfall, but... No, but I understand why you would avoid me, Nishijo-kun. I deceived you. If you understand that much, please don't have anything to do with me anymore. I don't have anything to discuss with a subordinate of Shogun. It's evil of you to entrap a weakling like me. Yua lowered her eyes once, then showed some brief gestures of hesitation. And then she distinctly murmured a single phrase. Whose eyes are those eyes? Do you know of it? I won't let you say that you don't. It was the dying message in the vampire house. After being made public online, those words became hugely popular in Shibuya. But I knew of them before they were trendy. I was into whose eyes are those eyes before it was cool, because there was somebody who used that phrase well before vampire. Shogun. You saw it before, didn't you? The log of the chat between between you and Shogun. Shogun posted it there. Whose eyes are those eyes? And Yua's face drew closer and closer to mine. Her voice was tranquil, but the eyes that glittered behind her glasses were frigid. Whose hipster is those hipster? She looked at me unwaveringly. I turned my eyes away. You are Shogun. In short what? Please, Nishijo-kun, stop. Suddenly I noticed Yua's hands were trembling. And the rest of the scene plays out. In the park, negative. Okay, so this is definitely the park. I don't think I need to save, it's fine. Negative. Unpleasant speculation swirled around in my head. I got up and reassessed my surroundings. The old fogey who had been sitting on a bench, tweaking his cell phone, kept casting little glances my way, or so I thought. The craggy-faced man who had just entered the park leaned back against the plain pipe-esque fence, slowly unfolding a newspaper, and began reading. This was a dark place with few street lamps. One of the salaryman-type men who had been hastening through the park, now stood atop the overhead bridge, gazing at the avenue below. While looking in my direction, the police officer who had been talking to one of the homeless began to contact someone on his walkie-talkie. Cold sweat ran down my back. Don't tell me. These guys were detectives? Maybe they'd been tailing me. If so, at the moment, I was completely surrounded. Yua had decided I was the murderer. With that delusion of hers, she may have ratted me out to the police. Don't mess with me. Unable to bear it, I muttered in a voice too small for anyone to hear. Was this too part of Shogun's conspiracy? I didn't do it. I didn't kill anyone. I'm not the criminal. Why did someone as meek and bad at talking to people as me have to get treated like a murderer and chased by the police? Why did I have to get caught up in Yua's megalomania? In any case, I'd be in deep crud if I stayed here. My pulse hadn't slowed down and it was hard to breathe, but I had to move. I walked across the overhead bridge, trying my hardest not to look unnatural. Beyond me were the stairs that went down to Meiji Avenue. I'd go down there and follow Meiji Avenue as I made my escape. When I reached the middle of the bridge, a new figure appeared on those stairs. She was a woman wearing an office lady-style suit. Holding a cell phone to her ear, she spoke expressionlessly as she climbed the stairs. Surely this woman wasn't a detective too. Heart pounding, I passed her. Whose eyes are those eyes? The t-shirts saying that are all the rage now. I'm going to buy one this Sunday, since they're being sold on Takashita Street in Harajuku. Something felt off. There was an awkwardness in how she spoke. There was a strange theatricality to it. Who on earth was she talking to? Did the person on the other end of the line really exist? When all was said and done, the woman didn't take any action against me. I safely reached the stairs. Once there, I looked over my shoulder at the park. The police officer wasn't chasing me. Standing in the same place as before, he was still saying something into his walkie-talkie. One of the homeless people who were sitting in a half circle had just begun to stand up. None of the other homeless moved. The geezer on the bench and the older guy reading the newspaper had risen at the same point, and both were walking in my direction. The two of them gave each other a short glance. They exchanged winks, or so it appeared to me. I went on to toss one more look at the office lady. The office lady who'd passed me was in the midst of turning her head to look back at me. The instant our eyes met, she averted her face, as though she'd gotten a shock. Her phone remained pressed to her ear, but she wasn't chatting anymore. Assaulted by a formless fear, I ran down the stairs. As I sprinted along Meiji Avenue, going towards the station, I turned to look back up at the overhead bridge. The office lady was leaning over the edge, pointing at me. I saw the two geezers run across the bridge. I'd been right, they were detectives. They were all detectives. Shit. It was Yua's fault. She laid another trap for me. Should I assert my innocence? But the fact of the matter was that I was fleeing the police right now. Besides, the police would probably come up with some random reason to attach a crime to my name anyway. They wouldn't believe a creepy otaku like me. I didn't have the room to think about what would become of me from here on out. I've got to escape from you and the police for now. Feeling alone seized control of my spirit. I went under the railroad overpass, climbed the stairs to the pedestrian bridge, and we continue on there. So we're basically done in chapter 4. The next one we need the first trigger of the chapter at school. So this one doesn't matter. But I'm going to once again save now that we know the ones we got. To be fair, we don't need all of them. We just need 11 out of them apparently, but I'm just going to go down the list, because why not? If we have a list of all the ones we need, even if we don't need all of them, like why not? Oh wait, no, that's not quite it. As I'd thought at first, sexy. She was tall and stylish and very much like a model. She must really be popular with guys. Hey, what kind of moronic stuff am I thinking about at a time like this? Wow, wow. Oh, that's it. Some of the neutral delusions are just wait, what am I doing? I'm done. Like, that's it. And some are like, oh, there's something going on. Wearing a school uniform. What? There was an Fess besides me. There was also an F in front of the stairs. Two of the same human beings were in this place. Becoming completely flustered, I looked back and forth between the two Fesses over and over. The shape of their face, their structure, even their hairstyle, they were exactly the same. The only difference between them was their clothing and the fact that only one bore a sword. She was not in this outfit last time, was she? It wasn't at the level. Yeah, she's clothed this time, so it's something of the decisions we made. Mistake for twins. I'm going to assume that this is the same sequence, just clothing, yeah. But that does still count as a different sequence, which is why it's stopping me there. But I'm assuming the conversation is the same. Because I don't think she ever drew attention to it other than just like, this is how you see me. So there's gravity, right? Okay, cool. There it goes. think that's the end of that chapter. Cool. First trigger of this chapter, at school, go positive. For example, there you go. We did this one. Cool. After school at the shoe locker, when Remy covers your eyes, go negative. Oh man, I remember this one. Yeah. She fell into thought. Maybe she didn't have anything planned. I don't need anything in return.
それって
Does that mean you won't lend it to
貸
me?
してくれない
Remy's shoulders dropped, crestfallen.
そっか
I see. Too bad.
残念
No, that's not it. I don't need anything in exchange. I'll lend it to you normally.
たく
You? Thanks. A wide smile, one that looked amazingly happy. This one was definitely, but it's okay. She seemed so charged up. I thought she might throw her arms around me. I was never doing anything to make a girl delighted, so I couldn't help but being happy about it as well. Thank goodness I'd worked up the courage to say it.
美人
Salute. Then I'll borrow it without any need for payback. So let's strike while the iron's hot. Time to go to Taku's house. Which should be... Yep. Time. 2 people before my eyes. Head in a second. D-sword. Had an illusion. Something like that. This is the illusion you wished for. That mysterious phenomenon really had been. Was it truly the result of what I envisioned? D-sword's only available power. Means only one thing. It's not like we skip it, but I swear this is just what we had seen. When she mentioned the power to project illusions in reality, perhaps I possessed it.
見つけなくちゃいけ
You
ない
must find it. You yourself. This one doesn't matter. It's gotta be after school. Took up the toy D-sword propped up in the corner of my room. Stood in the center of the room, held it at eye level, just like an ESO character. Okay, now I had to picture a sword in my head. Remy was looking my way. Our eyes met. She was grinning at something. I felt my face start flaming. I'd brandished a sword, inadvertently forgetting that for once, I wasn't the only person in the room. I must have looked pretty mortifying to Remy. Yeah, what a downer. Getting a hold of myself, I lowered the sword. So ashamed to look her way. Surely the figure of speech about wanting to go bury yourself in a hole was meant to be used in exactly this sort of situation. Maybe she would be gracious enough to pretend she hadn't seen anything. If she were, I'd prostrate myself before her. I'd do anything. So I thought, until Remy delivered the fatal blow.
ねえね
Hey, are you playing samurai? I shook my head from side to side. Do you always do this sort of thing? I shook my head once more. Today your first time? This time I nodded. Shall I play samurai with you? I don't know much about it though. I shook my head violently. Telling you, I'm not pretending to be a samurai. Say, Taku, why won't you look at me? Why else, if not because it embarrassed me? She's seen something I shouldn't have shown her. I felt like I was currently quite close to the psychological state of a guy whose girlfriend had just discovered a secret porn stash. She struck a pose with a fake sword. Clearly the same thing. You know, Taku. Maybe she felt contempt for me. This was the worst. Somehow, no matter what it took, I had to resolve her misunderstanding.
えかわいいね
You're adorable. Huh?
かなりキュンときた
You really plucked at my heartstrings. I'm pretty sure those glitches are just because I'm doing the fast. Oh, what you did just now. Threw me right in delight, hugging the Serotan pillow I'd left on my desk chair. I'd figured she would make fun of me, but as far as I could tell from how she was acting, she seemed to be saying it seriously. In other words, Remy had unconsciously moed over me. I let out a relieved breath. She hadn't taken a dislike to me, thank goodness.
そもそもそれ
Where did you buy that anyway? Wasn't it expensive?
高かった
Okay.
んじゃない
The next one... No, gotta be the one after this. It's a flag! Sure what to do, I took a furtive look at Remy's expression. Hey, that way of sitting is practically criminal. Because she's sitting with her knees up, even though she's in such a short skirt. I can sort of see her panties here, son. No, not Sarah. Rather, depending on the angle, it could also appear that she was going commanded. Didn't we read this? Maybe there's a different outcome to it, but I swear we saw this scene. My eyes kept involuntarily traveling to the place where her legs came together. I made a frantic effort to hold back my lust. This manner of sitting. What popped into my head was the cover illustration of a famous Moe era. The limited edition of Suit Sister, which had also been made into an anime, had an illustration of the heroine sitting in the exact same pose as the way Remy was currently sitting. That illustration had been so moe, to the point that I temporarily used it as my PC wallpaper. I swear we read this bit. Hey, Taku. Yes? Shit, I was getting flustered. Come on, a 3D girl was sitting right next to me, gazing at me, head tilted, all but hugging her knees. If you kept acting that cute, I'd moe myself to death, even though she wasn't 2D. Belying my libido-driven thoughts, the words Remy gave voice to were,
タクは
Taku, have you ever thought about your
自
future?
分の未来を
For
考え
instance,
た人を含めて
all living things, people included, hurt something simply by being alive. Well, we know what she's talking about
何かを傷つけ
now.
てるんだよ
Somehow, it looked as though she were brooding. What does she want to say? You understand? What about it? That's why
無理
you don't have to try so
し
hard.
ないでいいからね
Do you mean I didn't have to force myself to go to school? Or that I should carry out a healthier lifestyle without going on impossibly long ESO marathons? Or is she inviting me, suggesting that she wouldn't mind if I surrendered to my lust, stopped suppressing it with my reason, and pounced? Not the latter, that's for sure. Rumi took a big stretch, then stood up energetically. The hem of her skirt fluttered at my eye level. I am thirsty. Do you have anything to drink? I rose, went to the fridge, opened the fridge, and peeked inside. There was some Coke I'd been sipping from, but I'd drunk it straight from the bottle, so I couldn't exactly give it to Remy. If you don't, maybe I'll go buy some. There's a convenience store by the Sunshin station, isn't there? I had Remy standing up behind me. I'm heading out for a bit. She shot me a smile and left the room without awaiting my answer. It was a nerve-wracking indeed to be all alone with a girl. Top of that, Remy may or may not have been aware of it. No, she probably wasn't. But once in a while, she did things that made my heart hammer. Sniff, sniff. I drank in the scent of the air in the room. I felt like faint traces of something floral lingered there. Yes, that's what happens when people use deodorant. Something you would not know about, Takumi. This was a girl's scent. No. That's the scent of, like, perfume and deodorant. Again, something you wouldn't know about, Takumi. I sucked it in deep. You're despicable. Flipping into my chair, I cradled my head in my own vulgarity. I was supposed to be quaking in fear of Shogun and Yua, but I'd gone floating up into the clouds. So this should be the same. Yep, cool. The next one should be the one at school. It should be the one we need. Due to how full my head had been with the up yesterday. So we're at school. Yay. Oh, how innocent. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're right, but let's, I'm pretty sure this is the one. After school, at the shoe locker, Remy covers her eyes. It's gotta be this one. We want to go negative. It's besides me. We're at the shoe lockers, though. Ever. Second and third dimensions. Oh, there you go. All of a sudden, my field of sight went black. Something put pressure on my eyes. What? Who is it? Surely this wasn't said to exist solely in the 2D world, numbered among the urban legends of the 3D world, the notorious Who Is It? To think that a day would come when I'd experience it for real. Right now, as of this second, I'd become one of life's winners. I knew the answer right away, of course. I spent day after day training myself to recognize who a voice actor was simply by hearing one of their anime characters talk. But it'd be embarrassing to say Remy, right? Now, how should I go about replying? What was the sound? So, do you know the answer? Someone was here. I sensed someone other than Remy. I was especially sensitive to it because my vision had been cut off. One more person besides Remy and I was here. That sound, a metallic creaking. You don't mean, whose eyes are those eyes? Terror rose from my feet, shooting through me in less than a second. I tried to shake off Remy's hands. However, she resisted me. Hey now, say the answer properly. Because they're not allowed to cheat. Too weird, too strange. How could she act so innocent? Hadn't she noticed? Or was she pretending not to notice? I couldn't tolerate the horror of not knowing what was going on around me. Remy's lithe hands covered my eyes. I grabbed them with my own hands and peeled them away. Taku? Remy fought back harder. As a result, we ended up grappling, and Remy's body collided with my back. The soft sensation of her chest. But right now, I couldn't afford to savor it. Let me go! Somehow, succeeding in fleeing Remy's hands, I leapt away from her and turned around. Where is he? Where's Shogun? Before me stood Remy, a perplexed expression on her face. I looked around. I tried to catch sight of his wheelchair. This is the first scene that we've seen that implies that there is a correct answer to that query, correct? I think this is the first one we've seen where it's like, gotta respond correctly. Not there. He wasn't there. He's not there. It can't be. Didn't spot him anywhere, neither beyond the wide athletic field nor the building's entrance. There was neither hide nor hair of an elderly person in a wheelchair.
タク
Sorry, Taku, did I startle
びっ
you?
くりさせちゃっ
Remy
た
seemed apologetic. It didn't look like she was putting on an act. Just now, was it there? Was what there? An old guy in a wheelchair. Remy tilted her head.
いない
Nope.
よ
I didn't see one. Were you with him? No, that's not it. That's not it. I was steadily losing my confidence, even though I'd been positive I'd heard it. The creaking of a wheelchair, Shogun laughing suggestively as though to taunt me. And whose eyes are those eyes? It had been an oral hallucination. Did this go to show how badly worn down my nerves were? Among other things, that must be the case. It was that and nothing more.
大丈夫だよ。
It's all right. Remy gave me a forced-looking smile. I'll go home with you, so don't be scared, okay? Her words reassured me. And following Remy's lead, I began walking towards the school gate. So that's the last one we needed for this chapter. Jeez, we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 left. Jeez. All right. Next one makes 11. Okay. We're definitely going over tonight. When Shogun enters the chat after the earthquake. It's this one, right? I have no regrets. I'm committed to this, and we're seeing this through. I'm not sure if this is the right one. It is. 24 is the last one. This is 25, so positive. And we'd seen this one. Cool. The more of those we get, the better. Looking down at the crowd. Oh, okay. So we know what chapter 6 is. Well, we know when that one takes place. Doesn't help that we keep doing neutral for all these, which is stuff we haven't seen. Such rage that appeared like she would bite me at any moment. Why was this girl so violent, so scary? Save me! Somebody save me! Are you connected to the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light? Divine what? Who taught you about that power? Unusually, her voice had grown strained. But I had no idea what was going on, and all I could do for the time being was keep shaking my head over and over. Something like that. It's impossible. Making an error into reality without a D-sword. Who was one to teach you about that power? Who was it? Answer me. No one told me a single thing about this power, but if I had to put it one way or another... I is sick. I can't breathe. I'm suffocating. I feel faint. I'm gonna die. It's no good. And game over. Cool. We got the good end. He's dead. Just as he seemed about to lose consciousness, and let me go without warning. I collapsed in place. As I hacked away, I desperately sucked in air. What the hell? Was Senna my enemy, as I thought originally? Did she too work for Shogun? If so, I had to escape. Are you truly unrelated to the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light? What was the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light? I'd never heard of anything like it. Seeing my bewildered face, Senna finally stopped glaring. She clicked her tongue lightly and let out a sigh. Sorry, if you don't have a relationship with them, that's fine. Muttering in a disinterested way that really didn't make it sound as if she were apologizing, Senna began to leave. It would seem she didn't intend to hurt me, then... Just letting it go. Whose phone was ringing? Who could it be? We still didn't pick up. Things haven't come to this. You try calling home. Yeah, that'd be the fastest way. Ignoring the mystery ringing I've been hearing all this time. First things first, and ended my call in anonymity. Yeah, we just stopped the call. It got cut off. The mystery ringtone cut itself off. My room suddenly went quiet. There had been a slight time lag, but I was positive it stopped hearing that melody. I ended my phone call at almost exactly the same time. Why? Unsure of how to act, all I could do was look around and around my room. Even if I called it looking around, nothing of what I saw entered my consciousness. I was just making my field of sight run in circles. My mind had gone pure white. I tried calling Nanami one more time. Maybe this time that ringtone wouldn't start playing, and maybe Nanami would answer the phone. I embraced such thin expectations in my fuzzy head. You poor, poor fool. Expectations were betrayed at once. Hardly 2 seconds after I started hearing the sound of my outgoing call, that carefree melody started ringing again. There was no mistaking it. I could no longer continue averting my eyes from reality. It's in this room. Nanami's cell phone was in this room. Why had Nanami forgotten it here? Or... There's that. Yep. Good times. Good times. More delusions. Okay. Looking down at the crowd, we want neutral. Whose eyes are those eyes? Oh man. Also, hello Khaleesi. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing tonight? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. I would feel remiss if I didn't mention we are both aiming for the extra ending of this game. And this is not... This game has a little bit of blood, gore, and bad things happening in it. And I'd feel very remiss if I was not warning people about that fact. we beat the main story earlier. We're going to ending B now, so we're kind of just fast forwarding through a lot of stuff and seeing some of the scenes we didn't see that lead to the true ending. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you, Khaleesi. How did your stream go? And thank you to all the raiders coming by. Hope everyone's having a good night. But I wanted that to be known. This game got some blood and gore in it, and we're literally spoiling stuff because we're just fast forwarding to the scenes we haven't seen and going for the triggers to the true ending. So, cool, cool, cool. But I hope you had a good heckin' stream. How's everyone doing tonight? Thank you so much, Asian Girl 96 for the follow. And yeah. And Enigma, welcome to Viperland in the chat as well as Yarzori. And yeah. Child's play, just lagging your avatar. Weird, but I imagine that could happen. Not 96. Oh my goodness! I can read, I swear. That's super obviously 94. I don't know where 6 came from. Sorry. But welcome. Thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. I wish I could say that was off-brand for me. It's not. Screwing up names is just what I do. And I'm going to say Enigma 4 is how that's supposed to be said, but if it's not, please let me know. Thank you as well for the follow. Welcome everybody to Viperland in the chat. Hope everyone's having a good night. I'm going to continue this now, but I'll obviously keep looking at chat, but I wanted to... 94. Yes, it is definitely 94, not 96. Correct. Oh, the 34? Yes, correct. Those eyes. Whose eyes are those eyes? Yeah, nothing like a crowd chanting that at you. It was almost as if they were cheering at a soccer or volleyball game. The juvies gathered in the pedestrian scramble began yelling simultaneously. Had they planned it in advance, or was Shogun controlling their minds? They raised their hands and shouted the same words, not missing a beat. These guys, they're insane. Every time Takumi thinks that about another person, it just gets funnier. I shuddered, and the cheer continued. I could barely hear the high-pitched voices of delinquent pitches waving through the chanting. Takumi, look this way, I love you. If I listened closely, they were all just mocking me. They were all just amusing themselves. Again, this game has so many layers as to things in this game. They were just amusing themselves, guffawing. They were fine with anything as long as they could have fun. It was a festival with me as a living sacrifice. They just wanted to join in on the festivities and make noisy fools themselves. Every single one of them was the worst kind of juvie. No one would dream of helping me. Everyone was hoping I would die here. Their mob mentality was going to murder me. Not with hatred or rage, but with glee. Alright, it's cool. So we hit that bit. We do gotta make sure to answer the heckin' questions the right way, otherwise we get a game over. So let's save here, because I don't remember the answers. Thankfully they're here. We did this once before, so like I don't need to worry about... where was the save there? Alright, so we need... Yes! We need... Yes! We need a no. We need a second no. And we need a final yes. This should let us, yeah. This should let us actually fast forward again. I don't remember which one we picked last time, so it's gonna go neutral. Right, for starters, you're gonna be able to see it before. But Nanami, whatever the case, she's that insolent Nanamichi? I don't remember her calling her that. Even if you try your hardest to save her here, do you think she'll be grateful? Took a sharp breath as Sierra's words cut to the core of the matter. True enough, regardless of whether I bet my life to help her, Nanami would definitely say, "It's your fault I ended up in such a mess, stupid head." Man, any slanderous word against her is just awful. She's the only good character in this game. They're all interesting characters. She's the only good, morally good character in this game. Forget thanking me. On the contrary, she'd excoriate me? I can English. I'd be compelled to live out my life with even my family despising me. Whatever else there was to say about it, Nanami was ultimately my 3D little sister. I didn't mow over her, and she didn't have the lovely soul of a 2D character. She was always looking down at me and secretly, no, blatantly, like making a fool out of me. The only decent human being. Yes, absolutely. It wasn't any of my business what happened to such an impertinent sister. Sierra Town was one thing, but it wasn't worthwhile to gamble my life on a shitty little sister like her. Remy is close, yeah. Taki, how about just thinking of yourself? I don't want you to die, Taki. I want to keep talking with you like this inside your head, just the two of us forever. Me too. I'm never as calm as when I'm talking to Sierra-tan. I don't give a crap about Nanami. Ooh, this is the worst path. And that should bring us to where we were. Yep, cool. That should end chapter 6. On to chapter 7. Again, I guess now we could just kind of skip all these and it won't matter, but after waking up at the hospital meeting, I'm still going to keep them rolling just because I can. Ah, this one. Negative is what they want us to go with. I don't remember what we did the first time. Someone from the police would like to speak with you afterwards. Huh? Hazuki-san's gentle tone of voice turned chilly. Going back to the old way of skipping ads. Good. Ads are... yeah. Without looking at me, Hazuki-san continued speaking flatly while writing something on the paper held in her clipboard. How cruel of you, murdering your little sister. What was she saying? Apparently it was found at your place. Her dead body. What? It's so deviant to cut off your sister's hand and walk around carrying it with you. Uh-oh. Apparently in this timeline, he's full JoJo villain. I didn't kill her. That's what you claim. The detectives complain that they can't make any progress with you since nothing you say makes sense. Are you planning to plead temporary insanity? But everyone thinks you killed her. My heart contracted sharply, and I had the hallucination that my sight went dark. I became unsure of myself. I killed Nanami, you say? It's a lie, you murderer. Mizuki's hand went still when she stopped writing. She deliberately held her clipboard out to me. Whose eyes are those eyes? Yeah, Quickly hit audio only mode before the ad plays and switch back to broadcast video. Oh, that works. When I came back to myself with a gasp, I was on the same bed in the same room. The sheets I'd kicked off earlier were, for some reason, covering me again. Hazuki-san, who should have been standing right next to the bed, had vanished at some point. Wiping the cold sweat seeping out of my forehead, I looked around the hospital room once again. Hazuki-san entered along with a knock, and her eyes went a little round when she saw me. Oh my. You're awake, Nishijo-san. I swear, as soon as she gave me a gentle smile, paralyzed over to my eyes, we saw this bit. How are you feeling? Held the thermometer out to me, gesture came naturally, just sort of ended up taking it. Please measure your temperature. Gulped as I accepted the thermometer. It was the same. Yeah, we saw this. Gone, thermometer disappeared. Delusion after all. There you go. We're talking to Senna and Kozue. Negative. So next one. Well, not the next one, but the next one that matters. This one don't matter, so let's just go neutral. Had to go brightening my mood by murdering the juvies in my head, but it wasn't enough to ease my humiliation. Wow. Top of that, the juvies from before were still provoking me in loud voices that resounded through the classroom. Hey, why won't you die? Isn't it hard being alive? Want us to help? Frantic, I bore it by covering my ears. I wanted to kill them. I wanted to sacrifice them to my D-sword. Imagine the sword swung, splitting their heads, gnawing through their hearts, and cutting their torsos clean in two. Die. Yeah, this is still the better option than what we picked last time, so... I didn't have a D-sword, but I could buy a long butcher knife anywhere. The lives were worth less than that of a maggot, so it doesn't matter what we picked there, it was going to be bad. I used my own hands to crush the life out of them. The more I thought about it, the more I felt driven by the urge to do it. Cool. Takumi's awful. Just as a blanket statement. It's still better, it's still not good, but it's definitely better. Especially because the alternative is what we saw last time. We don't need this one. Let's be really, is Kozupi a different person from Nishijo-kun? I'd heard that ordinarily. The various personalities of people with multiple personalities can't converse with each other, but I guess they may know what's special. Kozupi is someone else! I was sick of this. I wondered if sooner or later I would come to hear the voices of personalities other than this irritating Kozupi. For starters, just how many personalities existed inside me, although I'd read in some book that there was a patient in America who had 24. To go even further, I wasn't certain whether or not my personality was the main personality. Maybe the original occupant of Nishijo Takumi's flesh was a different personality, not me. She's just like, what? As I stood there zoning out, the transfer student poked me in the shoulder. While doing so, she attempted to speak, but nothing came out, and in the end she raised a tentative hand. Kozupi is Kozupi. Kozupi is Orihara Kozue, not the transfer student. Orihara Kozue. I could faintly recall hearing that name from Misumi-kun a long while ago. Kozue, Kozupi. No way! This voice was being sent straight into my head. The transfer student nodded with all her might. Telepathy? I don't really know how it works, but I can do it. That's ridiculous. The source of the voice was her, you mean? There you go. So I think the next one is the next negative one we gotta do. Nope. We can just go through this one. Normal swing around. Other customers nearby to boot. We'd be in a real mess if somebody got hurt. Everyone at Kozubi's movements put me on pins and needles. Whether or not she knew of my worry, Kozubi lowered her sword recklessly and whirled around in place like she was having fun. This is Kozubi's sword. It does away with bad guys. It does away with bad guys? Her words unsettled me. Something about them nagged at me. When I then recalled was a smell, the smell of blood. Alright, cool. Next one should be sending Kozue. Yep. Which means we go negative for that one. There we go.
よかったらどうぞ。
I don't eat popsicles much anyway. Though I'd spoken out of the kindness of my heart, Senna gave me a single glance and immediately proceeded to ignore my suggestion. Oh, cool. Guess we had seen that one. Alright, so we're clear to chapter 8. We're quickly catching up. Slap. I like how through the skips you still get little random things like slap. This one don't matter. Oh, I said this too much and you're still gonna ignore me? I sensed Remy standing up vigorously. She came over towards me and slowly picked up the toy D-sword propped up beside the table. Paying my confusion no heed, she lifted it over her head. This is what you get, Taku! And she swung the sword down. What? Of course, she did it jokingly rather than seriously, but the end of the sword poked my back. Take that! She went on to bop me in the head, and when I showed my unwillingness to try and shake her off with my hands, she dodged me skillfully. Hey, let's do something more fun, or else I'm really gonna cut you. So something fun. Midway through slashing me diagonally across the neck, Remy fell into thought. Then a game or something. You're good at them, aren't you? Let's do a 2-player battle game. I never played anything like that before, so I'd like you to teach me all about it. Unfortunately, the only games I own are ESO and Eroge. Wow. He owns an MMO and porn. And neither of them offer 2-player combat. I'd imagine, yeah. It's impossible. I don't have the software. You have money. Oh, this was kind of... I grabbed the tip of the sword and pushed it away from me. Remy pursed her lips, dissatisfied, and returned the sword to its previous position. Fake gamer. Honestly, you're not wrong. We got to see each other for the first time in a while and everything. Made me happy to hear her say this, but even so, I just couldn't get in the mood to have a fun time with Remy now. What was that? I swear we saw this bit. Remy had heard Sierra-Tan's new message voice. This was fairly humiliating. When I opened my email client, I had 3 messages from Grim telling me to come to our chat room. Cool. So the next one we need is when Takumi and Misumi couldn't find Ayase at the hospital. That's the next one that matters. Which we seem to be approaching. And then the one immediately after that one. So we need neutral and then negative. By all accounts, we should already be on the path, but again, like, why not see all the whose eyes are those eyes? This is the one, right? Just saving it a habit at this rate. Either way, we'll go neutral. Where'd she go? Who knows? The window was open. White curtains. I remember what we got for this one. It had bothered me oddly since I first entered this hospital room. I seemed to be on the verge of having negative delusions. Yeah, you were. Like one about Ayase jumping out from that window. Yeah, you were. But I looked down. Maybe Ayase would be lying there, covered in blood. Her brain fluid splayed everywhere. Just being annoying there on purpose. Yep. I couldn't stop myself from checking. As though possessed, I went forward step by step on trembling legs. I stood by the window, the sunset sky, a refreshing autumn day. Ultimately, what was down there? A hellish tableau? I caught my breath, quietly stuck my head out the window, and peered down. No abnormalities. I didn't see Ayase's dead body anywhere. Apparently, I'd been overthinking it. Relieved, I was about to pull my head back in. I noticed it. The window 1 floor below, a single hand towel was rippling in the wind. I thought it was merely a white towel, but something resembling letters were written all over it in dark blue, and we know exactly what it says. Because it was waving, I had a hard time reading what it said. It wasn't that I was interested. The letters on a towel like that shouldn't have mattered to me either way, but part of me was desperately trying to read it. When I looked harder, the words written there were, "Whose eyes are those eyes? Whose eyes are those eyes?" Shocking. I was speechless. I couldn't take my eyes off it. Immediately after, someone yanked the towel back inside, as if they knew I'd seen that towel just now. It couldn't be. wasn't possible for someone someone I knew to happen to be staying in the hospital room directly below. Even if someone other than a hospitalized patient were lying in wait for me, it should have been impossible for them to predict I would look at what lay below this room. I'm not tired, you're tired. There weren't any surveillance cameras in the room either. A mere coincidence it had to be, but what if it weren't a coincidence? Terrified, I turned back towards the entrance of the room, and no one was there. The door remained closed. I soon left the window incredibly creeped out. Don't think about it. Don't let yourself think about it. It was a coincidence, only a coincidence, so I told myself. Looky, Taku, there's a weird book. There's that. The next one we go negative. On the 7th page was... Oh, that's not the point yet. Yep, stuff happens there. Negative. When I first looked up D-Swords, put a hand on my shoulder and can't keep up with her anymore. I leave the rest to you.
待って
Wait. Oh, I don't remember this one, yeah. Which was when Ayase addressed him at last. But for some reason, she had a severe expression. I won't let you escape. Huh? Well, you gonna pay attention to me now? Yes, I will. I know you serve the evil king. What's with that? A new aspect of the same setting? Misumi-kun seemed immensely bothered by having an unilaterally append that kind of description to him. It was the common sense reaction. It wouldn't have been entertaining even as a joke, yet Ayase was serious.
匠
Takumi. As she called my name, Ayase tossed over a fruit knife that must have been concealed under her sheets. Startled and panicking, I caught it. Thank goodness the blade had a cover on it. Otherwise, I'd have been in danger of getting my hand
そい
cut.
つを
You're to kill
殺す
him.
の
Him? Ayase had been looking at Misumi-kun when she said it. What was going on with this crazy development? Discombobulated, knife in hand, I went into a dither. Hey, now you're saying to kill me, huh? Circumstances aside, isn't that pretty mean? I knew you didn't like me, but man, I didn't think you'd say something like that to my face. And so, what was it again? Gravitation, gravits? Not like I have any clue what you mean. Taku, just put the knife down for now. Don't play along with Kishimoto's
そう
delusions.
じゃない
Not a delusion.
匠
Takumi, don't
そい
believe
つの
anything
言
he
葉を
says.
信じないで
Expression strained, Misumi-kun took a step back from Ayase. You're way abnormal.
匠早く
Takumi,
殺せ
hurry up and kill him. If not, the whole of your existence will lie exposed before Gladiol. I took the knife in my hand and quietly set it back down atop Ayase's knees. Takumi, the things you're saying, they're beyond ridiculous. She looked up at me with sorrowful eyes. I can't kill Misumi-kun just because you're looking at me like that, you know? I had nothing to do with Gladiol or whatever. If I murdered someone, I'd be a criminal. No thanks. That was all it boiled down to. As my buddy, I was sure you'd choose me, Taku. Misumi-kun patted me on the shoulder. And he casually, ever so casually, grabbed the knife resting on Ayase's lap. Bye now, you freaky bitch. With blowing movements, he took the cover off the blade and made it flash. Blood spurted furiously from Ayase's neck. It was terribly hot as it sprayed my face. Ayase's eyes, wide with shock, were watching me. Her body slowly fell back upon the bed. The sheets, once pure white, began to soak themselves scarlet. We got her, Taku. Now it's her last chance, man. To stop Gladiol's resurrection, I mean. I couldn't even raise a scream. Which means Kishimoto was in the right. As he spoke, he straddled Ayase where she lay. He dug her eyeballs out without the slightest appearance of hesitation. Even then, her body didn't so much as twitch. Misumi-kun, turning back to look at me, smiled viciously and murmured, "Whose eyes are those eyes?" Oh. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they're his eyes, I don't know. So that's the last one for chapter 8, though. Pretty awful vision. Experiencing some guilt over it, I internally apologized to Ayase. As always, she went on talking about her crazy fantasies without noticing how I felt.
全てはお告げ
Yeah, you're the important one here. Everything is a divine message, yada yada yada. Okay, we actually only have 2 more. This one is not important, I don't
それ
think.
じゃ必死に
No.
ごまかそうとして剣を
Couldn't be Remy too. Could see D-swords. That's what I thought for a second, but I was
ほ
wrong.
ら
See, you talked about her sword before, Taku. I kind of wanted to see it too.
それで引っ叩かれたのか
And then she slapped you. I don't get it. Considering how all she ever talks about is
さっ
swords.
きも病室に
The
入った
second we went in her hospital room, she started going off about Gladiator or something, totally freaking me out.
ビビったぜ
As the three of us walked along side by side. There you go, cool. That should be the end of this chapter, right? Almost. This one don't matter either. When you put on a complicated face and lapse into thought, you'll end up introducing me to your parents, that kind of thing.
みたいな流れ
Amy said something so silly, I unthinkingly gave her a blank stare. I'm not quite emotionally prepared yet. No, it's not like that. Suddenly, a shrill sound pierced my ears, female scream. This whole sequence goes down.
お前が望んだ妄想だ。
This whole set of sequences goes down. That whole sequence goes down. Alright, chapter 9. When Taku hears Nanami's voice after chatting with Grimm is the next one that matters.
少なくともあの時
Not this one.
妄想は
Don't delude yourself. A quiet and urgent command. My breath caught.
出ないと私
Or else I'll be forced to erase you. Cool, so I guess you just don't delude yourself there. That's it. Problem solved.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ
Why isn't it skipping here? Oh, parents' house. Oh, I guess it has to play the ding 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 ding. I don't think this is the right one. But I'm going to hit positive anyway, because no, it's not the right one. There's no traffic lights, drilled towards the roadway, I had a feeling salvation waiting me there. Dazzling headlights, a deafening honking, the noise of an anxiety-inducing squeal. Come kill me, this imposter, this hideous monster, please kill me. No matter how much time passed, the impact didn't come. People will swerve to avoid you. I opened my eyes. A car had stopped in front of me. I was as yet standing in the road on my 2 feet. The driver got out and started going on and on at me loudly, shoved me in the shoulders and yelled, "Why?" Collapsed there weeping. "Why won't you run me over and kill me? Why wouldn't anyone save me? Why wouldn't they release me? Do you mean to say I'm an imposter isn't even worth killing?" So walk straight here to party with Takumi. Only had Serotan now. Nanami's voice after chatting with Grimm. It's definitely not here, right? Still gonna save any. And none of these matter. If we miss one, we still get the ending. But just for completion's sake, I want to get them. The ones that matter. And I was considering myself some kind of tragic hero. She looked like me. Everybody had cast me aside. No, there hadn't been any bond between us from the start. Didn't have anyone I could call a friend. Didn't even have family because in the end I was an imposter. Just die already. Serotan down. Found a vinyl cord under my bed. Tied a circle about big enough to go around my neck and bound the other end to one of the pipes in the frame of my loft bed. I'll die. I'm gonna die. I'm definitely gonna die. No one was there to stop me. Naturally enough, since I was the only person in the room. I managed to fix the vinyl cord in such a way that it felt pretty sturdy. Dying it turned out to be surprisingly easy, I thought to myself. Wow, that's the first time we've seen that angle, actually. We've never seen from the bed's point of view away. Stuck my head through the loop in the cord until it encircled my neck. Going by the height of my loft bed, standing normally wouldn't be sufficient for hanging myself. But if I threw my legs out, height would cease to be a problem. The only thing it required was mental preparedness to die. In the end, looking at Serotan, smiling from me atop the desk. The only ones seeing me off were my wives, Serotan foremost amongst them, but also the others lined up in the shelves in huge numbers. Miserably, lonely, the depths of my nose stung. Farewell. I flung my legs out to make the cord take on my full body weight. It tightened around my neck. The cord put pressure on me. It dug deep into my flesh. It hurt. No kidding. Before I realized what was happening, the fingers in both my hands had unconsciously started trying to loosen the cord. I was attempting to return my legs to their original position to stand. But then I wouldn't die. If I didn't keep my full weight hanging down like this, it wouldn't strangle me. So I put up with it. Do we actually get a bad end for no delusions here? My throat ached. The pain of the noose eating into my neck was much worse than the difficulty breathing. Hurry up and die, me. That's what we've been telling them this whole game, to be fair. The agony went on. It was so torturous. My consciousness wouldn't fade, not even a tiny bit. My body swung. It twirled around and around in an unsightly manner. Soon my legs flap. The pipes in the frame of my loft bed creaked noisily. That was when my body abruptly lost its support. Landed hard on the floor, ass first. I writhed at the pain of hitting my tailbone. At the same time, I desperately drank in air. Tears springing to my eyes, I looked at the cord tied to my bed, and it had torn in two partway up. What the fuck? Seriously, what the fuck? Why did I fuck up at the last possible moment? Yes, I was undoubtedly an incorrigible human being, a useless human being who'd never succeeded in doing a single thing deserving of others' praise, again, all accurate. Not that I was even a human being in the first place. But it was too much to mess up even when it came to dying. Why couldn't I die? Even though I wanted to die. Now that I'd experienced the anguish of hanging in midair once, the daring and willpower needed for giving hanging myself another go wouldn't rise up in me. Someone tell me a painless way to die. Came close, it truly was a hopeless sky. Yay. Ah, well. Bad times. Oh, there's the chat with Grim. This voice, we gotta go positive. Which is one we'd seen. Cool. And the last one is the next one. When Taku's standing before the crowd of people, go neutral. That's the last one we need, and then it's just to the end.
さあ、私と同じ目に私たちはまた一歩私を殺そうとした。
Yep, all that bad time. All that bad time. Alright, this is the final one, we go neutral. The wall of people before me opened smoothly, like the Red Sea parting from Moses in the Bible, a single path inviting me forward. The one they were waiting for was me. The first ever Chika Chika Boom Boom offline meetup to shout whose eyes are those eyes at the center of Shibuya and make the current most embarrassing guy in Japan, the self-proclaimed Esper Nishijo Takumi, die via a group lynching. That's a title. That kind of long-winded title popped in my head and I laughed. I didn't want pain, but I'd put up with at least that much for the sake of dying. Isn't it the perfect festival for my death? I grasped what Siratan had meant by using the word revenge. They'd prepared another stage for the likes of me to stand on because I hadn't been able to die back then. Wearing a loose smile at the corner of my mouth, I began advancing down the road made from walls of people. Only normal end time, yeah. I saw the mass media at my destination, their cameras and microphones all held stupidly at the ready, side by side. Both the nearby rubberneckers and the people from the media were giving off an awfully edgy aura. They were stirring, but it wasn't the hubbub of a festival. Today, I couldn't see a speck of the mirth they'd shown before when I shamed myself at Elfront. Everyone was watching me. Their eyes were cold and sharp. The emotion they flung at me bordered on the urge to kill. My anticipation heightened whether I wanted it to or not. Kill me. When I looked up, all four of the massive Jumbotrons depicted me walking through the crowd. Cool. So we should actually be good pretty much straight to when we need to be in a second. Yeah, it only takes an hour to beat, obviously. So it should just keep, because we don't have any more choices. So it should get to the scene we need it to get at, and pause there. Maybe not. Into announcement. Latest earthquake 7 on the scale, highest level. Some part of Great Earthquake. So we've definitely read this. Some of the buildings should have been destroyed. Shibuya portion of the Shinto Express. Transportation. Okay, so I guess it just needed us to hear all that. I'll take another sip of my drink, and we're basically going to be good to start down the path. And they always want us to hear the songs. Man, it feels like just earlier we saw this bit. Alright, so this is probably where things actually split into the other ending. Station itself is completely underground, being located in a tunnel, and the only outside light that reached it was a faint amount. Some of this is the same. There'd been no need for her to buy a ticket. Didn't find the station workers when she looked at the tracks. Breathing began to sound painful from time to time, but she wasn't conscious. Her dried blood plastered her forehead. During the earthquake, she had been caught among the collapsing buildings. Oh. She was walking last time, though her leg was bad. Egomaniacs couldn't use their powers to heal their own wounds. Yeah, it was glass in her foot last time, not a blow to the head. Pain compelled them to be reminded of the reality of their injuries, couldn't create local shared stuff. Nothing back to one couldn't construct local shared cognition. On reaching the dilapidated platform, Sana lowered Kozue from her back and laid her gently against the wall. Yeah, last time she was walking, but on like a bad leg. Her expression was harsh. She gave the lowered Kozue only a single glance and soon shifted her gaze back to the station premises, and, glaring at a certain fixed point, she ground her teeth together.
Yet.
I finally found you. They never line of sight. Oh. 2 human figures stood lined up at the back of the dim platform. One was a tall man wearing a high-quality suit from head to toe. He gave off an aura of refinement. He had excellent posture, and a relaxed smile played about his lips. The other was a homeless man, clad in filthy clothing. His hair was overly long, and his face had been left unshaved. Barely. Man, I haven't shaved for like a week, and this is what I look like. You telling me this is a homeless man, and he's got like 1, 2, 3 hairs? Okay. Since he had his head lowered, it was impossible to be certain of his expression. The two of them had overly contrasting appearances. All they did was stand quietly in the dark station platform where there were no other people. To Senna, both of them were objects of hatred, Norase Genichi and Hatano Issei. Even if she wanted to forget them, she wouldn't have been able to. Oh, is this the she gets revenge path? The two who killed my mom and my sister are here to greet me in tandem, are you? Is it their eyes? In the past, her mother and little sister had met with a gruesome end before her eyes, and these people themselves were the culprits who had killed Senna's family. It wasn't what I meant to happen, Senna. The homeless man, Hatano, murmured desolately, his head hanging. I tried to stop the experiment. In the flashback, he didn't, though, right? He basically was like, can we stop? And they're like, no. And he was like, okay. But once its gears had been put into motion, I couldn't make them halt on my own. This man. Hatano took a darting glance at Norase's countenance. Norase said nothing. His attitude of being utterly at ease remained impeccable. This man handed down a directive for the experiment to continue. I hadn't desired what resulted afterwards. This man, Norase, is the one at fault. You're a little bit at fault too. Quite a bit at fault too, but you know. Please understand, Senna. Trying to stop things when they were already too late and you clearly had already crossed some sort of line and had started to experiment on your family. Yeah. Maybe at some point then you were like, oh, maybe this has gone too far. You let it get that far. Yes, this guy didn't let it stop. You let it get that far. You are not blameless in this. Senna felt revolted as she listened to his words of repentance. You stood by and watched Mom and Sister die. Those are the cold, hard facts. If you regretted it, why did you run away? In order to protect the world. I can't commend you for rebelling against your parent. There, for the first time, Norase spoke. Indeed, the result of my orders was that your family came to a tragic end. We had already been able to collect sufficient data, you see. It was truly a worthwhile experiment. Worthwhile? She swiftly rebooted the D-sword in her hand. The shockwave from it stirred her long dark hair. Kill him, Senna. He's the ringleader. Yeah, a little too far gone. You don't have to tell me. Senna had already leapt powerfully from the platform 4. She closed the distance without brandishing her sword. A wondrous demonstration of springing into motion from a standstill. Her target was Norase Genichi. She mowed him down with the D-sword, slicing apart even the air. His head went flying. Senna followed it with her eyes. Norase's soaring head abruptly warped midair. She watched it transform into her own father's face. Shocked, she looked at the headless body before her. It had been wearing a suit a second before, but now it was in a homeless person's tattered clothes. Powerless, it went toppling over backwards. Eyes wide, Senna moved her gaze to Hatano, who had been standing beside it. He, in turn, faced her as well. His bearded mouth had on a mocking smile. His face contorted as though a mosaic had been laid over it. His body contorted too. The next instant, Hatano had assumed the face of a man Senna didn't know. In age, countenance, and demeanor, he was a completely different person from her father. Senna was bewildered. He's totally Mishima-kun, right? He vanishes throughout parts of the day. Doesn't always keep in contact. If we're going with the theory that Mishima-kun is clearly more important because he's got art and stuff in this ending, we multiple times see him just be like, haha, I'm someone different. Maybe he just disguises himself as a school. Oh, I don't like that train of thought. Maybe he disguises himself as a high school student just to try to bang high school students. That's uncomfortable. I'm not saying, yeah, I don't know if there's enough evidence for it, and it's only going based off of what you said of like, oh, he might be important in this ending. She took another scrutinizing look at the head she just decapitated. After tracing an arc and falling, it had splattered blood on the floor. It's her father's face, her father's head. Senna couldn't tear her eyes away from it. Bewitchment brought about it by a delusion. As she came to that realization, Senna's breathing went fast and shallow. Like, I don't even know if we have any evidence for it. It would connect some way of him being here, this being the ending we're viewing, and him being important. You know, Senna-chan, the man who was previously supposed to have been her father, who was now a separate person, called Senna's name in an intimate tone. What you did just now, doesn't it make you pretty much the same as your daddy? It was the result she'd longed for these past 6 months. It should have been. Despite that, Senna was assaulted by uncertainty. Her father, now only ahead, had his eyes turned in Senna's direction. Decapitating your own father, it's pretty harsh, man. Dad, why was she experiencing this much psychological shock? Still not understanding the reasoning behind it, Senna heard the sound of something tearing apart with a snap deep in her ears. I heard a voice. It was a scream in Senna's heart. Upon hearing that cry, which resembled madness and seemed to curse reality, I came running to Shinshin Station. But by then it was already too late. When I entered the dim premises, the faint smell of blood hovered in the air. Cosby was lying down by the wall, unconscious. And on the platform, there was Senna's form, sunken down, her back facing me. Her head was lowered, making her long hair cover her face, keeping me from seeing her expression. Oh, I'm sure it's a good one. Next to her was a headless body. The round object laying fallen a short distance away was the head that had once been connected to the corpse, I realized. Hatano-san. Becoming aware that it was him, I bit my lip. Man, here's a stroke of luck! A lone man stood on the tracks. Although he was in a suit, he also wore a rucksack, and from within it reverberated a nasty mechanical noise. Suwa Mamoru, a detective in the investigative department at police headquarters. I had met this man before, and I knew what this man had done. Originally, I just came to get rid of them eyesores Hatanos. Ishijo-kun, thank you so much for jumping into the fire in your own accord for me. See, they told me to grab you if I spotted you. Secret. But there was a decisive difference between them. Detective Bond smiled like we've seen this bit, but there's clearly still more to happen and won't let me skip it. Know where Norase is? Look here, Nishijo-kun. I'd like you to be a teensy bit more careful about how you talk to your elder, you know? Yeah, we've seen this bit. Would have killed him. I should do so tightly. And I don't want to hear it from you. You're a murderer too. I won't let you say you aren't. You killed Hazuki Shino. I'd like to fucking waste you any second now. Hazuki Shino, the nurse who had been the true Nugent criminal, two of them were fellow disciples in the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. Was that all there was to it? I gulped down a breath. I'll restrain myself, if only for the sake of the salvation of the Divine Light, but in exchange, I'm gonna make sure to kill your heart. I immediately started to brandish my D-sword. Nothing was going to come of brandishing it, though. I'd simply done it on reflex, and just as expected, it didn't make any difference. All of a sudden, an astoundingly powerful wind blew at me. Pushed back by it, I almost fell over, so I desperately braced myself. But my body didn't go through with it. and instead I curled up in a ball on the spot. I couldn't control my own body. It moved by itself like it didn't belong to me. Before I knew it, my surroundings had gone dark. Below me was a nighttime vista that one might easily mistake for a field of stars. I came to the realization that I was standing somewhere incredibly high up. Besides me were 4 guys and girls I'd never met. No, I'd seen one of them before. Yua. For some reason, she wasn't wearing her glasses. No, not Yua. She was Mia, Yua's younger twin sister, who should have died a month ago. In other words, this was the roof of Cornelius Tower. And my body wasn't my own. I was wearing a uniform an unfamiliar school uniform. Wow. Even my stature was more brawny. To begin with, I could guess who I was based on the fact that there were only 4 other guys and girls near me, crumpled down, petrified, and wailing and crying. This body into which my consciousness had climbed, it belonged to one of the 5 victims who died in the first New Gen case, the group dive. Without my will having any bearing on it, my field of sight slowly moved, slid to the side. I turned back towards the heliport. Shogun, who had filmed that video, must be there. Shogun wore a Darth Spider helmet on his head and a black cloak over his body. The Shogun who'd cornered me at O-Front had put on a similar getup. But was he really Shogun? No matter how I looked at it, his legs sticking out slightly from beneath the black cloak were clad in slacks. On top of that, they were as thick as those of a regular adult male. They weren't the skinny, pitiful legs of Shogun, of Nishijo Takumi, whose bones protruded visibly. So there were 2 New-Gen murderers. Looking more closely, even his seated height was totally different. The cloak kept them hidden, but his shoulders also appeared faintly broad. At the very least, he wasn't Nishijo Takumi. Nor was he carrying a video camera. Moreover, from the darkness spreading out at the fake Shogun's back, I heard dragging footsteps. Not just one set of them. It wasn't a hallucination. Those peculiar footsteps belonged to many, many people. It meant that several dozen somethings were lurking beyond the darkness. Those footsteps hadn't been a part of the video uploaded to YouTube. Besides, there was no way such a large number of people could have accessed this heliport. What the hell was the source of the sound? The 4 others next to me screamed and wept in lamentation. Disregarding my will, my body too let out a cry and began shaking. Something was approaching. If we were in a cheap horror movie, these scraping footsteps would turn out to be from zombies. Zombies, their rotting bodies swaying slowly as they walked, both their hands extending limply in front of them. That was only what happened in movies. A mob of zombies couldn't possibly show up in reality, much less in 21st century Tokyo. So what about it? My chest seemed about to cave in with fear. I wanted to look away, but the owner of the body I'd entered wasn't averting his eyes. I'm also not even clicking this, it's just going. At least, those unknown beings began to emerge from the darkness. Oh yeah, of course he would do the staking, duh. At least, they floated the heliport, stealing off our escape route. Yeah, they made that pretty obvious, actually. Don't know whether to describe this as getting the wind knocked out of my sails. What appeared were perfectly ordinary people. Yeah, but we know that you can kind of manipulate the masses with those rucksacks. 2 wore suits, student uniforms, they were different ages, and genders. But all of them were the sort of people you'd normally see walking around Shibuya at night. If you overlooked a single point of the nearly 100 people there, every one of them was holding a bladed weapon. None of them said a word. They simply wove a dissonant melody, made up of the mingling of their numerous wild nasal breaths. For some reason, I couldn't see their expressions too well. It was like all their faces were made of paint blurred by water. Their faces were vague, disintegrated. Were their faces truly deformed, or had my sight watching them gone off kilter? I couldn't tell. With lethargic but certain steps, they were coming our way. I always wondered what made them jump. Like robots ordered onwards by a single program. I thought maybe the fake Shogun was giving them orders, but he didn't appear to be doing so. Once in a while, he moved his wheelchair forward a tiny bit, and afterward he didn't budge an inch. The 5 young people being driven back had nowhere to run, in order to escape from this incredibly high place. Do I have to click again? 108 meters above the ground, holding their blades, the crowd approached. Little by little, bit by bit, they'd already closed the distance to the point. Still silent even at this final stage, drawing near us without attempting to leap upon us all at once, the horde moved about bizarrely, but as a result seemed far more dreadful. Enough to make me think I wanted to get out of here right away, even if it meant jumping off. Whose eyes are those eyes? The voice I heard unexpectedly. It was that of the real Shogun, Nishijo Togumi. But I heard it not from the direction of the Shogun, wearing a Darth Spider helmet, but rather from straight overhead. Apparently I hadn't been the only one to hear it. 5 of us who were being hunted down stood up as if we'd received our cue, joined hands with each other, and looked up at the night sky. Naturally, all that spread out was the starscape. I didn't see Shogun anywhere. He'd been looking in on our thoughts. Whose eyes are those eyes? My field of sight slowly panned across, and mysteriously enough, although the night scenery of Shibuya ought to have been spreading out below me, a long flight of stairs stretched out there. It went right to the roof of a building standing close beside Cornelius Tower. The adjacent building, not Sign City, which is on the other side of the Shoto Expressway. A building standing close behind Cornelius Tower, despite the fact that nothing of the sort existed in reality. Even so, the 5 of them harbored absolutely no doubts about those stairs possibly being illusory. And with a sense of salvation, their emotions were conveyed to me as well. They stepped forward, holding each other's hands. It was exactly how the group dive incident had concluded. They hadn't taken the dive because they wanted to. When the stairs, which they'd utterly convinced themselves were there, turned out not to exist, and the sensation of being to fall shocked them, they shrieked from the bottom of their hearts. Falling. A horrendous wind pressure lashed at my body. The girl next to me, holding my hand, screamed in a voice like a beast howling. She clutched my hand so hard, nails dug in. The amount of time it took us to plummet 180 meters felt like forever. The darker threshold, since the area around us was also dark, I came close to lapsing into a hallucination, being sucked down endlessly into the middle of darkness. And then, all 5 slamming into the ground, we were crushed with a crunching sound. The pain of it grabbed hold of me without my expecting it, that single blow leading straight to death. Its impact made it seem like my entire body had exploded and been ground down to a fine powder from the inside out. I experienced the sensation of my heart contracting violently from the shock of it, and my consciousness cut off there. Why did he flash to that then? My eyes were coercively made to open, and the scenery flew into my vision without my consent. I was walking along Tamagawa Street. My body was completely intact, even though the previous sensation of colliding with the ground lingered distinctly within me. I was walking normally down the street, not that what I willed had anything to do with it. This body too was sturdier than mine. This wasn't me either. I had a nasty premonition. Suddenly, there was a strange man walking towards me. When I saw him, I was forced to acknowledge that my hunch had been right on the money. The man I passed was clothed in a suit, but for some reason he wore a Darth Spider helmet on his head. The image he made was much too surreal. There were no other passerbys. I wanted to flee from here this very second. Despite that, the owner of the body my consciousness had come onto turned back towards the Darth Spider-Man I just passed. Darth Spider was standing right behind me, so close it seemed like I could feel his breath. Coming from my blind spot, he socked me in the stomach. All the tension dropped out of my body and my vision went pitch black. This is all going to be happy times, aren't they? After some time, I felt a searing pain in my abdomen. When my field of sight opened up again, I was in an operating room. Before me stood Hazuki Shino, her nurse's whites open, her stomach bloody. Though she was deathly pale, she gave me a kind smile. In her hand was a scalpel. She slowly laid it against my belly. Hazuki's hand pressed down. A rift appeared on my skin. Blood sprayed from the wound, catching on Hazuki Shino's face. Even then, her smile remained pasted on. I watched, overwhelmed by dread and pain, as she gradually slashed me open. I had viewed the spectacle once before, when I had read Hazuki's memories. In short, this was the pregnant man incident. The pain in my stomach was becoming unbearable. Screaming and crying, I tried to somehow escape by squirming, but my limbs were tied down to the bed, and I couldn't move away. Shaking myself made the pain in my abdomen grow still more intense. May the divine light save you. My skin clearly sliced apart by a scalpel. Hazuki's fingers probed the opening from which blood overflowed. That stimulation alone stabbed me with enough agony to shatter my brain. Fingers writhed inside me, and the feeling of them came through to me clearly. Just as I had seen before in her memories, Hazuki forced my wound open on both sides. The sensation of skin and flesh ripping. Taking it straight on, sans anesthesia, I, and the possessor of the body into whom I'd entered, lost consciousness, then soon woke again from an excess of pain. But Hazuki went on making the wound widen impossibly. I had long since stopped caring about little details, like which part of me hurt, about where in my body the pain was erupting from. I had the illusion that all of my nerve endings were being pierced through with burning needles, one by one. And I had passed out again, but I couldn't escape. The pain mercilessly forced my consciousness awake. My body convulsed. If it meant being released from the suffering, I thought I'd be fine with biting my tongue off. Next, Hazuki picked up a bloody fetus. It made her smile appear conversely revolting. This woman was insane. She took the remnants of the fetus she had removed from her own body and plugged it into the depths of my stomach. Her hand, and the fetus she held there, shoved aside my innards, boring into me, gnawing deeper and deeper. I started to vomit blood, and it got caught in my throat. Even while I seemed about to suffocate from it, I went on emitting wheezing screams. Maybe because the pain had made my brain release too many neurotransmitters. My head felt weirdly vague, but the pain still didn't ease up, and I began to understand less and less of what was happening. Pain was all that controlled me. Hazuki withdrew her hand from my stomach and nodded with satisfaction. "You've held up so well," she said softly, as if she were dealing with a patient, then abruptly fainted and collapsed in place. At almost the exact same time, somebody entered the operating room. The sound of his shoes rang out. But I had no interest in whoever it was. I went on bawling and shrieking, exposed to nothing other than the excruciating anguish. Seeing the unnatural swelling of my abdomen, I panicked. Together with the pain, I had begun feeling a kind of itchiness. It itched so bad. I wanted to scratch at the wound, but my hands were bound to the bed and I couldn't do it. Suddenly, a shadow fell across my sight. Darth Spider had appeared, looming in front of me. He picked up Hazuki in his arms and left the operating room, then, after some time, returned by himself. I didn't know what he was thinking, but he had a sewing needle and some fishing line with him, and he began ponderously stitching together the opening of my wound. At this point, the pain it caused was absolutely nothing compared to the pain of having a foreign object pushed into my body, and the pain of my flesh tearing apart. Darth Spider's suturing was incredibly sloppy, and an elementary schooler could have done a better job. When he pulled at the fishing line, it chafed against the holes he made in my skin. The wound grew more itchy. An unbearable itchiness. An itchiness that seemed to seethe up from inside me. Itchy, itchy, itchy. I wanted to scratch it. If he'd let me, I'd be happy to die. Throbbing itch insulated its way into my pain. The itchiness, more so than the pain, was driving me out of my mind. Yeah, because of my mental state, it took me a while to notice that the scenery had switched at some point. The ache and the itchiness subsided minutely, but it didn't mean they'd gone away completely. Even as I walked through the neighborhood of Sinchen, itchiness in the depths of my body and the sensation of something foreign in my abdomen, and a pain like having fine needles plunged in and out all over my body. They stayed behind in me as markedly as a tumor, continuing to psychologically torment me. A dark road with few people on it, located away from the heart of the city. As I walked down it, I spotted a human figure coming my way. Since the road was narrow, we would have to angle ourselves sideways to pass one another. But I went cold when I saw the appearance of the figure walking towards me. It was that of Darth Spider-Man again. We crossed paths. Darth Spider displayed no particular reaction. My heart went into a tumult. An emotion resembling obsession rose at the back of my brain. A nasty old asshole had been hitting on my woman. It pissed me off. I wanted to kill him. That feeling, truly coming out of left field, drove me into motion. The face of my woman was vague in my memory. I couldn't recall her clearly. It was doubtful that she even existed in the first place. Despite that, the face of the nasty old asshole who had been hitting on my woman appeared vividly in the back of my mind. I'd seen that face before. He was the victim of the staking incident. My memory leapt ahead, and I was in a familiar, dark, narrow alleyway. It was the scene of the staking. And in front of my eyes was the victim who died there. I was tightly clenching the aging man's neck. His body convulsed vigorously or violently, and bubbles frothed from his mouth, and his eyes rolled back in his head. I went faintly cold, tasting the sensation of somebody's life disappearing in my own hands. At last, the man's body stopped moving. After confirming this, I, Komaeda, who carried out the actual homicide of this case, I took my hands off his neck, kicked his fallen corpse once in the side, and began to make my departure. Yeah, that. Hearing a voice, I turned around to look, and the man who should have died had risen, the whites of his eyes showing. His hands reached for me. With a shriek, I punched him down. But though his movements themselves were sluggish, he kept rising without fail. I seized his neck again, in the same way as before, more powerfully than before, putting my whole body and spirit into it. I strangled him as hard as I could, with enough strength to snap the bones in his neck. He soon stopped moving again. This time, I put my ear to his mouth, making sure he wasn't breathing. Then let go of him. For some time, I watched over him. And then, for some reason, the man who should have been dead jerked again, his body quivering, and began to get up. His expression itself remained absolutely unchanged. He had the face of one who was dead. Yet he rose and approached me. As I started to retreat, terrified, my foot trod on something. When I looked down at my foot with a start, a huge number of cross-shaped stakes were scattered about the roadway. A phrase from one of Phantasm's songs played at the back of my brain. Strike the stake, strike the stake. I had to drive a stake into the monster in front of me and stop him from moving. If not, I'd be screwed. Controlled by that sense of danger, I hurled the rising man back against the wall and picked up a stake. I didn't know when it had happened, but my other hand was already holding a hammer. My consciousness returned to the operating room, but I wasn't in the pregnant man. Although the pain from it and the sensation of an object in my stomach kept on torturing my nerves to the very limit, there were two human forms in my field of sight. They watched me steadily with bated breath. One was Darth Spider. The other was the nurse. Her uniform wasn't stained with blood now, and so I soon figured out this wasn't the pregnant man incident, but it said something taking place at a different time. 1 second. I keep trying to rush through this, not because I want it to be done with, but because I want to get it done in a decent time. But I don't want to wear out my throat either. Remember when we thought we were going to get this done early tonight? I'd been made to lie in bed. The needle for an IV drip was stuck in my arm. But it wasn't as if anything were flowing into me. The liquid pouring down the IV tube was flowing backwards. Blood. My blood, the blood circulating within this body, now circulating out of it, was flowing through the IV needle. A terribly grungy-looking bucket was the only thing at the end of the tube. Blood filled it to the brim. Into it fell one drop, then another drop, of the blood dripping from the tube. My head went blank. I was outstandingly dizzy. That pleasant feeling, as my consciousness was about to go off into the distance, mingled with the ongoing pain left behind in me from the pregnant man. I was overcome by an amazingly peculiar sensation, as if they were showing off to me, Darth Spider and Hazuki Shino. They embraced each other gently, like lovers, supporting one another. That explains where the baby came from. Hazuki had a blissful look on her face. Again, explains where the baby came from. I couldn't comprehend how she could make a face like that, right in the middle of creating the desiccated corpse from the vampire case. But before I could think about why I had trouble understanding it, the pain turned severe. My throat became incredibly dry and my sight steadily went dark. And finally my consciousness began to slowly cloud. I realized that this was a vicarious experience. I was being forced to vicariously experience the sequence of New-Gen murders. The pain and fear from each one of them, I was being forced to taste it. If so, then there were still 3 remaining. Becoming aware of that, I despaired. Doctor? Someone addressed me, and I came back to myself. I should have been in the operating room, but I was standing in a hospital corridor. Dr. Takashina. Still without any connection to my will, My body turned to face behind me. There was Hazuki Shino, wearing a somewhat melancholy expression. The really messed up part about all this, besides the obvious, each one of them only had to live through one of those experiences. He now has all of this pain seared into him. It's possible. I'd like to ask your advice about something. Like, he keeps talking about, like, he can still feel that thing in his stomach. We'll catch people's eye out here, so come this way. She said apologetically, then entered an examining room. Also, I'd ask why this is happening, but everything is just Noah too. It's fine. I shouted, "Don't go," in my heart, but of course my voice didn't reach him. Since the current time was outside treatment hours, there was nobody in the examination room. Hazuki continued towards the back. I, Dr. Takashino, followed her without harboring any suspicion whatsoever. She came to an abrupt stop. Just as I wondered what she was doing, a man with something black on his head sprang out from the shadows. While I stood there in startlement, he pushed something like a gauze over my mouth. I then lost consciousness. Yeah, this is going to be a great time. A huge noise rang out in my ears. My skull was vibrating ferociously. Sound Foley artists are mad magicians. It wasn't just vibrating. It was being whittled away. I felt that sensation distinctly. Like, the words are bad, but that sound was so visceral. The sound died down, and when I opened my eyes, I was back in the operating room. A number of lights, like a gathering of eyes, hung down from the ceiling. Shining brightly, they illuminated my face. Doctor, I've removed your cranium. Your dura mater is so very lovely, Doctor. Hazuki said in a tone of rhapsody, then used a pair of scissors to cut away the tough membrane covering my brain. Feeling it directly as it happened, I was entrapped in an impatient, sickening whatever. Dr. Takashino hadn't known that Hazuki was capable of performing surgery, not to mention open brain surgery. Sometimes it goes on its own. That's why I'm sometimes missing it. That was why astonishment came first, followed by my noticing that anesthesia kept my body from moving. Hazuki wasn't the only one in the operating room. The man with the black thing on his head, Darth Spider, was there too. He stood there, immobile, without saying a word. There are examples of human beings who have lived for over a week despite being brain dead, and without the help of artificial respiration. Did you know? Smiling gently, Hazuki murmured something strange by my ear. In other words, doesn't that mean one can continue living for some time even without a brain? I do wonder how long you'll be able to live, Doctor. I shuddered. An unknown terror rolled through me. Now it's a known terror. Hazuki held a spoon up before my eyes. Yeah, that's the terror. The spoon soon left my field of sight. That's the terror. May the divine light save you, Dr. Takashino. The feeling of something that didn't belong there pushed hard into my head. I say in my head, but I don't mean that metaphorically. It was literally inside my head. The sense of something entering and moving around in there. There was no pain. Even so, it was more than enough to repulse me and terrify me. Hazuki shook something like a lump of gel down on a tray set near me. I glanced to see what it was, moving my eyes alone. A clean pinkish hue, but its shape was smashed, almost like salmon roe. Glad I don't eat seafood. Once I understood it was part of my own brain. My dread reached the melting point. I begged her to stop. Salvation. But Hazuki's hand didn't stop moving. On the contrary, her expression shifted to one of ecstasy, and her cheeks flushed as she recklessly dug deeper into my, Dr. Takashino's, brain. Suddenly I was having so much fun I wanted to burst out laughing. Suddenly I was filled with a horrible hatred. Suddenly I felt blissful. Suddenly a fierce lust surged up in me and my chest tightened. She stirred my brain around, simultaneously stirring around my emotions. Emotions different from what I actually felt welled up in me. They dwelt separately from my heart and my soul, the consciousness known as me, thrusting at me the ambiguity of my own existence. As my psyche went to shreds via this mental rape, which would ultimately lead to the denial of my existence, I found myself walking under a railroad overpass. Taking the order into consideration, this time it would be the delicious hand. As expected, my body had become female. I was awfully hungry. Maybe the victim had been on a diet or something. I crossed paths with the Darth Spider-Man again. He appeared and disappeared when I least expected it. Given how much his appearance made him stand out, why hadn't the police or the media picked up on any information about him? Almost like it was being held back by a member of the investigation team. That sure looks tasty. Dust Spider spoke for the first time. He pointed at my right hand as he said it, a surreal spectacle. I, who had been walking along quickly, stopped and took a look at my right hand. For some reason, it was holding 5 don't like this. Unwrapped skewers of chicken. Each skewer was sticking out from between the fingers of my closed fists. A warm-looking steam. The juicy scent of cooked meat. I don't like this. It stimulated my appetite. I don't know why this is bothering me more than the brain, but I don't like this. My mouth watered. Unable to take it for another second, I bit in. Intense pain bolted through my fingers, but I didn't stop chewing. It was the first time I'd ever eaten such delicious skewered chicken. Lots of juice poured out of the meat, splashing onto the ground. Delicious, so delicious, I thought I'd die. I polished off the 5 chicken skewers in the blink of an eye. Without me noticing it, Darth Spider had disappeared. But I didn't give a damn about such a weird guy. I wanted to eat more. My stomach sought more food. The fingers of my right hand throbbed with pain, but my appetite far surpassed it. I looked back at my hand. I hadn't just been holding a skewered chicken. I was cradling an arm-sized hunk of bone with meat attached to it. Its dripping juices stained the sleeve of my blouse, turning it reddish black. We knew it was a mistake. When I had obtained it and how long I had been carrying it, that too stopped mattering in the face of my hunger. I sank my teeth in the meat. Excruciating pain. I tore it apart with my teeth. I masticated it. I tasted it. I swallowed it. It was a soft and fairly fatty meat. A bit further into it. Both my hand and the area around my mouth had gone slick with lard, but I didn't let it bother me. This was a deliciousness I'd never experienced before. I bit the meat off the bone. Fat spread into my mouth, seeping in like it was melting, leaving behind a unique aftertaste. It hurt for some reason. It hurt so bad I thought I'd die, but I kept chewing. Compared to the size of the bone, there wasn't very much of the meat itself. I'd soon devoured all of it. At the end, I licked up the thin scraps of flesh, just barely clinging to the bone, savoring even the bone's taste, almost sucking at it. The 5 thin bones protruding at the end of it weren't so hard that they wouldn't break if I bit them. Gave them a good gnawing. The pain so intense I almost crumpled in place ran through me. With tears streaming down my face, I lapped up the juice seeping pleasantly out from within the bones. I ripped one of the bones off, and while collapsing in place, from how the stimulation of it seared me, I rolled it around in my mouth. Crunch, crunch, munch, munch. When I swallowed it, it got trapped in my throat, and I couldn't breathe. I unconsciously began swinging my legs around, kicking out wildly, but without me taking heed of it. A cord had been wound around my ankles, and I couldn't move freely. The spider stood before me. As I writhed, the exposed bone of my right hand struck the ground. The vibrations from it sent pain searing through my whole body, I'd imagine, like waves on water. I pissed myself and passed out as I suffocated, and never woke up again. Why? I opened my eyes in a dim alley. The backdrop was a little different from before. The rest of them I could handle. That one, I don't know why that one really got to me. As I walked, I leaned on the shoulder of a thuggish guy with his face pummeled to a pulp, looking like he was about to cry. The 3 of them were in an awful state, myself included. Their clothes were drenched in blood, and their faces had puffed up, and they'd chipped a number of teeth. The one who had done this was probably me? They were the trio of thugs who picked a fight with me, and after this they would have their torsos torn apart and would die. Again, the Darth Spider-Man stood at the end of their path. Hey, you prick! What the fuck was that all about? The guy who was lending me his shoulder yelled at Darth Spider, but with his face looking the way it was, his intimidation factor pretty much dropped by half. What the hell was that Nishijo motherfucker? He was like a freaking monster! So he beat you at your own game and you ran away, huh? How lame. Anyway, just give us the money. Money? Don't screw with us, come on! You said it yourself, dickhead, that you'd pay us if we gave Nishijo working over. One of them seized at Darth Spider. Grabbing him by the collar, he heaved him up and smacked the back of his helmet. You set us up for something pretty fucked up back there. Don't you be looking down on us. Take it off. Take it the fuck off. He forced the helmet to come off. I had an idea whose face would appear beneath it, and it really was Suwa Mamoru's fearless face. Yeah, that was a given at that rate. He was Suzuki Shiho's accomplice. Yeah, we got that. So he'd been the other new-gen criminal. Suwa rammed a knee into the belly of the guy who was making a grab for him. The polish evident in how he carried himself set him utterly apart from the thugs and their violence. Well, since I'm done with the three of you, the ground shook slightly. What was that? I felt a presence. At Sua's back, immersed in darkness deep in the narrow alley. Something was there. Moreover, it prompted me to imagine it as being of abnormal size. In addition, it let out an uncanny growl. Though we couldn't see it, the vivid bloodlust emitted by that monster made all three of our hearts wither utterly. At last it showed itself, a literal monster, together with footsteps that sounded like the ground rumbling. So grotesque, nothing else like it existed anywhere on Earth. Its brown skin glistened wetly, and its colossal head sat upon its shoulders. Its red eyes glinted fiercely, and its mouth was torn wide across its face on either side, and its wrists were as thick around as logs. Yeah, and then, mixed and matched tops and bottom halves. The bipedal monster came up to Sua's side. That's a... Damn it, what's the name of the monster? I used to know. The monster from Star Wars Episode 6. Jabba's Palace. Rancor! It's a Rancor! Of course it is. He's Darth Spider. Son of a bitch. They're both Star Wars references. Then opened his mouth all the way. The rows of sharp fangs shone, reflecting the light of the street lamps. Its roar was as low as a growl and put greater fear in me than any beast I'd heard before in my life. It had the ferocity to make those who heard it quiver down to their very soul. What is this? It, for what it's worth, I got the reference early. I really dug Spark Wars. Suwa alone appeared completely unbothered by this monster's appearance. On the contrary, he touched the monster's leg with apparent satisfaction, stroking it. This is one of the aliens from it. God damn it. A second roar, and the monster pressed a step closer to the stock-still trio. Like, it's not exact, but like, licensing, you know. I tried to run. There was no way I could escape. I tried to call for help. There was no one in the area. An overwhelming power discrepancy. The difference in our latent potential as species was much too great. With the beast before us, we three were all too helpless. For the first time in our lives, we experienced heartfelt fear. When people end up like that, they fall silent, shrink back, become unable to move so much as a single finger. The monster let out a breath, and it swung down its log-like arms. In an instant, their two bodies had been torn apart, as if they were dolls, and blood and intestines splattered across the street, steaming, and it hurled their divided corpses viciously, spearing them on the handles attached to a telephone pole, dangling them down. That just leaves you. So his gaze penetrated me. I awoke to the fact that he was the one setting this alien to work. I told myself this was a delusion, but it didn't do any good. Faced with absolute terror and overwhelming violence, I just sank down and pissed myself. Afterward, it's all I could do to look dazedly up at that monstrosity. That's like the fourth time in this game somebody has pissed themselves. Like, I get it, fear, but like, is that really the detail we need? I say as we had very vivid descriptions of previous things, so you know. And my torso ripped apart, and as I got a taste of this killing method that regular people would never ever experience, I breathed my last. At least he's dead from that point on, right? Forward to the robotics not being more lighthearted. Isn't it just? Yeah. Ooh boy, was I not ready for this. But we seeing this through. There's no way we came this far and we're like, no, I'm done. No, we're seeing this through. How many times have I vicariously died by now? 3 times, 1 time, 7 times, 4 times, 2 times, 5 times. Human flesh is pretty damn tasty. It hurts no more. Dark Spider's getup is surreal, a gag. Well, however many times I died. Who are you saying died? I'm not dead. That monster is like straight out of a horror movie. But as soon as the monster came from Spark Wars, yeah, what about it? The human flesh is pretty damn tasty. The bones, too. Why does Dark Spider wear black? Hazuki Shiho is hot stuff, but she's scary. She's crazy. That's what makes her hottie. If Dark Spider is made of bones, what's his meat? How many times have I died for a gag? Wait, is it a gag or what? Not passed away, died. Death, death, death. It's surreal, no more. Look, bones. I don't want to die. Black, I died. So kill me. Inside the rucksack Suwa wore on his back, his port played a strange mechanical sound. As for Suwa, he had long since grown completely accustomed to hearing it. And it's practically because he had that sound that he'd been able to murder the heart of Nishijo Takumi, a gigalomaniac. He uplifted an internal prayer of thanks to God for it. Yeah, he's broken now. Suwa would never forgive Nishijo Takumi. He dared to drive Hazuki to suicide. Hazuki, Suwa's childhood friend whom he had lived with constantly ever since he was born. In the back of his head, Suwa recalled what she had told him several years ago, at the time when he decided to aspire to be a police detective, she to be a nurse.
私
Mamoru,
守
I
の子
want to
供を
bury
見
your
て
child. Both of their respective parents were followers of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. Oh, that goes deep then. And God and the Great Founder had been there for them since birth. Suwa and Hazuki were raised together as children of the whole sect. It had also been to the Great Founder's will that they bind themselves to one another. And so the two of them obeyed their sect's teaching, to the point of offering up the life of the child residing in Hazuki's belly. Even now that Hazuki had reached martyrdom, she was convinced they had done the right thing all along. The 7 innocents commonly known as the New Generation Madness, Suwa and Hazuki had caused them, incidents not innocents. Although midway through, he'd gotten pretty panicked when his senior Yashuji Ban pointed out the contradictions in the group dive video. The video Suwa uploaded to YouTube had been recorded by projecting his memories, but since some time had passed since the incident, parts of his memory of it had grown ambiguous. Ah, that explains that random thing, I guess. Yeah, it's not like they joined a cult, they were born into the cult. He didn't recall the exact details of the scenery, but since the video wouldn't seem very real without this sort of thing, he'd gone out of his way to look at the photos hanging on the lobby of Cornelius Tower. As a result, the video had become more realistic, but he'd picked the wrong picture to work from. He certainly hadn't guessed that something would look so strikingly different between the tower's completion and present. That's why there were no zombies in the video, and that's why that discrepancy was there. Okay. Then again, that too had been suppressed, thanks to the Great Founder's influence. Suwa would have issues with anyone who underestimated the power of the man who founded the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. He had governmental connections, and he'd even slipped several believers into the management at police headquarters. No matter how much the likes of Ban howled, it was only natural that he hadn't been able to do a thing about it. Suwa's occupation is a detective, Hazuki's occupation is a nurse. With the support of the pressure the Great Founder put on the police and the media, the NOAA system terminals provided by Nozomi Technology. Making full use of these things, both Suwa and Hazuki had focused solely and intently on killing. As for the reason they had gone to such lengths to keep killing people, all of it was for the sake of pushing Nishijo Takumi to his psychological limit. After they forced him to awaken as a gigalomaniac, they would kidnap him and harvest his code sample. Alternatively, by cornering the Nishijo Takumi who had been created from delusions, they would lure out the real Nishijo Takumi, capture him, and harvest his code sample. Real or a copy, it didn't matter, as long as he was Nishijo Takumi. Which is why Suwa had posed as Nishijo Takumi, using a wheelchair. It was the divine mandate that had been passed down to Suwa and Hazuki, and something they had to accomplish no matter what sacrifices were demanded of them in the process. And now, despite losing Hazuki, he had already overcome the tribulation sent by God. Recollecting the face of the woman who had once loved him, and whom he had loved in return, Suwa clenched his back teeth together as though withstanding grief. And next, he walked up to Nishijo Takumi, whose heart he had just slaughtered. At the edge of the platform, Aoi Sena embraced her father's head, which she herself decapitated, and then squatted upon the tracks. Her chest dyed crimson in her father's blood. She laughed. Drool hung slackly from her mouth. Her eyes were unfocused. His mood having sobered, Suwa gave her a glance. That girl's done for, he muttered inwardly. Whatever the case, he was through with her, and he didn't detect much of a need to kill her. Out of the Gigalomaniacs who had been gathered in Tokyo as part of Project Noah, there remained 2 whose code samples had not yet been taken. Excluding Kusunoki Yua, since she was an irregularity and no one had conceived of her being a Gigalomaniac, that left Nishijo Takumi and Orihira Kozue. Oh, so they didn't take her code sample yet. It must surely have been to the guidance of the divine light that here and now these 2 had come tumbling into Sua's hands. Sua was grateful to heaven and the great founder for his deeds were thus proven to have been perfectly in the right. Upon walking up to Takumi, he dropped to his knees, grabbed the slumped Takumi's upper arms, and attempted to drag him upright. But Takumi had gone totally limp, rendering him incapable of standing. His heart had died utterly. Serves him right, Sua thought with a snort, then began walking off, dragging Takumi by the arm. The good times just don't stop, do they? Kozupi is shouting something like she's suffering, like it hurts her, like she's having fun? I blink my eyes. Where's Kozupi? She's fixed to a weird piece of art. Rumi is at her feet, all tied up. Something is strange about Kozupi. Her clothes are torn to pieces and creepy crawling. Creepy crawling, what is? Her skin is, her thin skin is? Like on her cheeks, on her neck, on her arms. Around her belly button, on her thighs, creepy crawling, groping and groping. Lots of somethings are wriggling under Kozupi's skin. Not just 1, 10, 20, 30? They must be parasites, gross little caterpillars. Kozupi flails her head around. Shake, shake. Her eyes are crazy. She's drooling, slobber, slobber. Her face looks really stupid. It's kind of entertaining, and she's wearing something on her head. Lots of cords stick out of it, like a toy, like a transform us into anything set. Has something amusing happened, Nishijo Takumi? An old guy I've never seen before. Who? I see, so you've unconsciously synchronized with Orihira Kozue's delusion. You're quite a curious one, aren't you? There's no need to rush things. After her, I'll treat you to as much torture as you like. I'm next? No way. I'm next? No way. Next. I don't want suffering. I don't want pain. You can stop him. You can stop him now. You can... My wrist should have been bound behind my back, but as if it had a will of its own, the cord loosened and fell away. Tied up, lying there, Rumi turned her gaze alone in my direction. Her eyes were pleading with me. The vast machinery letting out an eerie hum, residing in a state at the center of this dome-shaped space. This was Noah to itself. She was urging me to shatter it. Rumi's eyes pleaded with me. A tall, intellectual-looking man, Norase, had his back turned to me, and was watching Kozupi being tortured with a businesslike look on his face. He hadn't noticed my movements. There were no other people around, not even Sua. I could do it now. The only one who could do it was me. I was scared. What if Norase caught me in the act? What if I failed? I trembled when I thought about it. There's something wrong with this game. Entrusting the fate of the world to the likes of me? Another tagline. There it is. Again. But I had to do it. I found myself unable to make up my mind about it unexpectedly fast. Maybe I'd grown stronger? That's right. I'm strong. I'm strong. I stood up slowly. Norase still hadn't noticed. He was kind of a dumbass for being the last boss. Was it so much fun to watch Kozupi suffer? It disgusted me. I gritted my teeth. Come forth, D-Sword. Ripples appeared in the air, and a blue light. I took hold of it. I felt it. Neither cold nor hot, neither hard nor soft. I drew it out of the Dirac Sea. A long, long sword settled in my hand. What? Now he noticed, albeit too late. I reel-booted my D-Sword. I sent particles flying into the dead spots of everyone here. It didn't require any concentration. It didn't matter how it operated. All I had to do was imagine it. I gripped the hilt of my D-Sword in both hands. Its glow transformed from blue to red. I was supposed to have died. Norase looked at me with disbelief written on his countenance. He was recoiling. I had won. I grinned, raised my sword, and had a delusion that this was a sword of light. It possessed amazing powers, like the ability to slice the air. If I released its full potential and swung it all the way, it could turn anything in the world to dust. Eat it. This is... I couldn't come up with the name of my special move right off the bat, so I gave up on shouting an attack name, like in a shonen manga. I took the power I had stocked up on my D-sword by means of a delusion, and I unleashed all of it at Noah too. Smart. Not that he knew he couldn't approach it, but like that's a way around it. Just, you know, air slash. 2 months later, the winter sky wasn't very blue. In exchange, unlike the skies of summer, it had a cool and clear feeling to it. Morning. I opened my eyes to the sound of my alarm clock, and I looked up at the sky as I brushed my teeth. 2 months since that tumult. Shibuya was still in the midst of reconstruction. As New Year's passed, Shibuya had begun recovering its previous bustle and gaudiness little by little. Taku? A voice called me. When I looked over, Remy was coming up the stairs. It was the first time I'd seen her in her uniform since that day. Remy smiled at me and whipped a salute. Good morning. I'll hurry up and make you some breakfast. She held a convenience store bag. Inside were white bread, eggs, and milk. Standing before the sink, she cheerfully began her preparations. These past 2 months, Remy had practically been coming to my base on a daily basis, and she cooked for me every time. Apparently, she herself had never done any real cooking before, so it doubled as practice for her. I wanted to tell her not to turn me into a guinea pig, but it made me happy to just be able to eat a girl's home cooking, so in the end, I just bit the bullet. School starts again today. Tsume Academy had been closed ever since the earthquake, but today it was reopening. I was going to seize this as my chance to stop my half-hikikomori lifestyle and start seriously attending school. Makes me happy, getting to go to school with you again, Taku. Remy said as she cracked an egg. As you might expect, it was impossible for us to tolerate the cold and eat outside smack dab in the middle of winter. Carrying inside the 2 servings worth of toast and scrambled eggs Remy had made, we laid them on a low table. Then we sat side by side on the sofa. Alright, time to eat. Thanks. After putting my hands together, I reached for the butter placed at the edge of the table. However, Remy had done the same thing almost simultaneously, and our fingertips brushed atop the container of butter. What a classic love comedy development. Though I smiled wryly at it in my hand, my eyes soon met Remy's, where she sat close beside me, and my heart started pounding. Remy didn't take her eyes away from me either, nor did she pull back her hand. Both of us having gone rigid, we gazed at each other with our fingers still touching. Taku. Remy entwined her fingers with my hand. She closed her eyes softly and raised her face towards me a little. I found myself naturally holding Remy's hand in return as I neared her lips. Flirting this early in the morning? Flustered, I sprang away from Remy. When I looked at the door, Nanami had appeared there without my noticing, arms folded, an exasperated look on her face. Nana-chan, good morning. I am getting legitimate whiplash. Like, straight up emotional whiplash here. Nanami, don't do stuff like that. It's so bad for my heart. Ha, you and Remy-san sure get along well. Makes me kinda jealous. Hey, but seriously, how far have you got? How far? You're always like that. Don't play dumb. Just tell me, Remy-san. Apparently, Nanami had settled on Remy as her target. Foraging into the room, she dragged over my computer chair and sat in front of Remy. You've kissed, obviously, but what about anything after that? Wait, don't make fun of me. It's okay, tell me. I'm not gonna tell. Then you tell me, bro, how far have you gone? Forget about telling or not telling. We haven't so much as kissed yet. I'm such an idiot. A dumbass. I've had so many chances before now. At this rate, it felt like I'd probably never graduate from being a virgin. Depressed on my own uselessness, I took a gulp of milk. If you dawdle too much, maybe Nana is gonna steal him. I pulled a ginormous spit take. Bro, that's filthy. Wait, you... I was joking, jeez. It'll be kind of insemantic for me if you take it seriously. Try not to surprise me so much. This is a route, man. The 3 of us headed for school side by side. Remy was humming that Phantasm song again. Passing through Sotaru Park, we took my usual shortcut. You could see some faint traces of the earthquake in the park, such as how part of the stone wall around the pond remained crumbled. Even so, it was far better off compared to the wretched state of the heart of Shibuya. Good morning. Yua was sitting on my bench. Turning back in our direction, she put on a soft smile and lowered her head.
西条君
Nishijo-kun,
昨日は
yesterday was a lot of
とても
fun.
楽しいの
Yesterday,
ユアと一緒に
I went shopping in Akihabara with
買い
Yua.
物に行ったんだ。
あ、わかった
Ah, I get it. For dolls,
ユ
right?
アといえば
Call them figures? But it was true that we'd gone to buy figures.
新しい
I put the new Sierra-chan on display in my room right away.
部屋に飾り私も行きたかった
I'd have liked to go too. Yeah, Remy, are you interested in
フィギ
figures?
ュアに興味
When I
ない
asked her, she turned a bit bashful. More so than that.
タクの好きなもの
I want to like the things you like, Taku. I want to put in all the work in this relationship to make sure you're happy, but don't worry, you don't have to put in any work to, maintain a relationship like would be normal for any human being. Oh, what a bold declaration. Then let's go shopping together next time. For real, thanks so much.
ありがとうございます
Yua and Remy had totally hit it off. Yua and Nanami were in different wings of the school, so we parted at the entrance. As I switched to my indoor shoes, somebody blew into my ear from behind me. Goosebumps sprang up on me with a shiver, and I leapt back as I turned around. It was Shogun! There stood Ayase, wearing a close-lipped smile.
おはよう
Ooh, good morning, Takumi. Ah, good morning.
おはよ
Morning, Aya-chan.
うあやちゃん
Ayase abruptly tilted her head at what Remy had called her. It's the first time somebody's called me that.
それ悪くないわ
It isn't too bad.
ファン
Right?
タズムのライブ
Phantasm is having a show the day after tomorrow. She changed the subject out of the blue. As usual, Ayase was hard to get a
よか
handle
った
on.
ら来て
If you'd like to come, come.
僕に言ってるの
You're saying it to
学校
me?
に行ってるの
I'm
よ
talking to you,
それ
Takumi.
と
And to Remy.
リミ
Oh, really? I'm definitely going. Phantasm had disbanded once, but word had it that once the new year came around, they'd undergone a rapid revival. I didn't know what kind of change of heart in her had brought it about, but I wanted to hear Ayase's songs one more time.
でも
But I'm not letting you have Takumi. Though I didn't know why she'd tacked on the but, Ayase reached out and lightly caressed my cheek as though to put Rumi back in her place. See
じゃあ
you,
ね
Takumi.
匠
Yes, it is, Robin. Yes, it is. She smiled alluringly and climbed the stairs ahead of us. Dazed, I watched her leave without any idea of what was going on.
タク
The only way to make Takumi a decent human being is to break him down to his foundation. And they broke him down to his foundation. Taku, you're drooling. I hastily put a hand on my mouth. Not to say he's decent at this point, but he's better. Just kidding. When we arrived outside our classroom, Kozupi came charging down the hallway, smiling from ear to ear. But she collided with a boy coming out of a classroom and landed hard on her bottom. Teary-eyed, she apologized to him, then finally managed to come up to us. Good morning.
怪我はない
Are you hurt? You mustn't run into the halls, Kozupi. Kozupi began fidgeting. Then she peered up at my face from below. Because I wanted to tell Takumi-san real
知るっ
fast.
て
Tell me what? You see, look. Kozupi pointed in the direction she'd just come running from. When I looked more closely, Senna was standing there, leaning against the wall. Her arms were folded, and she had a rather sour expression pasted on her face. Basically normal. So Senna-san's come out of the hospital. Senna had been hospitalized throughout the past 2 months. The psychological assault that Sua had inflicted on her had kept dragging at her the whole time. Shocking, I know. Senna raised her face and began slowly walking towards us. She was as scary as ever. Although she wasn't doing anything, she bore a certain aura about her, like she might slap someone across the face any minute now. I've been going to visit Senna in the hospital twice a week, but no matter how much I tried to start a conversation with her, in the end she hadn't listened to a word I said. It had been almost torturously awkward. Maybe she really, really disliked me. I didn't get along well with Senna. A sense of tension stretched tautly between us. Rather, I was just getting unilaterally terrified. And so, when school's over today, let's celebrate getting out of the hospital. Kozupi was the only one acting all excited. I kinda felt like with this atmosphere it'd be a pretty shitty party.
おい
Oi, Nishicho. That was when Senna finally opened her mouth. I cringed. I couldn't meet her eyes. Here. Senna held something out to me. It was a small stick of winner with winner written on it. Ah, it's a winning Crunchy Kun stick. Perplexed, I accepted it. Senna soon whipped her head away, looking off to the side. I had something to say to you. Did we go through all that pain to unlock the harem ending? What could it be? This is the single greatest root whiplash I think I've ever had. Not that we played the most visual novels or anything, but jeez. It must have been a figment of my imagination that Senna's cheeks somehow appeared to be blushing pink, right? I'm in love with you. Huh? Yeah. Her abrupt confession left not just me, but also Remy and Kozupi staring blankly. For a second, I thought she was teasing me, but Senna wasn't the type to crack that kind of joke. Which meant, are you serious? I was happy when you came to visit me over and over. Don't make me say it, you idiot. She'd gone all dairy and then back to Soon mode, totally of her own accord. No, but even if she said that to me all of a sudden. A beat too late, Remy cried out in surprise. Kozupi, perhaps still uncomprehending, had her eyes as wide as saucers. What? Shikihata, do you have a problem? Do I ever? It's, anyway, you just can't. Do I ever? Okay, that was the best line of the game. We're hearing that one again. Perfection. Perfection. That line was worth the pain. Remy and Kozupi were wildly confused, but the most bewildered one of all was me, to think that she'd made such a proclamation to me. Without any idea of how to react, I looked up at the clear sky beyond the window. Somehow, right at the start of the semester, it was turning into quite a noisy day, huh? Would this peaceful time, full of the promise of fun, continue like this every day from now on? I sure want it to continue. I wished for it from the bottom of my heart. Suddenly I looked at the reflection of my face in the window. The reflection there wasn't me. It was a wrinkly... All color, all light went away. I was hugging my knees in a pitch-black space. Before me was the sole light source of this space. Oh, that's literally this game being fast-forwarded. It was like a monitor, like a window, like a picture frame. Inside it, Remy and Senna and Kozupi were chatting about something, looking as though they were enjoying themselves. I couldn't hear their voices. I can't handle more Whiplash game. It's 3 a.m. As I watched it, my emotions lay absolutely still, or else maybe my heart was dead? Then I realized I had been watching my delusions, the 2D world into which I'd fled, a perfect illusion. Since when had it been a delusion? From the beginning. I looked behind me. Norase stood there, but it was dark, and all I could see were his feet. Didn't Suakun kill your heart? I'd been in a delusion ever since then, the whole time. I've succeeded in extracting your code sample. I'm finished with you, so do feel free to return to being dust anytime you please. I felt nothing, because my heart was dead. I should have felt nothing. Yet a single tear streaked down my cheek. At the very end, I'd gone back to being a loser. I'd run away from the harshness of reality. How nice for you, being able to have a pleasant dream at the end. When you got down to it, I'd been a worthless human being. Sorry, Remy. I apologize, but I didn't really get why I had to apologize anymore, nor did I feel any guilt. And I decided to return to the continuation of my delusion from before. Someone would probably be nice enough to kill me sooner or later. So until then, I wanted to wallow in the happiness of the world I'd fled to. Oh. Credits roll? Don't twist something else in the game. Since when did it start raining? Oh. The rain had been brought on Noah 2. Gaze falls from the sky. The stare pierces through the rain clouds, coated in pitch black. Pours down on me like rain. He's done for. I whisper in my heart to the owner of the gaze. I don't feel the chill of the rain. In fact, the droplets on my cheeks seem almost warm. It's the first time I've thought of rain as being warm. Perhaps it's because the dome housing Noah 2 had been enveloped in air cold enough to freeze me. Reflected in my eyes is a shattered city. Reflected in my eyes is despair. Reflected in my eyes is death. Reflected in my eyes is nothingness. No one is here. No one moves. No one lives. The only thing audible is the sound of rain continuing to fall. Noah's Ark had already been set into motion. We were unable to stop it. The future holds only despair. If everything remains this way, anything alive and anything dead, will it all be gently enveloped and washed away? I too hear him murmur this in his heart. Such a beautiful heart. I walk over to him, lying limp in the rubble. It's my fault he's ended up like this. If I handled things better, he wouldn't have needed to become involved. Guilt torments me. I blame myself. Forgive me. I'll lay you to rest now, so... His manner of birth was all too sad, and so too would be his manner of death. To one whose heart was so timid, fragile as glass, and so pure... Sorry, it shattered into pieces. Yeah, pure, okay. I didn't want him to suffer. At least at the end like this. Wow, one word kills that mood quick. Lying there, he looks up at me with empty eyes. I pushed aside my emotions. Despite seeing him, I look away to keep myself from weeping. If you and I are the only ones in the world, if we continue gazing solely at each other like this for the rest of eternity, would my world be reduced to what your eyes reflect? Would your world be reduced to what my eyes reflect? You are what's reflected in my eyes. I am what's reflected in yours. Viewing it that way instantly reduces the size of the world. At least, in the time you have left, I'll become your world. Whether it's a painful world, a difficult world, or even a sorrowful world, I'll make it so you no longer have to see it at all. Hey, or see it all. Resolving myself, I speak. Hanging my head, I spread my arms apart, like aiming to fly above the rain clouds, like catching all of the
あ
rain,
なたを見つめる
watching you,
妄想
the delusion.
「殺してあげる
Kill you. The feathers of light dance wildly, like a gift from the sky for his funeral. I slowly kneel down to where he lay. I'll cry if I see your eyes now. I'm sorry for not facing you. I softly embrace his head. His body is empty of tension. It's as if he's prepared for death.
辛いよね
It's difficult, isn't it?
ごめん
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
ごめんね今
I'll make things easier for you now.
楽にしてあげるからね
His demeanor tells me it isn't merely conceit on my part. He wore a very peaceful smile. His smile is so sad, even though I've held it in all this time. My tears blur my vision, because I didn't want to see him to see those tears, because he had finally attained peace. I didn't want to worry him any further. Only her, yep. I kissed him on the lips, a cold and dry sensation seeming more and more sorrowful, but his trembling stops at my kiss. I cherish how my warmth has been of some use to him, because he'll see my tearful face if my lips leave his, because I'll want to kiss him again if my lips leave his, because if my lips leave his, I'll become selfish and I won't be able to kill him. I remained like that, plunging my D-sword into his chest. The sensation of it tearing through the skin of his chest, boring into his flesh, threading between his bones, steadily sinking its way into his body. All of it passes through the sword and into my hands. I'm so sorry. You can sleep as long as you want now. Farewell. The sky continues to pour rain. It isn't blue, not a speck of azure anywhere. Even if I wish for it, I can no longer see it. Is the sky blurring because of the rain? Because of my tears? As I hold up his body, as it gradually dissolves, enveloped in particles of light, I stretch my hand towards the sky. Somebody, tell me, Where might that sky of ours have gone? Welp, that was an ending. Holy crap. I don't even know what to make of that. Like, oh, that was something. Oh, that's a note to go out. Beetroot was. How was 1 hour and 20 minute, give or take, route more brutal than the rest of the game combined? I think we started at about 2 a.m. That's about when we hit that point of like, oh, we're on the route now. Jeez. Oh, I'm gonna have to put another content warning on this when I put it on YouTube. I'd put it in the title of last one. It's like the usual, like, Viper plays Chaos Head, episode whatever, and then just big letters, content warning. Like, oh, jeez. However, with this, we've functionally completed this. Yes, if we wanted to go with absolute completion, we could go back and make sure we saw every green, blue, and neutral, or green, red, and neutral. I don't care enough to do that. I feel like we've hit a good... We completed. I consider this completed. I'd say we saw everything of importance. Something. Which means next week we start Robotics Note. For what it's worth. While it's never been released here, and I don't think there's even a fan-translated version, there is also a cute rom-com version of this game too, by the way. That does exist, but unlike the Steins Gate one, which is readily translated, readily available, I have already purchased... Actually, I haven't purchased it yet, but I'm waiting for it to go on sale. There exists one for here, for this game, but it doesn't exist in English, so... And let's be honest, while this was entertaining, for sure, I just care more about the characters from Steins Gate, and I'd rather see them happy. Sorry. Except Nanami. Nanami deserves happiness. I'll stand by that, but I don't really care if the rest of them are happy or not at this rate. Sorry. Ugh, I can't believe she called Takumi pure in that ending. That's so... It's so just wrong. It's so inaccurate. I don't know how she could do it. That was a powerful game. I definitely think I'd need some time to really parse, especially ending B. But I can say without a doubt that game is powerful. That I don't think can be disputed. I definitely don't dislike it. But it's definitely going to need some mental parsing for sure. It really leaves you with a different emotion than Steins Gate does, though. Holy crap, there's such a different ending feel. All things leading up to it notwithstanding. You get to the end of the good ending of Steins Gate, and you're like, oh man, cool. People in my life, we won't forget each other, ever. You get to the end of this, you're like, what is even life? What's happened? Nichijou, why are you so bad? How could anybody call you pure? For what it's worth, a fun thing that I never really showed off, there is a setting from the get-go. You can absolutely turn it on so every female character in this game is always in their underwear. That's just the setting this game has. The game has that setting built into the game. Just, it's been there. Why is that in this game? Why is that a check mark you can check? That's not even unlocked. It's not like, oh, you got the true ending, you've unlocked this extra feature or something. That's from the get-go. We could have played our first playthrough like that. It's talk. Damn it, you're right. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. That's been a ride. Next week, same time, we start Robotics Note. I hear it's slightly lighter. I'm sure it won't be all fluff and happiness for sure, but I definitely hear it's a lighter in tone than both this and Steins Gate. Also, there's a second one of these. After Robotics Note comes Chaos Child. I can't even wrap my head around what that could be right now. Truly can't even be like, oh yeah, at least with the Steins Gate one, it's like, okay, yeah, that's a prequel that goes here. This is like, what would it be? I don't know. I don't understand, but I don't want to look it up. I want to see it when it happens. And be depressed when that happens too. But real quick, it's very late. I'm very tired. Huge shoutouts to both Khaleesi for the Hacking Raid and Mitz McGee for 52 monthly subscription as well as everybody who popped by and hung out, and Ramen for staying up to an ungodly hour to experience this event with me. This has been Vipers for Viperland. Auto host is grabbing tonight. I need food and I need sleep. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you all next time.